and Hispanic social order at all. The Iberians would cooperate only when ruled by force, or rarely when caught up in some overriding drive toward ultra-rational goals. The supreme event in the history of this people was its conquest and incorporation into the Roman Empire. The 6 centuries of Roman presence were decisive. They destroyed all the older languages, cults, and even consciousness. The organizing genius of Rome replaced the ancient Indo-European Iron Age culture of the Iberians with a Latin civilization. In the 1st century BC, Hispania comprised Rome's fairest western provinces. The southern plain was dotted with her colonies and became the home of Seneca and Trajan, Hadrian and Martial, an integral part of the Roman world at the flood tide of imperial art. The Romans transmitted a vast reservoir of culture and civilizing influences with their language, literature, and law, but they also transmitted all that the Greco-Roman civilization had altered or debased: hieratic monarchy articulated by a crushing bureaucracy, a rigid social order now devoid of original Indo-European aristocracy, a distaste for commerce or industry among educated men, a rhetorical caste to education and thought, with arguments supplanting fact and evidence, a late Roman passion for juridicalism and regulation, and an agricultural system in which huge landed estates became a way of life. Above all else, Rome at last supplanted in Spain the religion which the Roman mind had inevitably made into a vast legal system, with a god like a judge-emperor, and in which canons and dogma and form extinguished the vital early Christian ethic. All this was a Latinity that took permanent root in Iberian soil. Its taproots could not be eradicated. They would grow back again and again in the face of adversity. The invading Visigoths, Vandals, and other Germans ended the Roman Imperium, but the Gothic kings, who ruled a turbulent Spanish state from Toledo, abandoned their native language and cult for late Latin and Orthodox Catholicism. In the same period, thousands of the Sephardim, Hebrew Spaniards, or Jews who had settled in Spain after the diaspora, also adopted the Latin language and lifestyle, although they held on to their tribal faith. The Germans at first tolerated the Jews, but when the Visigoths turned Catholic, the Sephardim were persecuted. The Muslim wave that broke over Iberia in the 8th century submerged a decadent but still Latin Spain. The Arab Berber horsemen carved out rural estates and established a new military aristocracy. The Muslims left most of the towns to the Christians, many of whom became Muslim converts in time. The conquerors also made practical working arrangements with the formerly persecuted Jews, for in this age no hatred existed between Jewry and Islam. The Sephardim administered Muslim estates and were tax gatherers and ministers. Together, the Muslims and Spanish Jews, drawing mainly on the knowledge of the Byzantines, created a splendid but ephemeral civilization in southern Spain. In the 10th century, the Caliphate of Córdoba was the richest and most powerful state in Western Europe. Almost accidentally, some pockets of Latin Christians survived in the misty Atlantic Northwest. They barely held their own for 200 years. In the 11th century, the Cordovan Caliphate collapsed, split into warring emirates, and the Christian Asturians were able to debouch back onto the great central plateau. Like all Spaniards, the northern Christians tended to splinter into several minor kingdoms. But the Christian pig farmers of Asturia and Galicia joined with their half-Frankish Catalan brothers in the high northeast to battle the Muslim overlords. Poor, tough, primitive, and hard-bitten, these semi-barbarians, petty warlord and vassal alike, began a pressure on Muslim Spain that was never to cease. The two cultures met in the 11th century along a long, fluid frontier that split the peninsular highlands from Saragossa to Guadalajara and from Talavera to Toledo. As this frontier shifted slowly south and east, fortresses arose, giving it a new name, Castilla, the land of castles, or Old Castile. As the clash went on, power inevitably flowed to the more virile warders of the frontier. Castilla grew from a war march to a petty kingdom, and subsequently into Spain's most unified and powerful state. Castilla grew from conquests, and as she grew, her warfare with the Muslims, blazing now and again from brutal power struggle to jihad and crusade, forged the mind and soul and shape of early modern Spain. New hordes of fanatic Berber horsemen continued to pour into Spain. Constant war required powerful, able Castilian kings who were able to control the innately turbulent condes, or counts. Meanwhile, their magistrates ran the king's writ in the reviving Spanish towns, and their ever-present officers destroyed the basis for republican self-government. By the 13th century, Castile had overrun all of Muslim Andalusia, except the enclave of Granada, and Alfonso X the Learned could assert the tradition that all the legislative, military, judicial, and monetary powers of the Castilian state were inalienable prerogatives of the crown. He codified such traditions into law. His successors, despite constant rebellions by the nobility, increased the actual and theoretical powers of the throne. What these rulers achieved was much more than a personal despotism. It was nothing less than the gathering of all governmental legitimacy under the unshakable symbol of the crown. The Castilian king was the state. This concept of legitimacy sank deeply into the Spanish consciousness. It could not be shaken by prolonged bouts of anarchy or even weak kings. It was to bring about the Spanish Empire as well as immense problems for the whole Hispanic world. The slowly but entirely successful wars of the Reconquest shaped Spanish society in other ways, making all Spaniards identify themselves first and last as Catholic Christians. Their religion was the basis of their nationhood. As the frontier advanced behind successful campaigns and crusades, successful warlords and the fighting religious orders that sprang up everywhere in Spain were granted huge rewards by the crown. The kings entrusted great nobles and orders with vast territories and the conquered populations upon them. Se os encomiendan, to you is given in trust, the feudal charters read, and these territories became known as encomiendas, regions from which the trustee might command tribute. By the repartimiento, the encomendero could also command the labor of the population, especially for public works. First held in feudal trust, the encomiendas were gradually turned into personalty and protected by primogeniture under a reviving Roman law. The agrarian workers became serfs. Broad fields and towns thus became the property of important lords and the basis of the latifundios that settled as a permanent social and economic incubus over much of southern Spain. More important, probably, was the immense psychic result of the Reconquista of rich lands and hordes of servile Muslims and Jews. The effective classes, the warlords and their retainers, the counts and knights, saw the true function of the Christian as the exercise of arms, and señoría, the exercise of lordship or rule. These ideas affected in some degree the entire Christian mass. The knights and peasant spearmen from a high, harsh, barren, economically primitive land became the lords of millions of vastly more civilized and economically sophisticated Muslims and Jews. The nobility could easily adjust and tolerantly despise the peculiar talents of the Muslim merchants and artisans and Jewish bankers as the traits of inferior races and religions. But in the midst of huge differentiated populations which they despised but with whom they were soon forced to compete, the poorer classes, muleteers and gentlemen, could find no such tolerance. As Christians and victors, they held to the outlooks and biases of their lords, and the great majority inevitably made everything the Jews or Muslims excelled at ethnically and religiously suspect. Thus the Spaniards came to despise Jews and Moors, and what was seen as the Jewish-Moorish way of life. The Western urge to entrepreneurism and stewardship were fatally damaged in Christian Spain. The Spaniard, whether noble, a knight, a landowner or a serf, was motivated by forces beyond his conscious control to assume symbolic pretensions of nobility. The true nobility, secure in their estates, could afford it. The common men, who had to earn their bread by the sweat of their brows or their brains, could not. The aftermath of the Reconquest made fusion of the value systems of the Castilians and the Muslims and Jews impossible. The Spaniard, whose blood was pure, meaning he stemmed from 3 generations of unblemished Christian ancestry, whether starveling or vagabond or thief, felt compelled to put on the señor. Here rose the exaggerated, ridiculous pride of the Spaniard, gentlemen and commoners alike, too poor to live according to their lights, too proud to engage in the work of Moors or Jews. This insidious form of racism was to have disastrous effects on Hispanic civilization. But if this subtle racism barred the Spaniard from careers in commerce or industry, there was still a splendid substitute for señoría: office. The second sons, the secondary, serving nobility, and most of the small class of bourgeoisie, ached to find a post in the service of the church, the orders, or the king. Office was not only respectable, it was almost the only avenue of social advancement. In the Spanish system, it inevitably became a means of rewarding service rather than of service to the state. The medieval Castilian looked on the crown's grant of a post, almost always secured through favoritism or as a reward, as a sort of fief, almost like the award of an encomienda or an estate, and he used it more as a personal fief than a public trust, enjoying its privileges and emoluments exactly as true señores enjoyed their estates. This attitude toward office, deeply implanted in the Middle Ages, would be sown from Manila to Mexico. The Reconquest was not just a social disaster. It created an imperial spirit and an imperial past, and in some aspects was an immense ethnic and religious success. As the Christian kingdoms of the north seized Muslim emirates, they absorbed large heterogeneous populations of subjugated old Christians, renegados or Muslim converts, Muslims and Jews. The Spanish kingdoms were able to incorporate and assimilate these peoples. The territories were joined organically under the Spanish crown, and 3 major states emerged: Castilla and León, Aragon, and Portugal. The 2 larger Spanish kingdoms were hardly homogeneous, even in themselves. They were a series of lands and older kingdoms and counties incorporated under a single crown. The incorporations usually left older political and legal boundaries, and even older regional consciousnesses intact. Laws, rights, customs, and languages varied from place to place. Aragon, in the east, was more heterogeneous than Castile, though Castilla had her Gallegos, Asturianos, and Andalusians. Through the seizure of the most of the rich southern plain, Castile became the richest and most powerful Iberian state, and through her size and vigor began to exert a certain cultural dominance. Though not a true national coalescence, it laid in the Middle Ages the foundations for Spanish world power, and the practice of conjoining separate kingdoms through conquest or royal marriages set the precedents for the formation of the Spanish Empire. Where other European peoples had to wrestle with the constitutional problems of the status and governing of overseas or alien territories, the Spanish had already learned to incorporate them. The Reconquest was completely decisive. It not only broke Muslim power forever, it wiped out the Muslim-Jewish cultural presence. The great mass of Spanish Moros, themselves of Spanish descent, turned renegade again. They were absorbed as new Christians. Many of them had always remained more Spanish than Moorish, except in faith. When Granada fell in 1492, its several millions spoke the Andalusian Castilian dialect, and they were hardly distinguishable physically from Spaniards. Arabic and Berber had fallen out of use, though Arabic persisted in the Islamic courts. Galician was actually the patois of the Granadine palace because of the preference of the rulers for blonde concubines. Rebellions and resistance of the Granadine Muslims, who were conquered late, continued into the 17th century, but on the whole, the Andalusians passed into the Christian masses peacefully. The Sephardim were very much an elite, but their entire worldview was anathema in Christian Spain. For a true assimilation, the Spanish Jew not only had to surrender his religion, but his whole way of life. The Castilians despised and detested bankers as much as infidels, since they consciously linked the two. Thousands of Sephardim did convert, but this very conversion lay at the bottom of the peculiarly Castilian institution, the Holy Inquisition. In 1492, perhaps 20,000 Spanish Jews were killed in the tumults of the expulsion, and approximately 165,000 left Spain. A full quarter of the Jews chose to convert, and many of the exiles eventually returned. These people, together with the converted Muslims, left a residue of perhaps 30% of the Spanish population at the close of the Middle Ages who were either religiously or culturally suspect. The Inquisition's huge popularity was due to its rooting out not only infidels, but non-Castilian attitudes and lifestyles as well. The former Jew, who used his peculiarly Jewish talents or skills to prosper or rise in the social scale, as thousands did, was virulently hated by the impoverished caballeros or hidalgos, men who were nobles under the laws of Castile, but whose function and prospects had vanished with the war frontier. Of the values of the Sephardim, nothing remained at all. The new Christian had to be more Castilian than the Castilians to survive. Thousands did not, and it was no accident that so many of the most active inquisitors and soldiers of early modern Spain had Jewish blood. Columbus sailed the same year that Granada fell, and Fernando and Isabel expelled the Jews. Inevitably, the Castilian mind saw the lands opening up beyond the ocean sea as new extensions of an old frontier. A people who could not tolerate religious or ethnic differences at home, and who had been assimilating alien populations forcefully for 500 years, whose wealth and raison d'etre came from conquest, would logically expend prodigious efforts to incorporate new servile populations and to Christianize such peoples as a matter of course. The marriage of Fernando II of Aragon, usually called Fernando V, in deference to the line of León and Castile, and Isabel of Castilla, allowed the final fulfillment of the Castilian dream, the last holy crusade against the Moors on Spanish soil, the destruction or expulsion of all infidels, the enactment of the vision of a people gathered under a single church and crown. The Spaniards did not yet perceive a nation, and the marriage bed of Fernando and Isabel did not forge a nation-state. Castilians had put their faith in the faith and in the house of León and Castile. Now, these two things alone united them. Castilla and Aragon were to continue as separate legal entities for at least 200 years. Still, the union of the crowns opened enormous opportunities for a still divided Spain, allowing for a common policy abroad if not always at home. Against the structure of an emerging, not yet modern Europe, this union gave the conjoined crowns great power, and Spain was powerful in her energetic and intelligent rulers, in the elan of a crusading faith, in the warrior ethos, and in the endurance of the Castilian race. But the two kingdoms remained poor, arid, comparatively backward countries. The dominant ethic of Castile was far more attuned to the age that was going out than the capitalist commercial era that was arriving. Out of a history of a centuries-long reconquest and an amalgamation of kingdoms and peoples interspersed with bouts of anarchy, the last of which almost kept Isabel from her throne, a separatist, heterogeneous grouping of peoples, dialects, and hostile classes somehow emerged into the modern world, caught up in a vast spiritual fusion. The fusion gave her monarchs the freedom to act. It infused thousands of Spaniards with a will to act. Other than this, Spain had only a numerous, warlike, essentially frustrated chivalric class, a source of captains, and a poor, tough peasant people yearning for symbolic nobility, a source of stubborn infantry. It was enough to set the world on fire. Out of the peninsular experience and history had come the concept of the Español, or patriotic Spaniard. The concept was not national in the modern sense, or even territorial. The true Español was a person, Catalan, Asturiano, or Aragonés, who, whatever his station or his sins, was above all else loyal to the Holy Catholic Church and the most Catholic kings. As an idea, this linking of cross and crown was powerful and pervasive, the first great European national ideal. It allowed all Spaniards to submerge their suspicions and hatreds of each other in a common hatred of the enemies of the Church and Crown, and a common fury against all subversive elements within and without the state. The concept led inevitably to the Inquisition and totalitarian persecutions. It led to forced expulsions of Muslims and Jews, because the Spaniard who was out of order in faith could not be Español. Finally, under the direction of the Catholic kings, it led to the erection of a vast church state. The crown was the dominant element in this fusion of church and state. The crown, while supporting a fanatic Catholic faith, was able to make the Spanish church an arm of state. The Inquisition was far more a Castilian than a Catholic institution, reporting to the king rather than the pope. Fernando and Isabel were able to wrest control of the Spanish church almost completely from Rome. Isabel defeated the religious orders which opposed her claim to the throne and dominated them. Fernando acquired the Patronato Real, the right to select prelates for Granada and the Americas from the Holy See. Patronage and patriotism, as Spaniards knew it, kept Spanish clergy loyal to the crown. In this new church state, prelates often held high public office and staffed royal councils. Laymen held some important offices within the church, and there was no clear distinction between church and state. The newer, almost mystic loyalty to the church-state provided the Catholic kings with great opportunities to destroy much of the Middle Ages in Spain. They brought the anarchic, rebellious military aristocracy of Andalusia and Galicia to heel. They destroyed all usurpations of the royal prerogative and revenues by the nobility, and abolished serfdom in Castile, a great blow to feudal power. They replaced the counts and great magnates who traditionally dominated royal councils with new men, the letrados, commoners lettered in the Roman law. The kings ran the state through a new bureaucracy, loyal only to themselves. Far more than the feudal powers of the aristocracy was destroyed. The once vigorous Castilian Cortes, or parliament, in which the towns and middle classes had a voice, was packed with the king's creatures. Equally fatally, it was allowed to die of neglect through disuse. The privileges and liberties of the Castilian towns were reduced, as the monarchs came to appoint all local councilmen and magistrates. Isabel strove to reform the still medieval structure of the church. Prelates and wealthy orders and slack convents were severely disciplined. Some clerics quit Spain in disgust, but the regular clergy was largely brought under strict form and discipline, and while Isabel was unsuccessful in purifying the secular clergy, priests continued to keep concubines and cardinals bought offices for their children as before. She at least controlled it. The reduction of the whole apparatus of government to the royal wills allowed the crown to increase taxation, create a new monetary system that would one day serve half the world, and to raise an almost modern army. Regiments of guns, pikes, and horse were now recruited by conscription on the villages and paid professionally, both improving Spanish arms and further destroying the function of the old aristocracy. Fernando gave the new army good captains and prestige, and sent it to serve his interests in Italian wars. While Isabel revived the Inquisition to purify the faith, Fernando quickly understood its use as a terrorist tool. In Spain, heresy was treason, and lèse majesté heresy, and the Holy Office investigated opponents of the king. The Inquisition crushed all opposition to royal policy. Accused Catholics more often than not escaped the fire, but Fernando and his principal inquisitors regularly divided up large estates, for few men accused in Spain emerged from prison with their wealth. This single instrument in a fanatic age gave the crown fantastic power over the higher reaches of society and all intellectual life. The first effects, however, were energizing. The monarchs were active and intelligent, destroying outmoded things, and the spirit of fusion and action, the currents of the Renaissance wafting out of Italy, and a sudden Spanish elan under strong leadership, made the one great age of Spanish humanism and science. The first Castilian grammar was printed in 1492, an event in its way as important as Columbus's voyage, the fall of Granada, and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. A vigorous Castilian literature evolved, other regional languages were driven out, Castilian became the court and literary tongue. Spaniards excelled in certain earth sciences, in history and in law, and a Spanish jurist envisioned the first concept of an international law. All this was modern. Even the despotism of the crown and the totalitarian terrorism of the church were more modern than medieval in ethos and form. But on the other hand, it has been said that all that emerged in Spain was only a new leaf of an old Castilian root. Behind all the bright modernity, Fernando and Isabel continued and strengthened things that were very old. The royal treatment of the military aristocracy was an unhappy compromise. The great landholdings of the Reconquest, which already paralyzed the economy and social life of southern Spain, remained. The revived Roman law and a new primogeniture maintained them. While the kings removed the aristocracy from effective participation in affairs of state, they scrupulously preserved all the old concepts of hierarchy by confirming the nobility's privileges at law. Isabel gathered the magnates around the court as a glittering, if sterile, elite, bribing them with titles and hats, making them dukes and grandees. Thus was confirmed in Spain an hereditary hierarchy of great wealth and social prestige, which was devoid of genuine aristocracy. The worst aspects of feudalism, which was once a rational contract, were frozen into the worst of social and economic worlds. And if the structure of the church-state was new, its spirit was that of the bygone Crusades. The Spanish religious vision emerged from medieval Christendom in the very age when the world view was cracking beyond repair. The new model army in Italy made the western Mediterranean into an Aragonese lake, but it also destroyed the Renaissance and the modern Italianate world in those regions. The papacy, under Spanish pressure, was dragooned back into accord with the ideals of Castilian Catholicism, and thus a certain medievalism was re-stamped into Italy and Rome that would endure another 400 years. The Spanish, whose armies dominated Rome, fell into the common but tragic trap of believing that one people's truths were or could be universal. Ironically, the Spain of 1492 was in many ways the most modern and effective state in the West, but the very forces that impelled her to greatness promised to destroy her. Yet as the 16th century dawned, the Castilian dream seemed destined to culminate not only in a great society in Spain, but in Spanish world power. The great age of Spanish arms and politics in Europe had begun. Fernando was mastering Italy, spinning dynastic webs to confound France and make Spain predominant. Isabel dreamed of loosing her fleets and soldiers against Muslim Africa, even freeing the Holy Land. In the New World, the Spanish were carving out a fantastic empire without competition. The impoverished gentility, who had once won their honors against the Moors, were caught up in these plans and wars, and the ragged Spanish masses in mass enthusiasm. All Spaniards believed that voluntad, will, could achieve any dream. After 8 centuries of adversity, the Spaniards had retaken their homeland in a bitter but brilliant imperial exercise. They were active and enthused. poised to burst out on the world. This remains the era in which Spain made her greatest contributions and had her greatest effect, and in which her efforts, for better or for worse, from Italy to America, were far from failures. It was an age shot through with contradictions. The exploration of the New World and the glory of Spanish arms in the Old were stained by rape, murder, plunder, and destruction. The splendor of the emerging Castilian art and literature would never drown out the frightful screams from Castilian inquisitions or cover the stench of burning flesh at festive mass executions. The great faith of men who believed they had discovered truth was marred by the breaking of faith with countless hapless Muslim peasants of Granada and essentially loyal Hispanic Jews. And the great spirit of Spain itself was inseparable from a totalitarian tyranny over the Spanish mind and soul. Spanish will left no room for opposition, and Spanish truth left no place in Spanish hearts to comprehend Spanish tragedy. The fusion of spirit that gave Spain such elan and power was ephemeral. The great church-state was a human institution erected over an imperfect human landscape, filled with hidden chasms. The Spaniard, like his isolated barbarian ancestors, was still hostile to any discipline. He still tended to personalize everything with which he came in contact. If this trait kept Spaniards from dehumanization, it also isolated them from one another. They oscillated wildly in their souls and politics, from sheer rebellion to insistence upon orthodoxy and dictatorship. Their separatist natures ran to jealousy and uncooperativeness. Few Spaniards trusted another. No ruler trusted the ruled, especially the Spanish kings who had learned their subjects' fractiousness from long experience. The crown demanded total loyalty, but permitted vast malfeasance. The Church required scrupulous outward observance, but put few, if any, inner demands upon the faithful. The profuse and constant expressions of loyalty that marked all Spanish life obscured a deep urge to anarchy and rebellion. The Spaniard could not easily merge his personality with any social role. He was thus almost the social opposite of the civilized Amerindians, who oriented themselves completely to their society. The Spaniard was always at odds with circumstance, too much aware of his symbolic pride and dignity. He instinctively identified things with himself, never himself with institutions or things. Thus he was more inclined to try to adjust the world to his desires by will than to adjust himself to the real or physical world by observation and experience. His willingness to drink wine when there was wine, water when there was not stoic adaptation. It was a refusal to accept those things which were necessary to assure the flow of wine. He would always founder angrily in vast, impersonal forms of human organization, becoming impatient with any process unresponsive to his personal will, whether in science or politics. Among such people, style was immensely important, and rebellion was always mixed with heroism. Spanish history was filled with the bandido en héroe, the bandit who became a hero, and the hero who became a rebel bandit. It was a spirit that made life and politics chaotic unless tyrannized. The Castilian codes of honor were essentially the old seigneurial codes of conduct. The ideal aristocrat, therefore, the ideal Spaniard, admitted neither error nor shame. He turned wrongness into virtue and triumphed over adversity by sheer will or force of personality. He scorned any form of productive labor, and the fact that he needed money was an affront to his sensibility. He also scorned ambition, itself a pejorative word, except toward lordship. Arrogance was the mark of a real man. Candor, meanwhile, was ill-bred and showed a man up as a fool. To be responsible meant to be too tightly wound or bound, while compromise implied a sellout, both of manhood and the soul. None of these were exclusively Hispanic traits. They were aristocratic values once shared by all the warrior castes of Christendom. But in Spain, the medieval war march lasted longer, and its ethos was vastly more refined and suffused through a whole population. This was the true heritage of reconquistadorial Spain. The effective or would-be effective Spaniard was a man who came to see most forms of labor as servile or a curse. He looked on financial or commercial talents and even stewardship as suspect, the peculiar properties of despised races. God provided or should provide for Christian gentlemen. This heritage gave him a powerful racist pride. He saw the end of ambition as the holding, not necessarily any fruitful use of, vast landed estates. Office was almost the only respectable avenue to position or wealth. Here was an ethic that was never the true ethic of the ordered world of medieval Christendom, and was the reverse of the ethic that won out north of the Pyrenees. The dominant Western ethic, whatever it was called, was one in which productive work came to be seen as a virtue, wealth as a reasonable basis for status, and prodigality verged on sin. The Spanish ethic, so aristocratic, persisted after the true concepts of aristocracy, the rule by effective persons, were erased. From the 16th century, the Spaniard confused racism and hierarchy with aristocracy. The aristocratic social orders collapsed as effective orders in the modern church-state, but society remained rigidly, sterilely hierarchical. Effects were profound and often cumulatively paralyzing. Spanish silversmiths would not draw water, pages would not groom horses, knights would not clean armor, lawyers would never dirty their hands. Each rank had an enormous sense of what was right and dignified for it, and would do nothing else. It was no accident that just as the Spanish put together the first European bureaucracy since the Roman Empire, the powerful Spanish kings discovered they had to operate through and within a vast series of petty hierarchies. They could order, and were obeyed and obeyed, while very little ever got done. In truly aristocratic or oligarchic societies, men tend to follow leaders. In a hierarchical society, the great emphasis has always been to be, not to do. The Spanish never quite passed through the true European feudal experience, and what they forged out of the Reconquest was neither tribal nor contractual government, but a hieratic despotism. The Church never quite became an independent social order, it became a tool of state. The town bourgeoisie never quite established an independent existence or ethos, they succeeded only as agents of the crown. Thus, the Spanish middle classes were bureaucratized in spirit, as few middle classes have ever been. Spain emerged neither as a feudal holdover, as she has been described, nor as a Western nation in the pattern of England or France. Modern Spain came into the world more as a re-emergence of an ancient, late Roman, Mediterranean civilization, with a Roman Church much as its function has been envisioned by Constantine, monarchy as Diocletian had understood it, and a society hierarchical, ostentatious, corporate, and bureaucratized, like that which Theodosius had ruled. There were economically wasteful but socially powerful latifundia, held by an elite which no longer played an effective role in either culture or government. There were a horde of imperial agents, with an ineradicable taste for petty regulation. There was a Roman economic naivete, confusing unproductive lands and metallic resources with true wealth. Finally, there was a dying Rome's greatest contribution to her successor states, a religion that had become almost a legal system, a church that was at the same time a stimulus to higher civilization and an institutional incubus. Throughout history, men have created mainly out of their own ideals, experience, and consciousness, and all that was Spain came with Cortés to Mexico. Chapter 14. The Conquistadores. They do nothing but command. They are the drones who suck the honey which is made by the poor bees, the Indians. They come out very poor from Spain, carrying only a sword, but in a year they have gotten together more goods than a drove of animals can carry, and they must have the houses of gentlemen. From the Spanish of Fray Toribio de Benavente, Motolinia. a handful of Spanish adventurers had displaced or destroyed the former lords of Mexico in the summer of 1521. The shockwaves of the destruction of Tenochtitlan spread far beyond Anahuac. Almost all of Montecuzoma's empire became subject to Cortés through the subjugation of the Mexica. The tributary tribes were awed by Spanish power, and in the immediately following months, Cortés's captains were able to conquer adjoining lands and peoples that Montezuma had not cowed. A single campaign by Alvarado incorporated the Mixteca and Zapoteca of Oaxaca. The Tarasca of Michoacán submitted without a fight. By 1522, most of central Mexico acknowledged the Spanish king. The pattern of these later conquests was the passage of a few Spaniards, accompanied by hordes of native allies, through the mountains and valleys. The passage was often brutal. Cortés had deliberately burned alive some Mexica officers who had reputedly killed Spaniards, and Alvarado and others followed such precedents. The effect of seeing their lords and priests burned at the stake for rebellion or recalcitrance usually left the Amerindian commoners thoroughly cowed. The soldiers also widely used the fire, water, and rope tortures, as they faithfully recorded in their reports, to force the natives to deliver up tribute of food or gold. The Spanish passage, however, was hardly more cruel or destructive than the progress of 16th-century armies in Europe in this age. Until the 18th century, all armies, poorly paid and more poorly disciplined, regularly ravaged occupied country, almost destroying European civilization where they camped. The Spanish treated the Amerindians hardly worse than they treated Italians, Flemings, or French. The aura of rape that hangs over the conquest, however, ironically stems more from European attitudes in modern Mexican minds than from trauma visited on the Indians. The sedentary peoples lacked such European sensibilities. The Spanish normally were offered a surfeit of nubile maidens wherever they went without demanding. From Cortés's first contact with friendly natives, the Spanish march was a long debauch. The millions of villagers scattered throughout the civilized highlands acquiesced to Spanish rule in what proved to be one of the most decisive conquests recorded. There was not to be a single serious rebellion against the Spanish within the old Mexica Empire for 3 centuries. There were a few pitiful uprisings, like that of the Tlaxcalteca in the 17th century, when this once proud people realized that the conquest had destroyed them as much as the Mexica, but these were quickly crushed. Cortés's grandeur as a conqueror was assured by this utter decisiveness, but his greatness, however, lies not in his cruelties, but in the fact that he caused permanent change. He never intended to loot and leave Mexico, as he explained from the first in his Cartas de Relación to his king. He was conquering a kingdom to add to the Spanish Empire. He planned no genocide. He did plan culturicide, however, and this is probably why the modern age, with its enormous biases toward self-determination, cannot forgive him. All the major diffusions of civilization over the globe, and the Spanish conquest was exactly that, have been in some sense crimes against humanity. In the broadest perspective, it is impossible to apply criminality or morality across ethnic lines. This is part of the human tragedy, and the Spanish conquest of Mexico was a vast human tragedy, and Cortés himself must in some sense rank beside Alexander, Caesar, or William the Conqueror. Cortés intended to remake Mexico into an Hispanic kingdom. He operated out of his own instincts and historic background. He planned nothing more and nothing less than what the Romans had done to his own race, and the Spaniards to the Moors and Jews. Some of his concepts were brilliant, some were totally impractical. He had decided out of the precedents of warfare and Hispanic law that the lands and bodies of the Mexica, as rebels, were forfeit. There was some expediency in this. He had an army to reward. Many Mexica survivors were branded as slaves taken in war, and all the public lands and their serfs seized. Cortés intended to divide these fields as land grants to veterans according to rank. However, Cortés recognized the clan leaders and intended to permit them certain lands, and he did intend, as he stated, to return the lands of the Mexica-dominated peoples such as the Chalca and the Xochimilca to those tribes. These tribes, most of which had assisted materially in the destruction of the Mexica overlords, were to be free vassals of the Spanish crown. They were to pay taxes or tribute, but to be ruled by their own chiefs, or caciques, as the Spanish called them, from a Caribbean term the conquistadores carried into Mexico. The Tlaxcalteca, without whose help the Spanish would have been destroyed, were to be excused from all tribute. In these circumstances, most of the Amerindian population would be better off than the majority of European peasants and most of the inhabitants of Castile. Cortés expected to settle his soldiers and future emigrants upon farms and to build towns and forts across the land. He would import Catholic missionaries from the disciplined orders, such as Franciscans and Augustinians. He had noticed, like Bernal Diaz, that the pagan priesthood were devoted, austere men who abstained from wealth and women and were revered by the people. Like many Spaniards, Cortés easily made a clear distinction between his faith and the peculiarly corrupt, prideful, and womanizing secular clergy of Spain. He wanted to loose nothing like those priests on Mexico. The settled veterans, the rising towns, and the teaching brothers would soon seed a flourishing Hispanic civilization throughout Mexico. The Indios would be instructed and lured into that civilization. This Roman concept could have worked, except for the fact that 16th-century Spaniards, for all their Roman heritage, were not Romans, and Cortés's followers were early modern Spaniards, not Roman peasant legionaries. Spain had only hordes of hungry adventurers looking for rewards. Cortés should have seen this, because he himself epitomized the true conquistador. And there was another problem confronting this dream of Hispanicizing Mexico. Spaniard and Nahua lived in separate universes of the spirit and mind, far more unfusible than the worlds of Castilian Christians and Sephardic Jews. The Indios might be Hispanicized, but they would never become true Spaniards. Whatever the possibilities, the manner in which the Spanish came into the New World was to prove disastrous for European Amerindian fusion. Mexico had in fact been discovered by a slave-hunting expedition out of Cuba that lost its way, and the old hands in the Cortésian army carried fatal precedents and attitudes from the Indies. Alvarado had started treating continental, town-living Indios exactly like the slave fodder of the Indies. A permanent vision of the Indios as labor, to spare all noble Spaniards from such indignity, was ingrained in Spanish minds. In the absence of gold, Indios were wealth. Cortés himself had fueled these visions of reward at the expense of the indigenes. He recruited his army, suborned men from Velázquez and Narváez, and kept them on their feet through disasters and countless sleepless nights with promises of El Dorado. His facile tongue had fired vast dreams. He vowed that common soldiers would ride saddles of gold, and that brave captains would become marqueses at least. He had motivated incredible heroics by playing on the fact that every Spaniard had come out of the Indies determined to be señor where he stood. In the shock of finding no treasure at Tenochtitlan, Cortés could put off his captains with more promises and visions. He believed these himself. Like Alvarado, they rode off to find more kingdoms beyond Anahuac, or, like Montejo, to conquer the vast peninsula of Yucatan that had been left behind. Actually, gold or slaves seems to have motivated most Castilian captains, as little as they did Cortés. They dreamed of conquests and power. Old Pedrarias, now past 80, still schemed at Darien. Pizarro, ex-swineherd, was already rich with plantations in Panama before he sought out Peru. De Soto found his fortune, threw it away, then died in the swamps of Mississippi pursuing new dreams. Whatever drove them, these captains from Castile would rarely retire or settle down. They won a world, but most of them died by fever and arrow, by assassination, in duels, or by execution or in prison and disgrace. The rank and file of Cortés's army, however, was not put off with more promises. They had no more dared this mysterious empire to plow the soil like peasants than had Cortés himself. The bulk of them were Andalusians, volatile, irreverent, mutinous, and swaggering, with a southern style of speech and an ethos and affected gallantry that, unlike Castilian gravity, were to become the Spanish norms in the New World. Frustrated in Tenochtitlan, they were ready cheerfully to cut their leader's throat. They vociferously backed the royal treasurer Alderete when he demanded the torture of Cuauhtémoc. When Cortés offered them estates, they demanded lordships, encomiendas far more magnificent than any in the islands, encompassing villages and towns. Only a very few of these conquistadores were noblemen. Many of the officers were impecunious hidalgos, with a tenuous claim to gentility like Cortés. The ranks were neither gentle nor bourgeoisie. The small Spanish middle class had no interest in the New World then or later. Their ambitions lay in acquiring letters and gaining offices in the bureaucracy. Some of the army were not Spanish, but Greeks, Venetians, or Portuguese. Some were criminals. They all had the great Spanish cultural disease. They were not interested in finding farms, trading with the natives, or setting up various businesses. They had sailed to become señores. Their genuine valor and enormous endurance and energy was expended to this end and set certain patterns of race relations in conquered Mexico. All of Cortés's actions after the conquest must now be seen in the light of his desperation to remain the ruler of his conquered kingdom. He could only hold power by catering to his armed men. The qualities of a Christian knight and the qualities of an early modern prince were two entirely incompatible things, and now Hernán Cortés began to stain his reputation. He allowed the crippling of Cuauhtémoc by torture when he knew there was no gold in Tenochtitlan. He knew in his heart that he should protect and conciliate the Indios of Mexico. He had expressed this many times, but he conciliated his army instead. He began to award repartimiento encomiendas, which soon went far beyond the Mexica fields, and made his Spaniards lords over the Chalca, Xochimilca, Texcoca, and a dozen other tribes. He needed the loyalty of his men to survive the power struggles that caught up all conquistadorio politics. He was still involved in a great game with Velázquez. Early on, he had sent two gentlemen, Quiñones and Ávila, with letters of explanation and presents to the king. These couriers characteristically disobeyed orders, stopped in the islands, and thus alerted the furious governor of Cuba. Quiñones got himself killed in a tavern brawl. Ávila at last reached Spain. Cortés dispatched Puerto Carrero and another officer with more treasure and further letters to argue his case at court after he took Tenochtitlan. A violent controversy swirled about the court at Valladolid. Juan Rodríguez de Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos and president of the Casa de Contratación, the regulating body for the Indies, and Pánfilo de Narváez, who had lost an eye fighting Cortés in America, represented the claims of Velázquez. They demanded Cortés's recall and arrest. Cortés, however, had secured his own support in the Duque de Béjar, the Conde de Aguilar, and other notables who had been fascinated by his deeds and who protested his unwavering loyalty to the king despite a pinchpenny and backbiting Cuban governor. Charles of Ghent, Carlos I of Spain, usually known as Charles V, his German imperial title outside of Spain, was the Habsburg grandson of the Catholic kings, barely secure on the Castilian throne. He had forced an unlawful coronation, since his demented mother Juana still lived. Carlos had demanded to be king rather than regent, had arrogantly assumed the unwanted title of majesty, and increased taxation while irritating all Castile with his imperial ambitions and his Flemish favorites. A junta of Castilian towns revolted and was quelled only when certain democratic tendencies of the rebels alienated the bulk of the upper classes. While Cortés was conquering Mexico, Carlos I was executing hundreds of rebels and extirpating the last liberties of the Castilian towns. Plagued with this revolt and already enmeshed in European schemes, Carlos seems to have consciously waited for the dust to settle in the Indies before he took a hand in the distant quarrel. Cortés held his own, beating off an attempt by Garay to seize the Panuco region from Jamaica and forcing an official sent out by Fonseca, one Tapia, to retire from Coyoacán despite his possession of legal orders to supersede the conquistador. By 1522, it was obvious that Cortés was in control in Mexico, and the king refused the complaints of the Fonseca-Velázquez faction, confirming all Cortés's actions. Cortés was appointed governor, captain general, and chief justice of New Spain, the name he had given Mexico, and empowered to appoint subordinate officers and exile his enemies. But Carlos also dispatched 4 officers, ostensibly to oversee the treasury, with private instructions to spy on Cortés. The king often is represented as ungrateful to a man who had presented him with a domain holding more people than all of Spain. But Cortés was a new, nameless adventurer, a proven rebel, with qualities of leadership that any Renaissance prince must have viewed suspiciously. Cortés was perhaps the most completely loyal Spaniard in the Indies, but the king could not know this. The great thrust of the Spanish monarchy was toward total consolidation and centralization of power in the crown, and Spanish kings trusted no one completely, and the drive of the crown was incompatible with Cortés's dream of ruling in New Spain as a loyal but virtually independent prince. Carlos I treated Cortés with consideration now and later, but the king and his men around him had no intention of permitting any Spaniard to gain genuine power in America. The king understood the chaotic condition of the governance of America. He revived an old plan of Hernando, creating a new Consejo Real de las Indias, or Council of the Indies, which was actually a considerable bureaucracy. This superseded the Casa de Contratación, which remained a board of trade in the regulation of the overseas empire. Carlos also issued an order forbidding the inhabitants of New Spain to be granted an encomienda. The Indios were to be considered free vassals of the crown. The king had 2 apparent motives. Loaiza, the president of the Council of the Indies, who was a member of Las Casas Dominican order and a number of other influential persons at court, had developed powerful reservations concerning the encirclement of the Native Americans. They had Las Casas evidence it was not working economically and was actually destroying the Indians. Furthermore, the crown did not care to establish a new, powerful aristocracy overseas. Mexico seemed to be a populous, potentially powerful country, and a class of encomenderos might become, like the now cowed nobility of Castile, a threat to the throne. Cortés received this order in 1523 and coolly refused to obey it. His courage was probably based on the fact that his new encomenderos were more dangerous to him at the moment than the king. He wrote to the king that the encomienda was essential if a handful of Spaniards was to hold New Spain. The country could not be Christianized, and without the labor of the natives, the conquerors would not be able to maintain themselves. He further recommended that grants be made perpetual or hereditary, because if granted for the usual single lifetime, there was a temptation for the beneficiary to work his commended Indios to death. Cortés was correct in one thing. Without some form of encomienda, his freebooters would leave. The army would starve unless it lived off local labor. The policy of the crown was to invest nothing in the exploration and conquest of the New World, though the crown claimed a fifth of all profits and proceeds. The crown had no ships and no army prepared to take over an occupation of Mexico. Even in Europe, Spanish armies lived more from looting than from regular pay. All the arguments against the encomienda and the exploitation of the indios broke against this fact. The crown was still not prepared to make an investment in America, but the Spanish were even less prepared to relinquish Mexico. Cortés's defiance angered Carlos, but the king really had no choice except to let Cortés's arrangements stand. Cortés continued to award Amerindians to his followers lavishly, and he took for himself large tracts of land and peoples north of Tenochtitlan, in Cuernavaca, and in the Zapoteca area of Oaxaca. Some historians estimated these territories included as many as 250,000 natives. If so, this made Cortés a vastly greater territorial lord than even the dukes of Castile. Cortés also granted encomiendas under the Spanish system to many native lords. The two surviving daughters of Moctezuma, for instance, received large awards of their own people. This secured them a place in Spanish society and made them quite attractive to some members of the conquering race. Both married Spanish noblemen. Actually, as it was defined by Spanish law, the encomienda was not a bad system. It was legally hedged with duties and responsibilities for encomenderos by regulations lovingly drawn up by jurists and clerics at Sevilla. The masters were to furnish their charges with clothing, housing, and other necessities, and instruct them in religion in return for labor or tribute. The commended were not allowed to move away from their land, but all their other basic rights were to be respected as free men. The Spanish law went to great lengths to indicate that this form of serfdom was not slavery in any sense. As written, encomienda regulations were actually superior to many feudal contracts still in force in Europe. Spanish theory was superb, Spanish laws were enlightened, but both theory and laws were virtually unenforceable. They totally failed to take the reality of conditions in America into account. To have expected the Spanish conquistadores to behave much differently than they did was incredibly naive, but it was a naivete continually written into Spanish law. Because the Spanish councils insisted upon legislating morality, which could not be enforced, there was always a terrible gap between Spanish ideals and Spanish reality. Queen Isabel's rages had not saved the indios of the islands, nor the passionate arguments of Las Casas, with which almost all educated Spaniards agreed. The edicts continually issued through Sevilla were mere discharges of conscience. Cortés was typical in his violent tensions between his ideals as a Christian knight and his actions as a 16th-century destroyer. His whole people was torn between contradictions of the flesh and spirit, instinct and intellect, love and the law, the fear of God and the temptations of the devil. It was instinctive for Cortés and his army to conquer Mexico and set themselves up as lords, but they had to assuage their Christian consciences with interminable rationales to permit or disguise what came naturally. The Spanish spirit insisted on making codes the Spanish flesh could not keep, so they evaded those laws by tortured legalisms. They arrived preaching the love of God for all Indios, but destroyed Indians for Christ's sake. They admitted the humanity of all men while they deliberately dehumanized those different from themselves. They professed peace while they instinctively made war. The Spanish did one thing and said another, but in this, they were anything but unique. This fact has confused Hispanic-American history. There were to be many threads to the Spanish presence in Mexico, social, economic, political, religious, but beginning with Cortés's conquest, there was to be only a single theme, the subordination of one people by another. The Spaniards came to become lords in Mexico, and they would stubbornly maintain themselves as lords against even law and morality and humanity until the end. Given this fact, all that the Spaniards did and were to do in Mexico makes its own sense. Cortés and the king understood this, and if it grieved either of them, it never stayed them. The few turbulent years that followed the conquest were crucial. Cortés ruled for 3 years, and if he could not carry out a true Roman colonization of Mexico, he did enforce a decisive subordination. From Pánuco through the isthmus of Tehuantepec, most of the sedentary Amerindians were brought under Spanish rule. Enduring patterns were laid. The encomienda system was fastened on central, civilized Mexico. This was not a terrible time for the native peoples. The encomienda was the substitution of one form of lordship for another, and Cortés also enforced some regulation of the encomienda. He required encomenderos to be married, to raise horses, and keep arms for the defense of the realm, and he prevented wholesale despoliations. His regulations did have a serious flaw. He failed to set strict limits on what might be required of the Indians, but in Mexico, unlike the islands, a shortage of Indios seemed inconceivable. Cortés was keenly aware of the beauty of the site of Tenochtitlan, and also of its strategic and symbolic location. Cortés now dragooned thousands of Mexica into clearing the fallen walls and rotting bones. After a cleansing by fire, the remaining palaces and teocallis on the southern isle were torn down. Their stones went to form the foundation for the new city. Sunk into the spongy mud, thousands of these stones and abandoned artifacts were again uncovered in the 1960s, when the underground transportation system was built. The new, very noble, notable, and most loyal city of Mexico was laid out in rectangular Spanish fashion. Cortés boasted it would soon rise more splendid than before. Under the surviving clan leaders, who were indispensable to the conquerors, thousands of native workers were brought in from the surrounding area. They came across the causeways for work each day, bringing corn cakes and beans. Far more men were put to this labor than were needed, but this had been a Mexic tradition in their ancient building projects. The conquered Mexica saw nothing strange in this communal labor, carried on mostly without tools, although their own role was reversed, and they bore it stoically. Some men died in the careless construction, but the Amerindians were used to this also. The former ceremonial center at the south end of Tenochtitlan was made the heart of the new Spanish town. The plaza was set out where the great temple complex and the palaces of the speakers had stood. Cortés designed this plaza with a municipal hall and shops, with a church to be erected on the site of the destroyed temple pyramid. This area is now the modern Zócalo of Mexico, and the church, many times rebuilt, is the present cathedral. The present National Palace occupies the site of the vanished palace of Moctezuma II. Cortés did not build these structures, but he laid out the locations. Broad avenues went out from the great plaza in all directions to the lake. The houses of the conquistadores were planned along these streets. Laborers sweated blocks of soft gray lava stone, and the red tezontle the Spaniards especially preferred, into position for these great houses, and they wrought down thousands of cedar and cypress logs from the mountains for beams. Within a few months, the outline of Cortés's capital was taking shape. Dull red palaces and bright, whitewashed walls again threw their reflections into the still lake. The massive houses of the conquerors were erected around open patios, but within they were still dark and dank, because the Europeans feared the night air as much as Amerindians. While the building was in progress, Cortés organized a civic government at Coyoacán. He appointed aldermen to represent the crown. These councilmen then elected their mayor, and the municipality then began to regulate through the proclamations dear to the Hispanic heart, setting the price controls, sanitation standards, regulations, and curfews that the Spanish believed they could not live without. An ordinance assigned the natives to Tlatelolco. They were forbidden to live in Mexico. This was not, of course, enforceable. The indigenes were building Mexico, and besides, every conquistador had his retinue of native servants and girls. The rising houses were filled with indios and indias, house servants, and a swelling band of half-breed children. The great mass of indios, however, remained outside this transplanted Hispanic civilization, within their own clans. The first city of Nueva España set a style for all future Hispanic cities across the country. All slavishly followed Spanish forms in design, architecture, and government. Within a few years, they would rise up in the mountain valleys from a distance almost indistinguishable from towns in Old Spain. All would be erected by forced native labor, though for centuries no native was to have a real place inside them. With their urban instincts and traditions, most of the Spanish in New Spain sought to dwell in cities, which were the Spanish governmental and social units, exercising jurisdiction over the surrounding countryside. All offices in the towns were held by Spaniards, who eagerly competed for such posts. Most encomenderos, whose lands and commended Indians might lie far distant in the hinterlands, kept a townhouse. Cortés requested all the things from Old Spain needed to make this country into a truly Hispanic kingdom: mules, cattle, horses, sheep and swine, chickens, rice, sugar cane shoots, fruits, and vines. Above all, the Spanish were impatient for wheat seed and mill machinery to grind flour for bread. The conquistadores were sick to death of living on beans and tortillas, the cakes made from maize. The conquerors, in fact, never were to acquire much taste for indigenous foods or products beyond tobacco. They introduced wines and beef and wheaten bread into New Spain, traditions that would remain in the Central Highlands among the Europeanized class. The natives continued to tend their ancient milpas, but Cortés, with the introduction of work animals and the wooden plow, revolutionized agriculture. Oxen and donkeys soon became indispensable to the Indios. They would always prefer their native corn. However, those caught up in the encomienda had no choice but to cater to their masters' tastes and needs. They worked wheat fields and watched over herds of Spanish cattle and sheep. Spanish goats and Spanish chickens also entered their lives. With new Spanish towns and European agriculture, the highlands soon began to take on an old-world look they never would entirely lose. There were also less fruitful imports into New Spain. The news of the conquest sent a newer horde of rootless Spaniards pouring into America. Hundreds landed at San Juan de Ulua, usually with only a rusty sword, their pride, and the clothes upon their backs. Cortés's kingdom needed Europeans, because there was now, and always would be, a great lack of Western skills and knowledge in Mexico. Unfortunately, most of the immigrants were the wrong kind to build the kingdom Cortés visualized. They were the same kind who had gone out before. The authorities did try to limit emigration to married men with families, people with useful trades or skills, and those who could prove they were free of taint of Jew or Moor. In practice, these regulations were as unworkable as other codes. Only a few Spaniards were free by birth or circumstance to leave Spain, and these were adventurers in the main. They had no concept of a New Jerusalem, but they did have a strong urge to find El Dorado. Many who were married conveniently left their wives behind and never sent for them. Craftsmen, who were desperately needed in New Spain, sailed to put all that behind them. Even purity of blood was no problem. Certificates could be bought from an obliging officialdom. The bureaucratic maze that entangled the Casa de Contratación did not so much regulate emigration as tend to slow and restrict it, so that the trickle never averaged more than about 1,000 Spaniards per year. This was more than sufficient, since they came not to work, but to live off the Amerindians. The constant arrival of new Spaniards caused problems for the governance of New Spain. Cortés siphoned off many for his explorations, but they could not be prevented from harassing the Indios, and many gathered turbulent and volatile in the capital, jealous of all authority and full of complaints and accusations. Cortés was also disappointed in the first missionaries sent out from Spain, who were Flemish Franciscans and who were headed by a bastard of the king. The Spanish disliked such Nordics almost as much as Moors or Jews, but it would have been impolitic for Cortés to reject them, so he shunted them off to Texcoco. He was much pleased by the second contingent, which arrived in 1524, and which was made up of true Spaniards, Martín de Valencia, and 11 Franciscan friars, probably some of the most dedicated members of their order. They were to prove the best and most vigorous representatives of European culture in the New World. Cortés made a great show of the coming of the friars. He met them, trudging barefoot in the apostolic fashion over the mountains from Veracruz, with his court and a great assemblage of Indians. He knelt at Valencia's feet and kissed the coarse hem of the priest's habit. This may have astounded the gentle Franciscans. The effect on the native notables was even more profound. The fathers, who knew nothing of the country, its people or languages, immediately began building convents at Mexico and Huexotzingo. These years were the summit of Cortés's career. For now, the stresses of holding power were changing him. Weariness, insecurity, and perhaps disease had begun to warp his judgment and cause acts that tarnished his brilliance. All that really damaged Cortés's image came after the conquest and stemmed from his stubborn determination to hold on to power. He was continually fearful that other conquistador captains would encroach on his domain, and because of the conquistadorial nature and the undefined boundaries of the fiefdoms in the New World, his fears were not unfounded. But after having coolly held off Garay of Jamaica with arms, bluff, and diplomacy, Cortés finally proceeded in 1524 to throw everything away. The wily Pedrarias was expanding his conquests northward from Panama. Cortés held that all Middle America was his territory, and to thwart Pedrarias, he sent Pedro de Alvarado down the Pacific coast into Guatemala and Cristobal de Olid by sea to seize the country of Las Ibueras, now Honduras. The unimaginative but brutally efficient Alvarado faithfully annexed the Guatemalan highlands to New Spain. Olid, however, fell prey to fatal conquistadorial disease. In the Honduran forests, he decided to erect his own kingdom. The news threw Cortés into a rage. Uncharacteristically, the leader who had survived countless crises with an icy temper now gathered a force of Spaniards and Indians and rushed off to the south through country no European had explored. Had Cortés stopped to think, he would have left the disciplining of Olid to his lieutenants, or at least have gone by sea. And in leaving, he made only makeshift provisions for government in his absence by appointing a committee of 3 men. Of course, Cortés had no idea of the horrendous terrain that lay between Honduras and Anahuac. The mountains, jungles, rainforests, and vast swamps, nor any notion of the months it would take to cross the barriers. He expected to be absent briefly, but he took along Malintzin and also Cuauhtémoc and the former lord of Tlacopan because he feared to leave such potentially dangerous native leaders behind in Mexico. He was soon lost in the swamps and forests south of Tehuantepec, country where even his native guides had never trod. Men sickened and horses starved. Cortés himself grew ill, and he was never again to regain his former energy. And here he committed the act for which modern Mexicans will not forgive him. Under attack by hostile savages, Cortés was informed by one of the Mexica who attended Cuauhtémoc that the captive lordlings had hatched a plot against his life. Cuauhtémoc and his kinsmen of Tlacopan were to attack the Spaniards, kill them, and then lead the local Indians back for a liberation of Mexico. Fanciful as this undoubtedly was, a feverish Cortés immediately seized Cuauhtémoc and the other lord, and though the last speaker protested his innocence calmly, had them hanged from a ceiba tree. The falling eagle behaved with courage and dignity to the last. Cuauhtémoc was killed from expediency. He was a dangerous captive for Cortés in his present perilous circumstance. But this political murder was carried out hastily under conditions that made even the brutal Spanish men-at-arms mutter, and Bernal Diaz was to write uneasily years later that Cortés had erred. The two princes were buried in the rainforest. Cuauhtémoc was to become a symbolic hero to most Mexicans, the embodiment both of Indian virtues and the Indian tragedy, and above all a symbol of the oppression of the native race. Modern claims of the discovery of his bones sparked much political and ideological, but little scientific, controversy among 20th century Mexicans, proving primarily that Cuauhtémoc had become a martyr, and the man who killed him an ogre in the modern Mexican mind. The conquistador arrived in Honduras only to find that Olid's revolt had been put down by loyal officers and Olid himself beheaded. The weary and wasted Cortés party now took 18 months to march back to Anahuac. This journey accomplished nothing for Spanish arms or exploration. Cortés only accomplished one thing. He disposed of Malintzin. Passing through Malintzín's native country, he endowed her with a large estate and married her off to Juan Jaramillo, a Spaniard perhaps attracted by the splendid dowry. Like Cuauhtémoc, Malintzin had served her usefulness. Her fate was presumably happier. A great crowd assembled to welcome Cortés's miraculous return. He had been believed dead, but now he learned of new disasters in his absence. The deputies he had left in charge had immobilized each other while carrying a virtual civil war with the encomenderos. New Spain devolved into anarchy, while the Indios, without protection, had been exploited mercilessly. Cortés's legions of enemies had sprung up, firing off accusations and complaints about him to the council and crown. Cortés was charged in his absence with 8 crimes, ranging from robbing the king's treasury to the murder of his wife. The charges were probably totally specious. Las Casas, no friend of Cortés, refused to credit any of them. Cortés was scrupulous in his accounts, and while his wife Catalina Juárez died suspiciously soon after arriving unbidden from Cuba, the rumor that he strangled her arose only after he left the city. Cortés was guilty of poor judgment, and this gave the king an excuse to remove him. He dispatched Don Luis Ponce de León, a young courtier, to strip Cortés of his governorship while he investigated the charges against the conquistador. Cortés was not, however, in any sense disgraced. He was allowed to retain the captaincy general of the military in New Spain. The king sent him a letter in the royal hand, assuring Cortés of his regard pending his justification. Cortés retired to his palatial residence, surrounded by a bitter crowd of old comrades in arms and friends. In 1526, Ponce de León died before he could accomplish anything, and a successor also followed him quickly to the grave. The third special commissioner selected by the council to govern New Spain was himself part of the original problem. Estrada, the royal treasurer, was one of the officers Cortés had left in command at Mexico. Estrada immediately proved himself so incompetent and so biased against Cortés that he was removed. In 1527, the Council of the Indies, with the king's approval, appointed an Audiencia Real, or special royal commission, to rule. This body consisted of a presidente and 2 judge commissioners, or oidores, who collectively exercised full executive and judicial powers. Cortés himself was now commanded to appear at royal court. This was not to try him, since his future trial was to be in the New World before the Audiencia, but a judicious move to get him out of New Spain. He sailed in 1528, taking along an entourage of old captains like Tapia and Sandoval, many Indios, and much treasure. His arrival in Spain and his passage to the court at Toledo was a triumph. Mobs cheered him, crowding the roads to see the strange Indios, and great noblemen feted him along the route. Carlos received Cortés with exquisite courtesy. He believed none of the charges, and he created Cortés Marqués del Valle de Oaxaca. A marquisate was still a great title in the early 16th century, and this was to be the only ennoblement of a conquistador and the only granting of a patent in New Spain for almost a century. Cortés's land grant was also confirmed, binding forever his score of Indian towns and thousands of native servants. The king further approved Cortés's marriage to Doña Juana Zúñiga, a great lady related to the houses of Béjar and Aguilar. There were other honors, but Carlos would not grant Cortés the one thing the great conqueror really wanted, a second chance to govern Mexico. The crown was wary of charismatic captains. Meanwhile, the First Audiencia continued the existing chaos in New Spain. The appointments of bureaucrats and clerics on the Council of the Indies had been naive. The man made president of the Audiencia was Nuño Beltrán de Guzmán, former governor of Pánuco. Nuño had quickly made a reputation foul even among the worst conquistadores by selling thousands of Huasteca tribesmen as slaves to Caribbean planters. He was a man without a single redeeming virtue, but his career tells something about the Spanish ethos on the raw American frontier. Nuño de Guzmán was energetic and powerful, with the peculiar morality of a leader who even in outlawry kept scrupulous accounts with the crown, sending the royal treasury a peso for each slave sold, and his sword did extend the Spanish jurisdiction in Mexico. Nuño had supreme contempt for most men, Indios and Spanish alike, hanging both for specious crimes. He once had a man nailed by the tongue to a post for insolence. His two oidores, Delgadillo and Matienzo, lacked Nuño's bestiality, but shared his greed. For 2 years, these three milked New Spain. Nuño sold encomiendas to his cronies of the worst sort and allowed them to ravage the enserfed Indios unmercifully. Natives were declared in rebellion so that they could be made chattel slaves. It was the frightful experience of the islands repeated in Mexico. Nuño also persecuted any real or suspected friends of Cortés. He recalled Alvarado from Guatemala and threw him into prison. Only one Spaniard in New Spain dared cross the powerful president. Juan de Zumárraga, a Franciscan friar who was now the first bishop of the Diocese of Mexico, was a stubborn Basque, intransigent in his religion, but also fearless in his protection of the Amerindian charges. He denounced the Audiencia from the episcopal pulpit and wrote letters to Spain. Nuño de Guzmán's spies intercepted most of these letters, while his bullies very nearly assassinated Zumárraga on one occasion. Finally, a smuggled letter did reach the council, which could not doubt the bishop's honesty. The First Audiencia was recalled in 1530. The council and the crown were now disenchanted with setting up one conquistador to rule the others. The council recommended to the king that a viceroy be appointed over New Spain. The great problem was authority and legitimacy, and the finding of a governor who would be responsive to the government in Spain. The letrados believed that a virrey, a viceroy, would embody some of the mystique that surrounded the Spanish crown and bring order to New Spain, which was too far away to be governed directly by the royal bureaucracy. The new viceroy should be a grand señor, a nobleman who stood so far above the assorted riffraff in the Indies that he could never be enmeshed in their endless quarrels. The king agreed. But Carlos was off to Flanders, caught up in his own endless European wars. He left the selection of the right man to the Queen Empress and the council. Few noblemen wanted any part of the dangerous American shore. Finally, a royal chamberlain, Don Antonio de Mendoza, Conde de Tendilla, accepted, but needed time to settle his affairs. Mendoza was an excellent choice. He was descended from perhaps the most illustrious ducal house of Castile, an aristocrat, but a thorough and trusted royalist. While he made ready to go, the council appointed a second Audiencia to rule New Spain. The new Audiencia was selected with great care. The president was Don Sebastián Ramírez de Fuenleal, Bishop of Santo Domingo in the Indies. The oidores were the licenciados or licensed lawyers Vasco de Quiroga, Alonso Maldonado, Francisco Caínos, and Juan de Salmerón, known to be competent and humane. When they arrived at Mexico with the authority to depose and arrest Nuño de Guzmán, the former president gathered an army of partners in crime and Indios and fled into Michoacán, claiming his mission was to pacify the northwest country for the church and crown. The Tarasca had paid homage to the Spanish king and made no warlike moves against Nuño de Guzmán. He rewarded them by seizing and ravaging Tintzuntzan and torturing the lord of the Tarasca to make him reveal his treasures. The tribute arrived too slowly, and the lord was burned alive. Nuño ravaged the whole region, killing native chieftains indiscriminately. When the Tarasca fled to the mountains, he moved on into what is now Jalisco and Sinaloa, raiding into Nayarit. He was able to carry on for 6 years before he was finally caught up with on the east coast and brought to justice. He was disgraced, but his services were considered too important to the crown for him to be punished severely. He did draw the Spanish upward into the west, which was called New Galicia, and his one lasting act was to found a settlement called Guadalajara, which was some years later moved to the site of the present city. Ramírez de Fuenleal and his lawyers made great efforts to repair the damage. The Audiencia revoked the encomiendas granted by Nuño de Guzmán, and it also outlawed the branding and enslavement of natives supposedly taken in war. This ended the taking of Mexicans as slaves, for the most part, throughout central New Spain. Enslavement of Africans, however, was still legal and even encouraged by the Church, and some blacks were now arriving in Mexico. The Audiencia also organized the government of the millions of Indios who were still outside private encomiendas. These were considered free vassals of the crown. They were to continue owning their communal fields, and their villages were to be ruled by the caciques, most of whom were now officially designated regidores. The Spanish, however, failed to see the elective nature of much of this leadership, and they made the office of regidor hereditary, as in Spain. They appointed salaried Spanish officers who reported to the Audiencia to supervise the village regidores. This system was called the corregimiento. The duties of the salaried officer, or corregidor, were to collect the assigned tithes and taxes, keep order with constables or alguaciles, dispense justice, and assist in the conversion of the Indians. The corregimiento was in reality nothing but a royal encomienda, operated by crown officers rather than private encomenderos. The concept stemmed from the same blend of despotism and feudalism and paternalism that characterized all Spanish institutions. The Audiencia believed the corregimiento would prove far superior to the encomienda because it was thought that crown officers would afford better justice and fairer regulation than proprietors who profited from native labor. The system obviously fell back on the hope and trust in competent and incorruptible officials at all levels of the hierarchy, an optimistic notion. But under the second Audiencia, all systems seemed to work reasonably well. There was peace. Towns rose, at Puebla and other places. Friar missionaries began to arrive in effective force. The conquistadorial era had ended in the heavily populated, long-settled, fertile regions of central Mexico, though it would continue for many years on both the northern and southern frontiers. Hernán Cortés did not fit into the new scheme. He returned to New Spain in 1530 with his mother and his new bride. The charges against him were neither dropped nor brought to trial, probably judicious royal policy on both accounts. At Cuernavaca, Cortés erected a great house with walls and battlements. He lived here in princely splendor, captain general and first gentleman of the country, although he had no role in government. He quarreled continually with the Audiencia, whose members were suspicious of his ambitions. Cortés, never content with his sugar mills and score of Mexican towns, still dreamed of great projects in the West. Cortés organized expeditions to explore the Pacific coast at his private expense. Much of this activity proved of lasting value. He built shipyards at and founded the ports of Zacatula and Acapulco, and sailors in his service mapped the coast between the isthmus of Tehuantepec and the sea which still bears his name. Cortés became fascinated with California, the bleak, beautiful peninsula named from a chivalric romance, but his effort to plant a colony in Lower California failed. Cortés was an incurable romantic. He still dreamed of finding fresh kingdoms. The dreams were no more grandiose than before, but now there were no more kingdoms within his reach. After 10 years, refused the command of an expedition that fell to Coronado, Cortés returned to Spain. Here he offered various services to the king, fighting Moors in Africa, always hoping to re-win the governorship of Mexico. He died in 1547 in Spain. His bones were carried back to Mexico at his request and buried very near the spot where he and Moctezuma first met. A son by Juana Zúñiga de Cortés succeeded to his titles and estates. The line died out in the 4th generation. Some of the income from the vast Oaxacan properties went to endow a hospital founded by Cortés at Mexico. The rest passed by inheritance to the Italian house of Monteleone, which held and enjoyed this in absentia until the Mexican Revolution. No public statues have been raised to Cortés in Mexico. Probably none ever will be. Modern Mexicans side emotionally with the Amerindians in the conquest. The Republic has made a symbolic hero out of the hapless Cuauhtémoc. Modern biases, however, cannot set aside historic fact. Cortés conquered Mexico and left it forever changed. He was a founding father. Even the Spanish-speaking blended race that now professes to despise him is unthinkable without Cortés. Chapter 15. New Spain. In the midst of all the fiery and unregulated spirit of a colony like Mexico, he sustained the dignity of his office unimpaired. He was successful upon all occasions except in the enforcement of the complete emancipation of the Indians. History must at least do him the justice to record the fact that his administration was tempered with mercy. Brantz Meyer, on the Viceroy de Mendoza, 1850. Don Antonio de Mendoza, Conde de Tendilla, first Viceroy of New Spain, debarked at San Juan de Ulua in 1535, the year the Spanish Empire in Mexico properly begins. The broad patterns of society and subordination had already been set in the encomienda and the corregimiento, which now applied to all the sedentary Amerindians of the old Mexica Empire. The Spanish domain was not yet made. Exploration and warfare continued in the north and in Yucatan, but the great fertile regions of Mexico had been taken. What remained was to bring together the chaotic satrapies of the conquistadores under the Spanish crown. The viceregal system was designed to keep order in the Mexican wilderness by protecting the native mice and also belling the Spanish cats, but above all it was designed to hold an empire for Spain. Mendoza came as viceroy, and the personal representative of the crown, as president of the Audiencia, which was expanded and retained to serve as a vice-regal council and highest court, and as head of government and chief justice of the realm. As captain general, he exercised all military powers. As vice-patron of the church, he controlled religious patronage, with the power to appoint and discipline the clergy. As superintendent of the treasury, he held full power of the purse. He had power in every field. Even his moral influence in these circumstances was apt to be profound. The viceroy was not, however, sovereign in any sense. He could not make law. There was no legislative power in the Indies, and his proclamations always reflected decisions made in Spain. While the viceroy's office was to be supreme, or nearly supreme in the New World, it was to be kept totally subservient to the crown of Spain. The viceroy, appointed at the king's pleasure, could be removed at any time. Later, his term was limited to a very short period. His audiencia, which took over on his removal or death, was appointed independently out of Spain, and it could go to the crown over the viceroy's head. The viceroy was subject to the laws and orders of the Council of the Indies, of which the king was actually president. Finally, he was subject to two potentially humiliating devices, the visita and the residencia. Visitadores, or special inspectors armed with warrants, could be sent out by the king. They could supersede the viceroy, while he could not interfere with them. The residencia was a full-scale investigation of the acts, finances, and failures of a viceregal administration. The system was hastened by the demonstrated failure of the conquistadores to regulate themselves. However, it derived directly from the centralizing despotic tendency of the Hispanic world. The Spanish no longer had any genuine form of local government. If city councils were permitted to elect mayors, the individual councilmen were all appointed by the crown. The Spanish instinct was more for regulation than law. Therefore, their government had emerged almost entirely as a government of men instead of laws. Its pervasive and persistent rationale was that of benevolent despotism and enlightened directives articulated through a hierarchy. If the despotism were not benevolent, however, there was no remedy short of violent resistance or revolution. In the creation of the vice-regal office, New Spain was not treated more cavalierly than Castile. In fact, in Mendoza's day, the Holy Inquisition did not cross the Atlantic, and neither colonials nor Indios were forced to pay anything like the crushing burdens already fastened on the merchants and peasants of Spain. There were certain privileges in the older kingdoms granted by former kings. The crown had no intention of granting any new ones in the New World. However, certain rights that applied to privileged corporations, the clergy, the military, the engineers, entered with the professions themselves. The Spanish society was almost paralyzed in time by the exemptions and privileges of privileged corporations, but the total power of the crown made such institutions necessary. Some filter, something, had to stand between individuals and the arbitrary power of government. Without privileged corporations, a theoretically all-powerful monarchy might have been able to tear up Spanish society from the roots. The creation of vice-regal government in Spanish territories made differences between Spanish and British America that went beyond even the marked differences between the two peoples. Spain stopped all colonial experimentation in government. The English, who had great difficulties developing any sort of genuine imperialism, and whose monarchy was beset with peculiar problems in the 17th century, allowed their settlers in North America great latitude in the first century of colonization. These colonists actually developed something new in self-government, though it sprang from English county traditions. Whether Spanish America could have created something new is moot. It had no opportunity. Consolidation of the Spanish Empire came at a crucial period, when the Spanish kingdoms were the greatest power in Europe. Spain had superb confidence and also a necessary sense of self-righteousness. She threw up high-minded, confident men. The inherent racism and intolerances had not yet festered under pressures into gangrene. Cruel as it was, the Spanish Inquisition was still a creative tool. The inquisitors were not consciously destroying so much as remaking. The Virrey de Mendoza began his triumphal march to the highland capital from the pestilential throughport of Veracruz. The Spanish were as thoroughly ceremonial as the Amerindians, and the month-long progress of the viceroy was magnificent. At Segura de la Frontera, the outpost founded by Cortés, Mendoza was honored with pennants and drums. At Puebla de los Angeles, a new town, the regidores vied with each other in lavish courtesies. The viceroy was announced with fiestas or public celebrations, bells and guns. The old nobility of Cholula and Huixotzingo reverenced Mendoza as they had once bowed to Motecuzoma. These ancient cities were not much changed, because in these years the conquistadores had not yet impinged heavily upon them, though the Franciscans were in them building churches. Outside the towns, the countryside was changing rapidly. Wheat and orchards sprang up beside the ubiquitous Indian corn, and there were native herdsmen guarding flocks of sheep. At the causeways that still led out to the very noble, notable, and most loyal city of Mexico, the viceroy was welcomed in a blaze of red and purple cloaks and polished armor, as the Audiencia surrendered its powers and all the rich and important personages of the diocese and ayuntamiento bowed to the vice-regal baton. There were banners and trumpets and the bright feathers and green jades of assembled Mexic lords. Notaries read the king's proclamation, and Don Antonio de Mendoza entered into his kingdom. This was the beginning of the greatest and probably the happiest era in the life of Spanish Mexico. Mendoza was excellently equipped to be a viceroy. He was a Renaissance humanist and statesman, and by the standards of his time, remarkably humane. He was deeply interested in the rudimentary sciences, the arts, and education. He brought a printing press to Mexico. Beyond that, he was a rarity among Spanish noblemen, cool rather than passionate, hard-working but not driven, cautious but firm when he had made up his mind. He did not come as an aristocrat, but as the best of bureaucrats. These qualities and his circumstances paved the way for a splendid reign. His instructions from the king were liberal. He was to protect his Amerindian subjects, see to the state of public worship, discipline the clergy where required. He was authorized to establish a mint to advance the prosperity of the realm. He was to be generous with grants and concessions, both to natives and conquistadores. In the 1530s, Spanish attitudes toward America were more generous than they were to remain. The crown still lived handsomely off its Flemish and Castilian revenues. Castile was prosperous, and the disastrous revolt of the Netherlands lay in the future. Europe was bearing the burden of Carlos's ambitions and wars. America had not proved to be a treasure house, and Spanish authorities looked on the New World more as a region to be developed than to be looted, whatever the dreams of the conquistadores. The crown got its revenues from encomienda taxes and corregimiento tribute. Neither taxes nor tribute were excessive by any standard. In this decade, both institutions seemed to be working well. There were two reasons for the apparent and probably very real success. The first was that even with the exorbitant demands of some encomenderos and the massive building programs in the new Spanish towns, the very numbers of the conquered peoples made the burdens of supporting a few thousand Europeans negligible. The ratio of Spaniards to Amerindians could not have been more than 1 to 5,000 in New Spain. The houses of the conquistadores, Cortes's fortress palace at Cuernavaca, and the great church convents going up put no strain on the indigenous economy. The demands of the Mexica probably had been more onerous, certainly in waste and blood. Previously, at least a third of the daily hours of the common people had been devoted to various religious ceremonies, and Mesoamerican agriculture, without plows or draft animals, was minimally productive. The Spanish introduction of the steel axe alone worked a technological revolution. In 1535, Amerindian Mexico was probably more productive than it had ever been. If masses of Indians were being dragooned for Spanish projects, these were no more expensive in terms of time and labor than the former pyramids. The second reason the system was working was that the second audiencia followed the rationale that the native population was to be assisted toward full citizenship. The casual torture, killing, and enslavement of sedentary Amerindians was halted. The missionary program was in full swing, but the paternalism of the Franciscan padres was not yet deadly, for these priests saw themselves in a truly parental role, and one that had a finite goal. There is considerable evidence that the conquered population worked cheerfully in the 1530s. Mendoza himself was always ready to hear complaints of the indigenes. He corrected abuses, and he had a great reputation for fairness with the native population. The viceroy also was extremely successful in handling the previously turbulent Spanish settlers. The viceregal throne had its desired effect by awing the conquistadores, and also these men appeared pleased and flattered even at the condescension of a Mendoza, and there was as yet no sense of separation between Spaniards and colonials. All adult Spaniards in the New World were still peninsulares, that is, they had all been born in Spain. And in this period, the Spanish conquerors were free to indulge themselves in almost any vice or pleasure, so long as they did not infringe upon the prerogatives of the crown. Mendoza was not only good-humored toward colonial extravagances, he catered to them. The viceregal court was surrounded by pomp and ceremony. The viceroy sponsored fetes and balls, and supped in many of the rude palaces of the ruder conquistadores. The lives of the small Spanish master class quickly devolved into a round of hunts, feasts, bullfights, and, in this century, the immensely popular tournaments or jousts. These were then the sports of the high European aristocracy and kings. The creation of this quite wealthy leisure class in New Spain soon threw a patina of cultivation over colonial society. The transplanted Spaniards in the city of Mexico were not ungenteel, and in outward appearances Mexico soon compared favorably with almost any capital in the world, but this was, and would remain, a colonial society. It was an appendage that drew its sap and sustenance from old Spain. Mexican-Spanish society was different in several vital ways from that of Spain or Europe generally. Besides obvious marked ethnic differences between the ruling Spaniards and the indigenous Amerindians, there was no infrastructure between the small class of Spaniards and the Indians. Above all, New Spain lacked two groups that formed the backbone of European society, the gentry and an independent bourgeoisie, whose professionals, artists, and merchants created most of the forms and ethos of Western civilization. The conquistadores, for all their aristocratic pleasures and airs, vast landholdings, exacted tribute, and forced service, did not rule. The encomendero class had no rule in the governing of New Spain, and thus could not emerge as an aristocracy. The civic posts they held were prestigious and even held out opportunities for graft, but they were not policy-making. The encomenderos, therefore, could not emerge as a leadership class like the landed squires, merchants, and lawyers of early British America, because they held no magistracies and there were no local legislatures. The class, in fact, had no real public role at all. Their theoretical functions were to provide military service by holding down the Indios and to impart Hispanic culture to the native population. In effect, they immediately left such functions to the viceroy and the friars. Thus they formed merely a privileged social elite, but without even the traditions of the European aristocracy. They and their descendants gave the capital of New Spain polish and social glitter, and little else. There seemed to be immediate, enormous progress toward civilization in the Spanish New World, primarily because of the creation of this tiny, immensely wealthy leisure class. Mexico soon had universities, palaces, printing presses, and fancy dress balls. All this was enormously more impressive than the appearance of the rude, turbulent, and inherently egalitarian North American frontier, with its endless lands and shortages of labor. The glittering Spanish capitals of Lima and Mexico, however, were very exotic growths. They were mere reflections of Europe cast over the New World. Uncreative, they produced nothing new. Like the great houses of the encomenderos, which except in size and massiveness never approached the grandeur and refinement of the great houses and palaces of Europe, then or later, the reflection of glory was rather pale compared to the source. The imported Hispanic civilization in the Spanish provincial capitals failed to take native root. Its members would still be looking back to the Old World for their sap and sustenance after 400 years. This does not mean, however, that there was no seeding of a vital hispanidad. It simply was not the work of the conquistadores. The work of the sword was followed immediately by the labors of the friars, in a direct continuation of the dreams of Cortés. The missionary effort in Spanish America was the one thing that kept the lordship of Spain from becoming just another ephemeral imperial venture. Spain's free hand in the New World gave governors, bishops, and missionaries a chance to change America forever. This era coincided with the greatest flowering of Hispanic civilization, the time of Spanish hope and power and glory from the reigns of the Catholic kings to the abdication of Charles of Ghent. The priests and teaching brothers planted two roots of culture, language and religion, imperishably in the native populations. Thus they changed the very environment forever in the New World. The efforts of the mission system were a failure and must be described as a failure, but only in the sense of the system's self-imposed goals of making fully Europeanized, fully equal subjects of the Amerindians. This did not happen for a host of reasons, some historic and some human, but the work of the missionaries was to prove more effective in the long run than the work of soldiers, merchants, or conquistadores. The utter collapse of the Amerindian civilizations of America in the face of Spanish challenge increasingly fascinates modern historians because it was a phenomenon experienced nowhere else during the 400-year European mastery of the outer world. The single greatest reason was probably the stagnation, though a few scholars deny that Mexican culture was static when Cortés arrived, and the inherent brittleness of the indigenous civilizations. To destroy nations, the Spanish conquistadores had only to destroy tiny, lordly priestly elites. In Mexico, not only the Mexica, but the lords and priests of all the civilized communities were immediately paralyzed by European technology and power. The paralysis was followed by deep demoralization. When the Spanish came, the sun continued to rise in the east, and the corn grew without the services of the priests and without the replenishment of human blood. The white men, mocking all idols and ceremonies, carried everything before their shields, guns, and spears. Killing alone would not have destroyed the Mexican priesthood. Mexicans had been killing themselves for thousands of years. The Europeans cracked their whole universe, and unable to cope with Spanish material power, the native ruling classes never began to cope with Spanish ideas. The priests were the carriers and preservers of all Amerindian knowledge, and this died with them among the demolished temples and toppled idols. Amerindian civilization, with its rituals, techniques, traditions, writings, and worldviews, vanished utterly, but very large elements of Amerindian pre-civilized culture survived. The communal village societies, primitive agriculture, and indigenous customs and foods all survived vestigially in remote areas and even within the shadow of the very noble city of Mexico. These were things that had remained outside of or untouched by the rise of indigenous civilization, and much of this primitive culture remained beyond the reach of Hispanicization. The Amerindian tribal village was already an anachronism in Montecusoma's empire. Only the fascination of so many anthropologists and the emotionalism of modern Mexicans toward their past had obscured the fact that most pre-civilized indigenous survivals have actually handicapped the advance of civilization in modern Mexico. They have had no other effect, in any case. If Amerindian blood and some vestiges of Amerindian cultures were to reassert themselves, Amerindian civilization was dead a generation after the Franciscans came. If Mexico remained an Amerindian nation, as so many modern observers have claimed, it is necessary to define what is meant and to recall that blood has never been a determinant of human civilization. Benito Juarez was not in any real sense an Indian, except as Indians came to be defined in the Mexican caste systems and in the Mexican mind. The swords of the conquistadores and the intolerances of the chaplains created a spiritual vacuum in Mexico, filled quickly, it seems, by arriving missionary friars who took the former ruling elite's places. The encomenderos, who preferred to live in Spanish towns, were merely a brutal set of warlords becoming enervated by ease and wealth. Catholic priests, instead, in a real sense, came to rule and direct the lives of the Amerindians, because the encomenderos gladly left both the conversion and the Hispanicization of the natives to the friars. From the rise of the first magicians, Mesoamerican society had prepared its peoples for the friars' role. The failure of the ancient magic made a race as inherently religious as the Amerindians desperately hungry for replacements. The Mesoamericans had never developed a rational world view that could give meaning to their lives without religion and ritual. More than 100 centuries had conditioned the sedentary Amerindians to accept the domination of a priestly elite. Therefore, a few score missionaries, usually operating alone amidst millions of Indians, were able to remake the cultural map of Mexico. Their accomplishments may be questioned on many grounds. That they made Amerindian Mexico more Catholic than even Old Spain cannot be. Surely, idols remained behind some Roman altars, but such superstitions survived the higher religions everywhere, even in Europe itself. Roman Catholic Christianity, with its spectacular rituals and sacrificial theology, fitted splendidly into the native traditions. The satisfyingly bloody and agonizing sacrifice of one man, strongly emphasized in Spanish consciousness, was immediately recognizable and aesthetically appealing to peoples accustomed to an endless procession of mangled bodies and racks of drying skulls in the appeasement of god forces. The natives could appreciate the Mass and the symbolism of Christian sacrifice, which was as much based on the shedding of blood as their old religion. They probably could not grasp the concept of a triune God or fully comprehend the Judeo-Christian ethic, but the conquerors hardly understood the finer points of these themselves. Spanish Catholicism, like the native religions, placed its great emphasis upon ceremony and observance, not internal intellectuality. And if the God in three was not quite comprehensible, the ancient Mediterranean religion had thrown up a full assortment of lesser deities in its saints to replace all the minor, local gods of the Mexic pantheon. Indigenous needs and the qualities of Hispanic Catholicism do not quite explain the fantastic progress of the new faith in Mexico. A great deal was due to the quality of the missionaries. The Spanish clerical orders had been recently disciplined and purified by Queen Isabel and were at the height of their organization and elan. The friars of the regular orders, Franciscans, Augustinians, and Dominicans, were anything but refugees from the world. They were active, intelligent, dedicated men who expected to perform active roles in the world. The friars became bishops in these days, like Zumárraga. Like Loaiza, they served as presidents of royal councils. They went barefoot among the people. They taught at the greatest universities. The orders perhaps represented the finest products of the Church in this century. The priests and brothers who volunteered to take the dangerous passage to the New World in the service of their God were neither a cloistered band nor the still ignorant, medieval-minded parish clergy of hinterland Spain. The friars of the century included men who had been soldiers, lawyers, farmers, and bureaucrats. The orders were meritocracies in which noblemen, the middle classes, and peasant sons all found excellent careers. They were bound to discipline and austerity, but at the same time forced out into the world and into vast affairs. In a society and an era suffused with great faith, they were the best among the best. Their coarse robes and simple habits, their keen knowledge of the true world, their erudition, and above all, their demonstrated humanity and burning convictions could not help but make immense impressions upon the Amerindian mind. The friars themselves, in their humaneness and humanism, must have made a more profound impression than their theological arguments. The orders in this age accepted and believed in the theory that the Indios were being prepared for citizenship. The native disciplines believed this too, Otherwise, so many Amerindians would hardly have repudiated their heritage. Few indigenes seem to have clung stubbornly to familiar ideas and old institutions. The ancient conservatism of the Amerindian world cracked completely. The friars had not come to destroy, but to build, with tools and techniques and education as well as sermons. They directed the erection of hospitals and schools, and laid out model farms along the church and convent walls, and if they were intransigent against the old religions, they immediately defended the natives from abuses by their fellow Spaniards. Some, like Las Casas, were old hands at this internal warfare from the Indies. All of them were soon involved in it. The missionaries approached the natives with an immense charity. They seem to have been free of real racism in these decades. They did abominate the native cults, and saw little or nothing to admire in the indigenous civilization, which may reveal as much about it as about Renaissance Catholicism, because the Spanish friars never considered any course but eradication. The efforts of the friars went to save souls and bodies, not native arts and manuscripts. Most of the destruction of the indigenous art and artifacts was carried out by native converts. In countless cases, zealots closed their minds to the former lives and showed their new faith by energetically destroying temples and altars. The destruction of the Amerindian religion and civilization was directed by the Spanish, but carried out by willing native hands, which made the destruction singularly effective. The missionaries were particularly charitable toward the Indios because they were seen as uninstructed children, but not toward Indios who were exposed to truth, professed it, and then in some way recanted. The first bishop of Mexico burned a lord of Texcoco for secretly fostering the old worship. Invincible ignorance was tolerable. Free choice, despite Catholic rationales and teachings, was not. Significantly, the friars went among the Indios and tried, as one friar wrote, to overcome the devil by studying the ways of his deceived disciples. Most learned Nahuatl and other local dialects, and also taught Spanish. Many priests tried to wrap up Christianity in native symbolism. The indigenes were devoted to the dance, and most friars soon decided that a ceremony once done in honor of Tlaloc did not dishonor the Christian God. They also taught biblical stories by means of plays put on in the native fashion, in which the native actors freely substituted their own lifestyles for Hebraic practices. Honorifics that were once for Quetzalcoatl were applied to Christ, and quite a few Indios probably confused the two. These practices, combined with the lifestyles and humble attitudes of the friars, did vastly more to convert the Indios than the tactics taken by certain too intellectual priests who tried unsuccessfully to prevail with scholastic debates and arguments over even a demoralized native priesthood and aristocracy. Some of the first missionaries held meetings and preached sermons, but significantly, Peter of Ghent squatted in the dirt with common Masewales and Indio children, playing games with them until he learned the Nahuatl dialects. He then opened the school in Texcoco, teaching crafts, the use of metal tools, and the catechism. He quickly drew the sons of the native nobility accustomed to elite schooling. The Spanish developed ideas and procedures from this missionary system that influenced all subsequent European efforts. Late in the year 1531, the missionaries were provided with an enormous breakthrough to Amerindian hearts. According to the story, a poor Indio who had been baptized as Juan Diego had a dazzling vision of the Virgin Mary at the northern terminal of the causeway from Mexico at Tepeyac. The lady spoke to Diego in his native tongue, "Beloved son, go you to the bishop and tell him to build a church to me on this spot, so that from it I may give help and protection to the Mexican people in their sorrows and calamities." Juan Diego rushed to the bishop, Juan de Zumárraga, but was turned away. Again the Virgin appeared to him, instructing him to climb the hill of Tepeyac, a blasted spot covered with snakes and cactus, but where he now found a profusion of Castilian roses. He gathered them in his native cape, and at last was ushered in to see the bishop. As he spread the roses, it was seen that the cape had become imprinted with the image of a radiant, dark-featured Amerindian maiden. Zumarraga had been accused of inventing this useful miracle. The story, however, has the aura of Amerindian visions. In any case, the vision, which became accepted by the Church as the miracle of the Virgin of Guadalupe, had an explosive effect in Mexico. The Spanish Church admitted that the Mother of God could appear to a poor Indio, speak to him in Nahuatl, and if she chose, show herself as a dark-faced Amerindian. The cult of the Virgin of Guadalupe was peculiarly appealing to all with native blood. From that time forward, the Lady of Guadalupe was the patron of Mexico, venerated under many names: Our Mother, La Morenita, Spanish the Little Dark One, Our Lady of Sorrows. To this day, Indios approach the altar of her shrine on the hill of Tepeyac on their knees. In the next 15 years, 9 million Amerindians were baptized. This work was carried out by a mere handful of men. In 1524, only 15 Franciscans were in New Spain, including both Peter of Ghent's and Valencia's bands. Dominicans, who were already in the islands, arrived in 1526, but the Augustinians did not come till 1533. The friars suffered casualties. There were not more than 200 Franciscans in Mexico after 25 years. In these days, there was little of the infighting and backbiting that was to envelop the Spanish Church. The 3 major orders divided the country into missionary zones. All were represented in the capital. The Franciscans continued with the Tlaxcala, Cholula, Huixotzingo region, and also received Michoacán. The Dominicans took the south, Oaxaca through Chiapas. The Augustinians had to settle for the more barbaric north and northwest. The friars, operating in ones and twos at first, laid out enormous church-convent complexes in or near major indigenous communities. Some of these, like Puebla de Los Angeles, were to become Spanish cities, though normally, by deliberate choice, the native and the Spanish communities were removed from each other. The style of these new compounds was European, but with a touch of Mexic exoticism, which gave Mexican church structures an almost Oriental look. The first churches rose in the massive late Gothic pattern, then still dominant in Spain, with great vaulted ceilings and buttressed walls. The overall effect of these complexes was one of somber grandeur set in native stone, resembling the austerity of the great medieval monasteries of Spain. But the decorations of the churches and chapels were given over to native artists, who painted frescoes and carved sculptures in Mesoamerican styles, portraying centaurs sporting quetzal feather plumes. For generations, these great structures rose to dominate the landscape of central Mexico, but natural disasters and time destroyed many of them. The churches were rebuilt centuries afterward in newer styles. Outside the church cloister compounds, the friars laid out shop buildings, schools, and gardens. The surrounding Indios were catechized, baptized, and strictly disciplined. The friars had a great problem with native sexuality, especially the custom of Mexic chiefs to take multiple concubines and wives. The Indios were accustomed to religious ceremony and holidays, and they made Catholic holy days into colorful fiestas and market days. New instruments and new tonal scales taught the natives by the friars livened religious ceremonies, plays, and fiestas with cheerful music that would ever afterward be a feature of Mexican public life. The missionaries considered a full education of the indigenes to be a vital part of their effort. They taught writing, craftsmanship, and art, along with religion and morality. The Texcoco school became a genuine aristocratic academy, a replacement of the former Calmecac. The friars consciously attempted to train a leadership class of converted, Spanish-speaking Amerindians. In 1536, with both Zumárraga's and Mendoza's approval, the Franciscans started the College of Santa Cruz in the native quarter of Tlatelolco. This institution was designed to educate the sons of the old nobility, considered by the friars to be a natural leading class, in Latin, theology, and philosophy. The Franciscans wanted to prepare natives for holy orders in this college and other universities. Many of the attitudes and practices of the friars were remarkably enlightened, but Spanish policy did not remain enlightened long, and the Spanish orders themselves decayed terribly in the later demoralization of the Hispanic world. The racial and religious bigotry that came later blighted the work and even the memory of the early friars, but the chronology of Spanish humanism is as important as the chronology of imperial Rome. The memory of Roman grandeur survived the hideous decay of the twilight of empire. The glory that was early 16th century Spain has not. For a generation, however, the Catholic prelates, all chosen from among the friars, were actually dominant in New Spain. With Mendoza's blessing, they built and ruled, while the conquistadores either wore themselves out searching for new El Dorados or sank into luxurious apathy. Zumárraga, who had demonstrated that Indios had equal access in the eyes of the Church to the Catholic Mother of God, was a powerful administrator and educator. He risked his life against Nuño de Guzman in protecting Indians, sponsored schools, built hospitals, and supervised the printing of the first books in America. He enlisted the Pope in the cause of founding a university which began life as the Royal and Pontifical University of Mexico soon after his death. Angered by the stubborn insistence of some conquistadores that the Indios were really animals or sub-men, Julián de Garcés, first bishop of Puebla, got the Pope to issue a bull stating that the Indians were true men who must be converted to Christ by the word of God and by the example of good and holy lives. Since the Spanish settlers were hardly given to good and holy living, Garcés tried to keep the races apart, unsuccessfully. Vasco de Quiroga, oidor and now bishop of Michoacán, erased the trauma that Nuño de Guzman's passage had left among the Tarasca people. He protected the tribe ferociously, brought in Spanish cattle, chickens, new crops and artifacts, and founded a university. Tata, Tarasca grandfather, Vasco, was a benevolent despot who tried to organize Tarasca society along the lines of Sir Thomas More's Utopia, of which the learned lawyer was very fond. He created a community too good to be true, even with the Amerindians' communal traditions, and it could not last, but Tata Vasco left a living legend of kindness and benevolence throughout Michoacán. In Chiapas, Bishop Bartolomé de las Casas battled vigorously for native rights. He was hated by the conquistadores because he was not only energetic and articulate, but had the ear of important personages, up to and including the king. Most of these men were genuine humanists and genuinely kind, but they also were leaders in a Spanish society that had a total faith in its own truth. Their curiosity and genuine love of learning clashed with their mission among the Indians. Diego de Landa, Bishop of Yucatan, burned or buried every Maya stela or pictograph he found, but he also studied them assiduously, and from them and observation wrote an anthropological description of the Maya culture that alone preserved this knowledge. The Zumárragas and Landas were once admired for their protection of the Amerindians, but as their motives and rationales have become incomprehensible to later ages, they are mostly remembered for their destruction of the books and artifacts of the indigenous civilization and their determined persecution of heresy. Zumárraga burned both the Lord of Texcoco and his priceless library for being in the service of the devil. Ironically, however, other priests like Landa preserved much of the native heritage, in fact almost all of it that has survived. Bernardino de Sahagún Latinized Nahuatl and encouraged his converts to write down in both languages all the traditions of their past they could recall. The mission schools produced some amazing and beautiful pictographs with Spanish and Hispanicized Nahuatl captions. Some found their way to European archives and thus survived, important records of indigenous lifestyles and thought processes, and also contemporary natural history. Sahagún's history is brilliant by any standard, and Benavente, who lived among the natives as Motolinia, Nahua poor man, wrote a manuscript second only to it. Against the valid charge of vandalism is an equally valid record of deliberate preservation, which was usually carried out as a labor of love. Many of these friars were Renaissance men, not 17th-century Catholic bigots. The charge of paternalism must also cling. The whole Spanish society, from the crown down, was organized on essentially despotic paternal lines. However, the tyranny was hedged by customs and habits and tempered by love. Spanish priests could behave no other way, and their paternalism, like that of the whole society, only became deadly to the Amerindians when development reached a dead end. The Quirogas were consciously training their children to be free. Later Spanish friars, consciously or unconsciously, were only playing eternal father roles with the logical effect of their stunted children. Interested in people, uninterested in slaves or gold, friars penetrated remote, barren areas. Later anthropologists have been startled by Amerindian tribes in remote places who showed no trace of European blood or obvious contact with Spanish culture, but who spoke a pure Castilian as their native tongue. In the 16th century, Spain became the greatest civilizing power since Rome. It was no accident that the first Catholic bishops of Mexico have remained the greatest, and that the first viceroy's memory was always venerated by the sons of the conquistadores as the greatest in his long line. These men, for all their efforts, could not make Mexico a paradise or even prevent the inexorable tragedies that were to come, but they did more than is now recognized, make Mexico into a genuine New Spain. Chapter 16. 3 Disasters. The liberty of the Indians is of more importance than all the mines in the world, and the revenues they yield to the Spanish crown is not of such importance that all divine and human laws should be sacrificed in order to obtain them. From the Spanish of Don Luis de Velasco II, Viceroy of New Spain. While the friars and bishops labored to make central Mexico a New Spain, there was still death and destruction on the outer fringes of the march of European civilization. The conquest of Motecusoma's empire came in a brilliant, whirlwind campaign. But beyond the edges of the Mesoamerican civilization, the Spanish began to encounter more primitive lands and tribes. Most of these regions were inherently unattractive to them because the Spanish form of colonization, both secular and religious, required settled indigenes to support it. The mission system did not work among very primitive and essentially warlike savages who could not even be successfully congregated. This did not prevent the Spanish from stubbornly pursuing it for 200 years, from disaster to disaster, on the far northern frontier. During the 16th century, the conquistadores and friars gradually seized all of the meseta, or central highlands, founding important towns as far north as Guadalajara in the west, and in the east, Monterrey. This settlement followed the Cordilleras and the sedentary Indios. Beyond this, the tierra despoblada, or deserted regions began: Sonora, Chihuahua, Coahuila, Nuevo León, Tamaulipas, inhabited by wild Indians to be penetrated successfully only by soldiers or armed settlers. Even the peaceful friars had to dwell in forts. The Spanish were pulled into the great, forbidding central bowl between the northern Cordilleras for reasons other than Indians, and here they began to fight the first interminable Spanish-Indian wars. These were guerrilla campaigns that lasted many years, and they invariably ended in the death and destruction of the Indians by guns, swords, disease, and drink. Climate, soil, and the existence of exploitable labor, both for friars and encomenderos, confined the heaviest Spanish settlement in New Spain to the general extent of the old Mexica Empire, particularly in the great volcanic bowl of Anahuac. Secondary areas of settlement were Oaxaca, Chiapas, and Tabasco, Michoacán, and the beautiful watered country of Nueva Galicia or Jalisco. There were forts or ports in other regions, handfuls of adventurous or law-fleeing Spaniards everywhere. But in the north, the Europeans were repelled by the vast deserts and wild Indians, and on the coasts by the heat and deadly fevers. The Gulf coastal regions, like the whole circum-Caribbean area, were made almost uninhabitable by the importation of malaria and yellow fever, introduced with other diseases by African slaves. The flat, arid limestone plains of Yucatan were a special case. Cortés had entrusted the conquest of this bypassed region to his captain Francisco de Montejo. Montejo and his son tried to carry out the usual brief conquistadorio campaign against the Maya tribes, who were sedentary, but the heirs of a long internal degeneration. This very degeneration thwarted the Montejos. The Maya were less civilized now than the people of the Central Plateau, but they were also much more warlike. The Spanish could not be thrown out of the country, but they could not pacify it or break the Maya to be their slaves. Here began a bitter, bloody, cruel struggle that was to continue for 20 years. The Montejos were, in effect, allowed a free hand by the Audiencias and the Viceroy. Yucatan, separated by mountains and jungles from central Mexico, was too remote to be controlled in any case. The Spanish were continually replenished with arriving conquistadores. They had superior arms and organization, and they could exert endless pressure as long as the Montejo family had the will. Repulsed, the elder Montejo passed the job on to his son. In this struggle, the Spanish finally learned the intricacies of the centuries-long Maya civil wars, which had never ended. The tribes were still bitterly, almost insanely split between the old factions in the fallen cities and the dynasties of Xiu and Cocomitza. Montejo used the Cortesian example of divisa et impera by joining the Xiu. Now Maya destroyed Maya in the Spanish service until the remnants of the Itza retreated into the fastnesses of Guatemala, where they were not finally reduced until late in the next century. When the warfare petered out, the Spanish controlled the peninsula. Though a few jaguar priests escaped Landa and held out secretly for more than 100 years, most Maya tribesmen forgot their writings, their history, and even their ancient cities, now hidden under trees and shrubs. But the Maya were one of the few Amerindian peoples who preserved their language, their sense of identity, and their basic, if primitive, way of life. They kept their old agricultural methods. The Spanish conquered them and exacted tribute from generations of Maya serfs, but their resistance tended to keep the Spanish settlers absentee landlords, bottled up in the coastal towns of Mérida and Campeche, which grew exotic colonial societies more on the order of the Indies than of New Spain. The Spaniards were planters whose orientation was more to the Indies and the outside world than it was to mainland America. Like the Maya, they became separated from the rest of Mexico. Thus, the racial, cultural, and social patterns of Yucatan, both Spanish and Amerindian, diverged from New Spain. Yucatan remained one of the most primitive and backward regions in what was to become the Republic of Mexico. The Yucateca War did not siphon off all the restless souls in Spanish Mexico. The example of Cortés still haunted a rootless generation of voyagers who put out from Spain. It was now known that the Americas were two vast continents which still might hold more kingdoms ready to topple with the wave of Toledo's steel. Such dreams were fired by the swineherd Pizarro's looting of Peru between 1531 and 1535. Pizarro for the first time found storerooms of gold. Pánfilo de Narváez, Cortés's old enemy, scouted Florida. His expedition was wrecked by a storm on the Texas coast, and a few survivors dragged themselves up on the sands. One of these men, Álvar Núñez, who preferred his mother's name of Cabeza de Vaca because she came of higher family than his father, made his way through the southwestern part of North America and arrived after 8 years on the Pacific shores of Mexico. Cabeza de Vaca spun a fantastic tale of the 7 cities of Cibola in a kingdom called Quivira, which was supposed to be far richer than fallen Tenochtitlan, but which he had not seen. He had learned of it from friendly Indians. Viceroy de Mendoza dispatched a Franciscan, Fray Marcos de Niza, and a Moorish slave Esteban to investigate. They walked through deserts and mountains, reaching present-day New Mexico, where the friar thought he saw a great city gleaming in the sun. He planted a cross, claimed all the country in the name of God and the king, and walked back to the city of Mexico. Mendoza had never been one to believe much in El Dorado, but now his imagination was fired. He organized a large expedition, financed it himself, giving the equivalent of several millions of dollars, and he chose Don Francisco Vázquez de Coronado to head it. Coronado was 30, energetic, the governor of Nueva Galicia, and also rich. He was able to advance 50,000 escudos for horses and arms. In 1540, Coronado headed north with some 300 armored Spaniards and a larger train of Indios. Few Spanish expeditions were greater or more bitter failures, though few spawned more romantic legends. Still, this entrada, together with Hernando de Soto's thrust inward from the coast, was to have an important effect on Spanish policy in New Spain. Coronado came to Cibola, which proved to be a wretched pueblo or cliff village of Zuni Indians on the upper Rio Grande. Cursing Fray Marcos, who was with them, the frustrated conquistadores annexed the country, pacified the region by burning a number of Zuni elders at the stake to teach the tribes, as Coronado wrote, to obey the will of God and the king, and rode out in various exploring expeditions. A Coronado lieutenant actually rode to the Grand Canyon, which chasm he seems to have viewed with less wonder than disgust, because it halted his advance. Coronado himself marched through the high plains of Texas and perhaps as far as Kansas. After much hardship, he returned to the Rio Grande pueblos, whose inhabitants had sensibly run away, taking their food with them. At last, after nearly starving, the dispirited army trudged back to New Spain. And Coronado had expended prodigious efforts, as he assured His Majesty and the Viceroy, but he was disgraced. Fray Marcos himself was struck down by a seizure on his return, which the army called God's justice to liars. Coronado's and de Soto's experiences, Hernando de Soto had died in Mississippi, chilled Spanish enthusiasm for the apparent wastelands of the northern continent. While parts of the land were rich, and there were millions of bison, which the Spanish sarcastically named cibolas, neither these plains, forests, nor animals had much appeal. The Spanish had already explored more territory, an area 40 times the size of Spain, than they could absorb or settle. 50 years later, an expedition was mounted to settle the Pueblo area, but no real effort was made to go back into what is now Texas for 150 years. Meanwhile, a serious Indio war had broken out in the large, amorphous region in the west, Nueva Galicia. This uprising was directly attributable to Nuño de Guzman. He and his men had raped the country without really trying to settle or pacify it. The Amerindian Rebellion, as the Spanish of course considered it such, was the beginning of several hundred years of continual racial conflict on the northern frontier. Here the scattered Spaniards, a few thousand among millions of Indians, were seized and killed. Some were burned alive. The rebellion, instigated by the Amerindian priests, caused a wave of fear in the capital. The Tarasca and the Tlaxcalteca seemed also on the verge of revolt. Mendoza sent Pedro de Alvarado, the most experienced Indian fighter in New Spain, to Guadalajara and tried to repair old alliances with the pacified tribes. Alvarado was defeated and mortally injured in a fall while trying to stem a Spanish rout. Guadalajara was besieged. Inside, Alvarado died at the age of 56, replying to a question whether he was in pain that he hurt only in his soul. The viceroy himself took the field with an army of 300 Spanish horse and 150 Spanish foot soldiers, all the Europeans who could be raised. Mendoza, like Cortés, was brilliantly successful in raising Amerindian against Amerindian. The Tlaxcalteca, the Cholulteca, the Huixotzinga, the Texcoca, and even the Tarasca provided perhaps 50,000 warriors for the viceregal host. Mendoza gave the native chiefs Spanish horses and arms. Again, the indigenes destroyed each other for Spanish benefit. The tribes of Nueva Galicia were destroyed defending their mountain fortresses. Mendoza did ameliorate the conflict by halting the practice of taking and branding natives captured in war as slaves. He also extended a general amnesty to all Indios who stopped fighting. His arms crushed the indigenes and destroyed their war chiefs and priests, but his humaneness sealed the peace. This outbreak, called the Mixton War, was the only serious Amerindian uprising against the Spanish throughout the entire Meseta. There would be Indian wars in Mexico through the 19th century in the north, but these were merely the savage struggles of various Chichimeca against advancing civilization. Some of the Tlaxcalteca and Texcoca allies, themselves former enemies, settled in the Jalisco region, and they provided a buffer for Guadalajara, which was to become the most important Spanish town in New Spain, outside of Mexico City. The Mixton War, Coronado's quest, and the pacification of Yucatan all belonged to the conquistadorial era. By the 1540s, central New Spain had enjoyed a prolonged era of peace and stability. The indigenous peoples were accepting Christianity. They were losing their old culture. Mendoza's benevolent despotism was firmly in control. The Cortesian vision of a new Spain was coming true. 16th century Spain, it seemed, would recreate a flourishing civilization in America, a civilization that would draw on the finest currents of the European Renaissance, and one in which millions of Amerindians would peacefully and happily enter into Western culture. The millions of Amerindian villagers and peasants would not have entered into the millennium, however, because European civilization itself was no paradise for the millions across the sea, and Spain was implanting her own sins and errors with her governors and priests. But even this partial paradise was not to be. In the 1540s, 3 major disasters began to reshape the entire society of Mexico. The seeds of these disasters lay in the nature of the conquerors, the conquered, and the conquest itself. 20 years after the conquest, the permanent relationship between the conquerors and the conquered peoples had still not been decided in theory and rationale. The Crown and Church both operated, if imperfectly, on the principle that the theoretically free Amerindian vassals were to take their place as full Spanish subjects once they were Hispanicized and Christianized. The encomienda serfdom had been grudgingly accepted, and the mission system had been enthusiastically pushed on the assumption that the Indios required a certain period of tutelage before they could be expected to live as a free Spanish peasantry. The Church was already educating a native elite and was considering conferring holy orders on the best of the indigenes. Such moves could not help but raise and institutionalize the status of the native Mexicans to that of Spaniards. Meanwhile, Spanish jurists, humanists, and clerics continued to protest the encirclement of the Indios. Many influential Spaniards never accepted the Cortesian compromise. Their opinion was hardened by the bloody horrors of Pizarro's conquest of Peru, which profoundly shocked the homeland, and by the Mixton War, which the king believed was a direct result of conquistadorial oppressions. The Crown convened a special council to recommend solutions to the encomienda question. This council was composed of eminent jurists and theologians, whose conclusions were eminently sensible and humane. The granting of encomiendas should be stopped, the existing ones should be abolished at the death of the present incumbent grantees, and all Indios should be guaranteed the rights of free vassals of the Crown. Carlos I incorporated these recommendations into royal commands, the so-called New Laws of 1542, and dispatched visitadores, or special inspector generals, to proclaim and enforce them in the Indies. The new laws failed to take into account political and financial power and basic human nature. The new laws would have totally, if healthfully, torn up the Spanish society of New Spain, and that society was bound to resist them. In the 1540s, there were 1,385 Spanish heads of families in New Spain by Mendoza's count. Of these, 577 held encomiendas. These families formed a wealthy and influential elite, the real Spanish society of New Spain. The other Europeans were mainly officials or immigrants without a permanent stake in the country. The encomendero class had become corrupt, unproductive, and inherently parasitical. It was ferociously jealous of its privileges. Its survival depended on them. Few encomenderos wanted the indios to be freed, and they argued that without the encomienda, the indios could not be Catholicized and Europeanized. This argument was not really valid by the 1540s, after almost a generation of Spanish rule. Although the encomenderos were a theoretical military feudality, they did not provide any real armed force for the viceregal government. The sedentary Amerindians were totally pacified. The Spaniards who were still fighting on the various frontiers were primarily adventurers and freebooters. A small royal army, maintained in New Spain and buttressed with Amerindian allies, could easily have replaced this supposed function. The corregimiento was governing the vassals without military force, and the friars already had most of the indios in a far firmer and more lasting grip than any occupying armed force could have maintained. 600-odd tribute-collecting encomenderos in no way stood between the indios and rebellion. In fact, they were more apt to incite rebellion with their demands, which the viceroyalty constantly had to regulate and ameliorate. The encomenderos had left the conversion of the natives, even within their grants, to the friars. The encomenderos no longer had any real military, governmental, or religious function, even if they had wanted one, but as a class, they were prepared to defend themselves. When the visitador Francisco Tello de Sandoval arrived at Veracruz and began his month-long passage to the capital in 1544, he was surrounded by agitation. Every encomendero delayed Sandoval and argued with him. Wives and daughters begged him with tears not to destroy a genteel Spanish society. Grave, hospitable regidores warned him he was destroying the prosperity of loyal families who had bravely served the crown. All Spaniards in Mexico prophesied revolution, destruction, and ruin if they were beggared and driven out. Lawyers, who were already numerous in New Spain, insisted for their clients that the new laws were an unwanted and unconscionable innovation upon the customs and established laws of the realm. Shaken but not daunted, his orders from the king were clear. Sandoval reached Mexico. Mendoza affirmed his loyalty to the king and supported the visitador. The new laws were officially proclaimed. Sandoval began to remove oidores and encomenderos who appeared to him particularly corrupt or detestable, including those most strenuous in their arguments. The encomenderos reacted with threats of violence. Sandoval and Mendoza became cautious, and Mendoza became convinced that the new laws, in whose spirit he believed, simply could not be enforced, at least by a visitador without an army at his back. Mendoza tactfully interceded with Sandoval and worked out a compromise. A delegation was to be sent to Spain to plead the case of the encomenderos. This would include 2 official envoys, the provincials of the monastic orders, and several persons of wealth and eminence among the society of New Spain. No Indians were included. The passion, rhetoric, and judicial and theological arguments obscured the real question, which was whether or not the Spanish were to be maintained in Mexico permanently as señores. Bribery by encomenderos certainly changed some Spanish officials' minds. The king was not corruptible in this way, however, and the new laws would have stood except for the fact that finally almost irresistible pressures were brought against the crown. Mendoza advised the king to relent, and at last so did Sandoval. The real defection came from the church itself. The Franciscan, Dominican, and Augustinian provincials of New Spain, representing the orders which had most vigorously fought for Amerindian rights and damned the abuses of the conquistadores, counseled the crown that the new laws were ill-advised and that there should be no change. The clergy feared violence and disorder among the Spanish in Mexico. They also realized their progress was still superficial. There was already a growing understanding among the friars that the great mass of Indios were many years away from becoming genuine Europeans or even genuine Christians, despite their adoration of icons of the Virgin, the crucifixes among their earth gods, and their songs bewailing the death of Jesus and the contrariness of Eve. Above all, the friars were disturbed about anything which might interfere with their work. They had devoted their lives to the Indians, though most almost came at times to hate their charges for their baffling behavior and closed-mindedness. The orders sincerely wanted to preserve the Indians, but almost unconsciously, they wanted to continue them in their preserves. Many friars believed the Indios would be better Christians if they avoided Europeans altogether. The friars did not really want slavery, but they felt the Indians required more tutelage. The great, pervasive, carrying argument, which all Spaniards came to believe, was that the Indio was different and therefore inherently inferior. The Indio did not understand European concepts of work and money, therefore he was not ready for civilized society. For very different reasons, then, the Church and the conquistadores entered into an alliance lethal to the Amerindian. Carlos I, reasonably sincere and genuinely liberal toward all Indians, could not withstand the alliance. He would not erase the new laws. The crown's prestige was behind them. But Spanish lawyers quickly devised compromises through exceptions. The sons of the conquistadores were granted exceptions for one or more lifetimes, some to the 6th generation, but all to expire with the extinction of a lineage. Money wages were decreed for repartimiento laborers at a fair and decent rate, along with other supposedly strict regulations. The real theory behind the encomienda was not changed or even attacked. What in effect was now institutionalized was a permanent tutelage of the Indios. Though what had really been decided may not have been obvious at the time, it is a fact that, sincerely or cynically, Spanish churchmen and officers were still predicting a quick conclusion to this tutelage in the 18th century, long after the 16th century encomienda had lapsed or been returned to the crown, and the guidance of the Amerindian had been continued in various other ingenious ways. Meanwhile, the Amerindians had begun to disappear. Smallpox had become endemic once it had been brought in by Cortés's men. It recurred about every 7 years. New Spain was never again free of it, and as late as 1779, a smallpox epidemic killed 20% of the people living in the city of Mexico. Measles was almost as fatal for Amerindians. African plagues like malaria and yellow fever made the coasts and low regions almost uninhabitable. The most lethal epidemics, however, came from a virus or infection described in contemporary medical records as either a form of typhus or a peculiarly virulent influenza. This disease, which seemed to strike only at elevations above 3,000 feet, above which height the majority of the Indian population lived, ravaged the Central Highlands. Spanish records are either non-existent or extremely inexact, but in the year 1545, at least 800,000 Amerindians died. In 1576, a recurrence of this epidemic took 2 million lives. Wildfire epidemics were aided by the crowded, communal living habits of the natives. Disease heightened famine, and whole communities died of starvation after an epidemic. In 1784, 300,000 Amerindians died of respiratory infection accompanying a famine. This was not the first time. It was simply the first time the Spanish recorded such an event. Except for when epidemics raged totally out of control, very little official attention was paid to the destruction of the indigenes by disease, but it was a slow, steady process that soon cast a terrible pall of suffering and death over all central Mexico. Death, and the constant consciousness of death, were embedded indelibly in the native mind. No family was unaffected, the scourge lasted for generations, and the awareness of living eternally in the presence of death strongly shaped the Mexican worldview. For one thing, death certainly aided the grasp of the Catholic Church upon society. Disaster heightened religious fears and feelings. At the same time, it completed the demoralization of the old culture. This bloodless destruction of the indigenes was anything but deliberate. The Spanish were as appalled by it, though more conditioned to it in those times when most men at 40 already carried their seeds of death, as they would have been had all their livestock died. The whole economy of New Spain rested on the backs of Amerindians. Spaniards were not immune from the epidemics or disease, though none suffered from a lack of care or starvation. Syphilis, which may or may not have been Montecuzuma's revenge — authorities are still divided as to whether this infection was indigenous or imported from Asia — ravaged the European community. There were probably at least 11 million Amerindians in the conquered regions in the 1520s. Apparently, no more than 6.5 million survived into the 1550s. After the terrible fevers of the 1570s, there were no more than some 2 million by 1607. By 1650, only about 1 million Amerindians remained, those with some immunity to European disease. After 1650, the indigenous population began slowly to grow. The economy of New Spain was based on Indio labor, and as the Indios vanished, fields lay idle and towns began to stagnate. Heavier and heavier burdens were thrown on the Indio survivors to support the Spanish lordship. When 5,000 Indios were available to support one Spaniard, tribute levels had been light. By 1550, however, 1/3 as many males were rendering the same amount of taxes or tribute. The situation worsened tragically for the Amerindians as the ratio of indigenes to conquerors continued to fall. It was approximately 65-1 by the 1570s, 20-1 in 1600, no more than 10-1 at best by 1650, as the European population continued to grow slowly, while the Indios vanished. While the Viceroyalty did set aside tribute payments in particularly disastrous years, it did not, and really could not, make any basic change in a society where officials, ecclesiastics, landowners, and mine operators all insisted upon immunity from manual labor. The demands of the encomenderos fell heavily on the survivors. Despite strenuous exploitation, many encomendero families sank into a bitter, genteel poverty as their Indios died off. The greatest exploitation and destruction, however, fell on the indigenes, who remained outside private encomiendas. As the numbers of Indios decreased, the corregidores destroyed the old village and clan structures they had originally permitted to exist. More Indios were congregated and brought directly under the supervision of the crown. The native towns and centers were no longer allowed to rule themselves and cultivate their own communally held fields. Corrupt officials supplied the supposedly free crown vassals to town councils and to private landowners for unpaid labor. Constables forced the free natives to work in wheat fields so that Europeans might have bread, and they in effect sold their services to private contractors. These encroachments on the lives of the Amerindians continued in direct proportion to depopulation until few villages in central Mexico were unaffected. Thus, the economy of central New Spain turned rapidly from a situation in which a small master class drew tribute and labor from a basically undisturbed mass of civilized Amerindians into an economy in which the conquerors began to parcel out bonded labor to their landed estates and mines. Most of what was done was illegal under the law. Corrupt corregidores, however, operated in close alliance with town councils and with landowners and Spanish contractors. They supplied forced labor beyond the limits permitted by law, and they cheated these indios of the wages due them under the law. The corregimiento emerged exactly the opposite of what it had been envisioned by the humane officials of the Second Audiencia, worse than the encomienda. Hereditary encomenderos had a stake in preserving indios. Brief-tenured, usually poor and ambitious Spanish officers set over the Indians had only a stake in exploiting them. Despite continual complaints, the situation was not corrected. It could not be so long as the Spanish population in Mexico was determined to live as señores. The Indio way of life was quickly corrupted and destroyed, as all natives, one way or another, were parceled out to the dominant race. For a few brief years, the original Amerindian had, in some sense, been liberated by the conquest. Now he began to be destroyed by it. This destruction was exacerbated by a third great disaster, which most Spaniards saw as a tremendous blessing. In 1546, Juan de Tolosa found a fantastic mountain of silver, La Bufa, at Zacatecas in the Chichimec region, the forbidding, arid central bowl several hundred miles northwest of the capital. The discovery of silver changed the whole economy and outlook of Spanish Mexico. Armed men poured into the rugged mountains that fringed the settled regions and rapidly discovered huge deposits of silver ores. Eventually, silver was discovered in 11 of the modern Mexican states, ranging from Guerrero into Sonora. The richest strikes, however, were in the north, beyond the fringes of civilization. Mexico was the richest silver-bearing country on earth. Once a method of separating silver from its ores was perfected in 1557, a treasure hunt mentality and a mining camp psychology arose that was never to disappear. 5,000 Spanish mines soon produced an incredible flow of silver ingots and rough-struck pesos, creating an enduring image of Mexico as a great storehouse of mineral wealth where fortunes might be made overnight. This was true and remained true for centuries, but these sudden riches had a terrible effect on the long-term growth of New Spain. There was some good, of course. Silver sucked Spanish exploration into the grim Central Bowl. The Bajío region was developed as a way station and support area for the mines in the lunar landscape to the north. Silver stimulated local economies in these mountains, and mining camps like Guanajuato grew into important cities. Former Spanish muleteers could become millionaires overnight and endow magnificent churches. The splendid, ornate churches that rose in many remote places were paid for by pious miners who had struck it rich. The main effects, however, were wholly bad. The Spanish mentality confused precious metals with real wealth. The discovery that Mexico was a great mountain of silver ores, which also contained gold as a byproduct, blinded the crown and viceregal government to everything else. The viceroyalty, after the middle of the 16th century, began to shape the entire public economy to support the flow of silver out of the country and back to Spain. Soldiers and forts were placed in the north to guard the silver pack trains. The communications network was directed to and from the wastelands. Even communications with Spain were dominated by bullion flow. Sailing schedules were set to coincide with treasure shipments, which had to be convoyed across the ocean. Meanwhile, normal commerce stagnated, and goods piled up and rotted. The hunger of the Spanish for ready money, while understandable, was fatal. The viceroyalty, under increasing pressure to supply money to the crown, lost interest in agrarian development. No roads were constructed into the rich farming areas, and so hundreds of thousands of Amerindians starved in epidemic years, while the corn to feed them often went to waste only 100 miles away. The government was hardly bothered. The bullionist psychology of the Spanish which was general to all Europeans in this age, was so deep-seated that it was never overcome. The agrarian economy, already hard hit by the loss of Amerindians, worsened. The government even ignored or discouraged the development of mining for anything but silver or gold. The stimulation of the economy was mainly around the mining camps. Many Spaniards in Mexico did acquire vast wealth from silver mines, but there was nothing to do with this money except to sink it into huge, vaguely defined latifundia throughout the Central Plateau. With a shrinking workforce, the landowners turned more and more to stock raising, an enterprise that was not very profitable but required few Indians. In Spain, the large share that went into the royal coffers caused running, disastrous inflation, which destroyed the rudimentary economy. An apparent endless stream of bullion encouraged the crown to spend recklessly and to involve Spain in grandiose wars. Oddly, Spain was the envy of all Europe because of her American mines. Few contemporaries understood the real reasons why the crown was eternally bankrupt, and thousands of Spaniards were in rags. All mineral deposits under Spanish law were the property of the crown. The discoverer, however, was normally granted a concession to exploit a single mine. Spanish mining enterprise was therefore carried out by a horde of relatively small contractors or concessionaires. Mine operators paid a fifth, the quinto real, of their proceeds to the crown. This was reduced to a tenth after mercury, essential to the Mexican mining process, was made a crown monopoly and sold out of Spain to Mexican miners at exorbitant prices. Other taxes, fees, and duties for refining, assaying, and blasting powder, a crown monopoly, added at least an additional 20% to mining costs. Precious metals by law had to be stamped by royal officials to indicate that all duties were paid. Cheating was a capital crime, but there is no doubt that it was widespread. Soon, the crown required bullion to be crudely coined at the Casa de Moneda, or mint, at Mexico, both for convenience and to curtail smuggling. A horde of Spanish mine-seekers poured into the arid mountains of the northern frontier. At Guanajuato and beyond, they erected little towers that were forts in every sense above their claims. Hundreds of these long-abandoned structures still stand starkly on the blasted slopes of the mountains of Zacatecas and Guanajuato. Mexican silver ores were mostly very low-grade, plentiful, but assaying no more than 15 ounces to the ton. This fact, and the enormous profits demanded by the crown through its fees and monopolies, meant that Mexican mines needed vast amounts of labor, and cheap labor besides. It was inevitable that the Spanish immediately began to dragoon the nearest available Amerindians into working their mines. The mine concessionaires looked to the corregimiento system to provide forced labor under the repartimiento. This could be justified, although the mine operators were private businessmen, because the mines were legally crown property, and therefore mining was a public enterprise. Whatever the law, the labor was at hand and would have been provided in any case, but here the forced labor of the Indios was particularly cruel. The mines were hundreds of miles beyond the homes of the nearest pacified Indians, which were the Tarasca of Michoacán. Zacatecas lay 400 miles from Anahuac, across arid stretches inhabited by savage tribes of Chichimecs. But the Indios were rounded up and forced to walk to the mining camps. They were expected to provide their own food on the road. The distances made an extreme demand for workers. To keep 10 men working continually in one mine, for example, at least 30 had to be away from their homes and fields. On a journey that took weeks, 10 had to be going out and 10 coming back from their forced labor period at any given time. Spanish accounts tell that the vulture-picked bones of countless hapless Indios soon marred these trails as repartimiento Indians became victims of thirst or savage Chichimecs. The Spanish used the derato, or shortest route, method of mining. They followed ore veins by tunneling. The English corrupted this name to rat hole, and the mines were indeed rat holes, narrow, twisting, precariously timbered, connected from level to level by rickety ladders, some going down 1,500 feet. In these torchlit, breathless tunnels, the Indios hacked out ore which had to be carried to the surface in leather buckets. Workers carried 200 pounds of ore on each trip, up ladders and through narrow passages on their knees, and they worked 12 hours a day. No few Indians died in these foul holes. Under these conditions, the corregidores who supplied Indios for a price to the operators soon had to use slave labor methods to ensure the supply. Men were rounded up by the alguaciles. They were kept chained or locked in pens. Both corregidores and the mine operators began to use the whip. Although the law required fair wages for this forced work, few Indios ever saw a piece of the silver their sweat brought forth, and they could be inspired to the tremendous efforts demanded of them only by brutal punishments. The concessionaires naturally made the most of them while they could. Tortured, chained, starved, these repartimiento miners were slaves in everything but name. These evils were recognized by authority. The clergy protested, but potential profit, historically, has always been an enormous spur to slavery. Energetic men and governments will acquire necessary labor one way or another. The Audiencia really dared not interfere with the flow of silver back to Spain. The hard fact was that the distant mines could not be exploited without forced Amerindian labor. If any officer had halted the repartimiento, his motives might have been applauded, but he would have been removed. For more than 50 years, abuses were ignored or hidden under elaborate rationales. The institution of permanent serfdom, disease and depopulation, and silver and slavery corrupted the promise of the Cortesian kingdom, and they stained the civilizing efforts of the friars and first two viceroys. By the 1540s, there was no longer any hope, if actually there ever had been, of a Hispanicization of Mexico that would follow the course of the Romanization of Gaul and Spain. The once colorful and busy human beehive of Amerindian Mexico was becoming a great, grim, barren silver mountain, surrounded by stunted, almost empty fields. Two different kinds of men, Spaniards and Amerindians, conquerors and conquered, were sinking into permanent patterns of tyranny. Chapter 17. Castes and Colonials. Colonial Mexico made men into hypocrites. Octavio Paz, 20th century Mexican poet. In 1550, Don Antonio de Mendoza was requested to take the newly created vice-regal throne of Peru. The crown would not let him retire. It needed his presence in the turbulent Inca territory. Mendoza conferred with his successor at Cholula before he sailed in 1551. Don Luis de Velasco, the second viceroy of New Spain, was an aristocrat like Mendoza. He continued the policies of Mendoza, which were those of the king, almost unchanged. He probably had secret orders to oppose the encomienda repartimiento. Velasco shared the distaste of most Spanish aristocrats and jurisconsults for Indian slavery, and tried to regulate the encomenderos and corregidores rigidly. There were continual protests against his severity, but he was able to maintain full authority and control. Velasco could not, however, change the system. This had proven even beyond the crown's control. Velasco continued support to the new Royal and Pontifical University of Mexico, which now acquired the same rights and privileges as Salamanca. He also continued Mendoza's work of shipbuilding and sea exploration of the Pacific, which earlier had been carried on privately by Cortés. The coasts had been scouted and charted from South America up into Oregon. There were regular sailings from Acapulco to Panama. Now the thrust was across the Pacific toward the Philippines. Velasco was organizing a Spanish-Mexican expedition to conquer these islands when he died in 1564, and the work was carried on by Juan de Legazpi, who founded Manila on Luzon. Soon, Spanish galleons were plying the vast distances between Manila and Acapulco, and the Orient began to play a significant role in the life of Spanish Mexico. Velasco was unsuccessful in an effort to seize Florida by sea, but he directed explorations in the north of New Spain. Don Francisco Ibarra found more veins of precious metal beyond Zacatecas and founded a new mining boom town, Durango, in the north. Silver mining had created a military and logistics problem in the Chichimeca country. The Chichimeca were adept at guerrilla campaigns, though they were not very numerous. These tribes put up no organized resistance to Spanish encroachments, but they raided Spanish settlements and mines, killed repartimiento indios, and robbed the silver pack trains of their mules. Velasco posted garrisons made up of a few Spanish soldiers and allied Indians between Mexico and Zacatecas and Guanajuato. Some of these posts or forts grew into important towns: Querétaro, San Felipe Itzlahuaca, San Miguel el Grande, later San Miguel de Allende. This was the beginning of Spanish settlement in the so-called Bajío, the Low Country, that was actually a temperate, fertile highlands beyond the high volcanic bowl. This settlement of new country was to have profound effects on the development of New Spain. Here, the Spanish and Amerindians laid the groundwork for a newer society, but this was to be centuries in developing. The so-called Chichimec War began between these settlers and garrisons and the savage tribes and lasted 50 years. Finally, toward the end of the century, the wild tribes gave up, congregated around the Spanish settlements and missions, and quickly became extinct through demoralization and disease. For the colonials, Velasco's era was still an age of splendor. He ruled over them with paternal sternness, but also with tolerant good humor. While he tried to enforce the laws protecting the Indians, he permitted colonial luxury and eccentricity. There was no inquisition in New Spain, nor much royal taxation. There are several views of this colonial society, and all are valid. On one plane, New Spain was flowering and undergoing rapid improvement. The capital and other towns such as Puebla and Guadalajara were growing into large, well-kept, beautiful cities. Already many of the older, hastily erected Mexican Gothic monstrosities were being replaced with more graceful buildings. Some of the older palaces, like Cortez's in Mexico, which now housed the Royal Mint, were used for public buildings, while newer, splendid municipal halls, hospitals, schools, convents, and private mansions rose. The capital did not begin to approach the former size of Tenochtitlan, but it was well-ordered, remarkably clean, and broad-avenued. The Spanish colonials invested much of their wealth in architecture, public and private. The first Spanish church on the Zócalo was soon to be removed. In the 1570s, it was replaced with the great cathedral which still stands. Mexico, Puebla, Valladolid, and Guadalajara were Spanish. The indigenes lived in them only as servants, though masses of Indios huddled on their fringes, as in Tlatelolco. The cities as yet contained no slums. They were the territory of a master class. Despite their soaring churches and flowering parks, they were rather sterile. There were exotic marketplaces and thriving shops, great town halls where grave regidores met, and courts where lawyers matched rhetoric, but there was little of the raucous bustle and raw excitement that pervaded great, heterogeneous capitals like London or Paris. Even in this age of building, there was already a little ennui and somnolence. The encomendero class tended to be eccentric in some respects, fully understandable in a class that had nothing to do, ferocious in the defense of its racial privileges, and determined not to be provincial. Along with fine palaces, it built large libraries, importing classics from Europe wholesale. It studied Latin and philosophy at the university. It supported printing presses and local theaters lavishly. Some families began to build luxurious country houses on their estates. Many of these fine seats and scores of neat shooting boxes on private game preserves ringed the capital and major provincial towns. Cortés had commanded the encomenderos to race horses for military purposes. Blooded horses became a special love of the wealthy class. The members of this class left many records that show them to have been reasonably educated, genteel, and thoroughly satisfied. They had hunts in the country and elaborate, extravagant masquerades and balls at which the viceroy might appear. They loved fiestas. They were gregarious and well-mannered, more so than Spaniards in the old country. They lived with more thought of the day than of the morrow. After all, they were people striving for nothing and going nowhere. Prodigality was admirable in the Hispanic ethos. Otherwise, one might appear too much a Flemish banker or a Jew. Rich men at Mexico broached casks of imported European wines, a tremendous luxury, in the streets of fiesta days. Such acts were much admired and usually duly recorded. Of course, by living for the day, many colonial families were soon sunk in deep, if arrogant, poverty. This society, and the country generally, usually impressed visitors and newcomers most favorably. While some Spaniards tended to mock colonial eccentricities, most arriving bishops, oidores, and viceroys were entranced with the luxury and apparent vitality of New Spain. The vast mountains, volcanoes, green valleys, huge vistas, and mild climate had no more impressed the hard-bitten conquistadores on the whole than the jungles, swamps, hurricanes, and Amerindian arrows. But the scholarly friars and the men who were emerging from the Royal and Pontifical University in the 1550s were fascinated with the things of the country and the elegance of Mexican life. This culture had the rapid polish and gentility so often acquired by slave-holding societies. The Spanish invented no new forms, they drew on Western Europe. Their colorful social life, even their vices, were in sincere flattery of the lives and vices of the European aristocracy. Their literary efforts, however remarkable for a transplanted society, were generally mediocre. The important works, from Sahagún to Balbuena, came from men born in Spain. The colonial writings have survived primarily as curiosities rather than literature. The arbitrary differentiation of society along racial lines left no real middle class. Arriving European shopkeepers and artisans, even workmen of mediocre quality, were relieved of manual labor, and neither they nor the many petty officials formed a true bourgeoisie. This robbed society of creativity and vitality. The elite was emasculated at birth because it did not exercise and grow as an aristocracy. The Spanish bureaucracy, which unfortunately is often confused with a true middle class, regulated and directed both colonials and Indians. Meanwhile, under the facade of vice-regal benevolence and colonial luxury, serious social antagonisms were brewing between American and peninsular-born Spaniards. Separated by the Atlantic with imperfect communications, the two countries gradually grew apart in some respects. The generations that began to emerge in America now contrasted sharply with the young men who still came out from Spain. The colonials, who came to be called criollos or creoles, which in Spanish territory always signified American-born individuals of supposedly pure European blood, actually did not change as much as the people in Spain. Their speech, mentality, and styles were less adulterated than the constantly affected styles in European Spain. The Andalusian-accented Castilian of New Spain remained a purer language than the metropolitan tongue. Colonial attitudes and eccentricities represented the swashbuckling styles of the Renaissance, but by the 1550s, Spanish officialdom already reflected the newer, more somber age of Felipe II. The austerity of these grim clerics and letrados clashed with the gay, egotistical irresponsibility of the sons of the conquistadores. Metropolitan society was now beginning its long, painful regression from the great hopes and brilliant humanism of the Carlist era into the gloomy, arrogant intransigence and obscurantism of Philippian times. Eternal war against most of Europe, in which the homeland Spanish confused Habsburg dynasticism with the defense of Catholic Christianity, not only drained the royal treasury, it warped and desiccated the Spanish mind. The full force of the Protestant Reformation polarized and paralyzed Spanish thought. It was impossible for the Spanish to turn Protestant. However, the cracked cosmos of Christendom gradually turned the Spanish to a fortress mentality. The Inquisition, which had once, with good intentions, ferreted out infidels, became a frightened exercise in bigotry and cruelty. It began to hunt down Erasmistas, the liberal Catholic humanists, who offered an enlightened alternative to the grim Spanish Counter-Reformation. In the second half of the 16th century, the surviving Franciscan friars, who had tried to humanize Mexico, were to feel the Holy Office's deadly grip. The humorless, suspicious Felipe II both instigated and applauded such destruction. There was at first no rigid policy that all high offices in the New World must be held by native Spaniards, but the crown's suspicions intensified under a distrustful Felipe II. Custom, and the fact that Peninsulares fought as jealously for privileges as Creoles fought for their status vis-a-vis the Amerindians, solicited this practice. Almost all the policies and practices that were to characterize Iberian government in New Spain were hardened in this reign. Power was consciously reserved to the Gachupines, a term of uncertain origin which perhaps meant spurned ones, who from this time forward formed a dominant faction in the government and affairs of New Spain. The Gachupines, or Peninsulares, arrived feeling themselves different from and uncomfortable among the colonials, whom they considered Indianos, inhabitants of an Indian country. What rapidly grew up was not a divergent nationalism, but a sort of patriotism of faction. The Criollos were loyal to the crown and church. Even 10th-generation Creoles still thought of Spain as home. But in New Spain, factionalism between peninsular Spaniards and Criollos was already widespread. There was enormous resentment among the Mexican-born that every official of rank and power invariably was appointed out of Spain. A conspiracy against Iberian officialdom began to take form in the last years of Velasco's regime. The exact nature of this conspiracy is unknown. The record shows mainly spectacular but unproven charges brought by the Spanish government. Apparently, a group of idle, frustrated young members of the elite, barred from prestigious offices and mightily affronted by the real or implied insults of the royal officers in power, began to meet secretly, and probably to discuss full-scale armed revolt. Alonso de Avila Alvarado and his brother Gil, rich young roisterers about Mexico, emerged in the forefront of this revolution. When Don Martín Cortés, Marqués del Valle, the eldest legitimate son of the conquistador, returned to New Spain in 1563, the Avilas tried to engage him as their leader. Martín Cortés was an arrogant, pampered young coxcomb, apparently given to braggadocio. Whether he actually joined the Avilas is not known, but he associated with them constantly. Viceroy Velasco, fully aware of this tavern talk, seems to have understood that the bulk of the Criollos were not prepared to separate from Spain, and he did not fear men like the Avilas, Cortés, and their spoiled entourages. But then, in 1564, Velasco died while organizing an expedition to the Orient, and playing at revolution suddenly became very dangerous. The Audiencia, composed of the oidores Orozco, Villalobos, and Zenos, took over the government of Mexico. They were given neither to aristocratic assurance nor humorous tolerance of young men. The only overt act of the conspirators was the symbolic crowning of young Cortés, dressed like a conquistador, by Alonso de Avila, got up as Moctezuma. The notion of a new Criollo kingdom titillated them. They may have tentatively planned an uprising, but the Avilas were fatuous young fops, and the second Marqués of the Valley was a coward. The Audiencia, informed by spies, arrested the Avilas and most of their companions. Martín Cortés, his brother Don Luis, and his half-brother Martín, Malintzín's son, were all jailed in Mexico. Although a full investigation of the Avilas turned up no real evidence, the brothers were convicted of treason. Almost all the important Creoles of New Spain tried to save the Avilas, but they were immediately beheaded, as became their noble rank, and their skulls exhibited on lances from the roof of the Casa de Cabildo. The Marqués was saved, though not exonerated, by the arrival of Don Gaston de Peralta, Marqués de Falses, the new viceroy. Peralta was a humane aristocrat. Concluding that the Audiencia had been overzealous, he stopped the proceedings and released the prisoners. The oidores' reports alarmed the always suspicious king. Peralta was accused of joining the conspiracy and of raising an army of 30,000 men. These were totally unfounded, ridiculous charges, but they reflected upon the character of the age. Felipe II really could not accept the charges made against Peralta and Martín Cortés, who had been raised at his court, but he could not quite dismiss them either. When he failed to hear from Peralta, whose reports were intercepted by his own disloyal oidores, Felipe sent out the licenciados Muñoz, Jaraba, and Carrillo as investigating judges, with full powers to supersede Peralta and return him to Spain. The lawyer Muñoz, as president of these jueces pesquisidores, deposed the viceroy and assumed the government. Peralta retired to the fortress at San Juan de Ulloa to await a ship. He had already released Martín Cortés, who immediately left for Spain, where he was not exonerated until 1574. His estates were confiscated during this time. The estates were allowed to pass to his heirs, but the Marqués himself was barred from New Spain for life. At Mexico, Muñoz and Carrillo began a reign of terror. They arrested hundreds of criollos. Any resistance was considered treason. Muñoz entered into a round of seizures, tortures, and executions. The Martín Cortés, who was Malintzín's son, was put to torture in the hope that he might confess some crime, but this Cortés, the only descendant of the conquistadorial captains who played the man during this episode, defended his half-brothers to the end. How were these judges, backed only by a few constables, able to tyrannize a whole society? A handful of colonials in arms could have stopped Muñoz and the persecutions, which everyone knew were unjust, but the criollo elite had pride without a concept of responsibility or leadership, and all Spaniards were rendered helpless by the fact that Muñoz exercised the authority of the crown. Since Muñoz held letters from the king, he was above all law except a revocation of his patent by the king. The final irony of the reign of terror was that it was ended not by colonials, but by the very oidores who had instigated Muñoz's appointment. For the lawyer overstepped himself, treating even Spanish officials with such contempt that they began to fear for their lives. The former oidores sent the king overwhelming evidence of Muñoz's errors and crimes, causing Felipe II to send out a new audiencia. In Spain, the Marqués de Falses was exonerated. Muñoz had to be confronted in a monastery where he had sought refuge with the king's order, but he meekly complied, returned in disgrace, was abruptly silenced by the king, and died immediately, whether by royal command is not known. In these 2 years, the right of peninsulares to rule had been harshly established, and the criollo population was thoroughly cowed. Succeeding generations of colonials hardly dared criticize the government, even in satire. The line between criollos and Spaniards also was now rigidly drawn. The determination of a suspicious monarchy to rule, and of Spanish councils to maintain a complete monopoly of all offices in their hands, is completely understandable. These were totally human manifestations, and Hispanic politics allowed no remedy for them. But again, humanly, rationales began to grow up around these drives. The peninsular colonies within New Spain gravely asserted that there was something debilitating in the Mexican climate or air. Europeans deteriorated in the tropics, which meant that criollos, or indianos, had become inherently inferior. Colonials were irresolute and irresponsible and pleasure-seeking, also lazy. They could not be entrusted with important affairs. Some theorists went much further. They stated that there was something in the New World that prevented all native living things, human, animal, or vegetable, from reaching a full maturity. The indigenes therefore remained children, the criollos adolescents. Less subtle but immensely more crushing was another source of imputed criollo inferiority. This was the notion that all Indianos possessed at least some Amerindian blood. There was a great deal of truth in this. Most conquistadores had wed native women. Few Spanish women survived the passage to the Indies. In 1646, a century after the conquest, there were still 9 males to every European female in New Spain, and the native criollos were at a serious disadvantage in competing against the peninsulares even for these. The old families almost always had an Amerindian ancestress, of whom they were usually proud, especially those who could trace their lineage back to Moctezuma. But in the general run of criollos, this Indio blood became suspect. Arriving peninsulares never forgot it, or allowed the colonials to forget it. The snide reference, "se dice en español," was applied to the so-called Spaniards in the same way that Spaniards put down so-called hidalgos, those colonials who put don before their names and mysteriously acquired a coat of arms. The Mexican elite writhed under these sneers. The children of the conquistadores retaliated with jokes and doggerel about starveling Spaniards who came out to the Indies with their gloomy faces and went home counts, but the Cachupines sat in the seats of power and formed a brilliant court around the viceroy. What they thought and said had far more weight in society than the opinions of the criollos. Creole maidens jumped at the chance to marry even impoverished peninsulares of good family, and they sometimes were sent home by their husbands when they were with child, so that the infant might avoid the stigma of being born in the New World. Members of the Audiencia, in time, were forbidden to marry in New Spain in order to prevent them from making attachments and alliances with the colonials. The full-blown racisms that now grew up throughout New Spain and Spanish America affected the mentality of Spanish America and strongly colored the emergence of its society. The attitudes should never be seen as quintessentially Spanish or even European. Spanish society was inherently racist in its attitudes toward Jews and Moors. However, the racism of the Indies grew directly out of the colonial situation and society. Some such system or systems were inevitable because of the determination of the Spanish to rule over the Indians and of the peninsular Spaniards to dominate the colonies. Cortés himself and most of the conquistadores have been quite free from any prejudice based on skin color or appearances. The Spanish were not white, in the sense the northern Europeans were. Skin pigmentation never figured strongly in the Iberian consciousness. Spanish racism was based on ancestry rather than physical appearances. The Amerindians were never physically repugnant to the Spanish, and the conquistadores, at least, never doubted their humanity. The Spanish put far less emphasis on color than on religion, social rank, and ancestry, and there was a definite chronology to the growth of racist tendencies, just as there was a definite chronology in the growth and regression of Spanish humanism. Cortés insisted that his encomenderos marry, and this meant that almost all of them had to marry native women. The priests concurred. They were appalled at the sexual license of a country where nubile females were constantly made available. The two races blended well, often producing strikingly lovely children. No stigma attached either to these marriages or their offspring, who were accepted as Spanish. Motecusoma's daughters wed Spanish noblemen and produced a race of Spanish grandes who were proud to assume the name Montezuma. Cortés and Malintzín's son became a knight, and Bernal Díaz's half-Amerindian son a regidor. This whole generation passed easily into criollo society. But it became harder and harder for Spaniards to respect native aristocrats when the whole body of Indios had been effectively enserfed. Soldiers and adventurers without women had few prejudices, but wives were arbiters of society, and when a few Spanish women arrived, and as a distinctly Spanish society grew, race lines hardened. By the last half of the 16th century, interracial marriages were officially discouraged, though never illegal, and they virtually ceased. Racial prejudices, caste lines, and racial rationales had to follow once the incorporation of the Indios had ceased. The Spanish colonials resisted incorporation of the natives for social and economic reasons, but these had to be and were buttressed with rationales, the most pervasive and enduring of which was that all Indios were gente sin razón. The whole edifice of the criollos had to depend on an assumed inferiority, incapacity, and inability of the Amerindians. It made no difference that, compared to the island natives, the childlike, incapable Mexicans had developed a high civilization if it was technically and rationally inferior to the European. They had an elaborate hierarchical social structure not much different from the Spanish, and their engineers erected cities greater than any in Spain. The friars who were closest to the Amerindians came to admire them and never doubted they could eventually be re-civilized as Europeans. The Franciscans deliberately, with Zumárraga's and Mendoza's support, had begun developing an Hispanicized native elite. From all accounts, Pedro de Gante's academy and the colleges at Tlatelolco and Michoacán were great successes. They were in fact too successful, both for the encomendero class and Spanish officialdom. Officers whose instincts were to maintain their domination were frightened to see native aristocrats seizing European philosophies and techniques, and as one wrote the king, reciting the language of Tullius with more skill than the heirs of Rome, an educated native aristocracy, which the friars were doing their best to create, would almost certainly assume an equal footing with the conquerors and the leadership of the Mexican people. Hierarchy among the Indios was dangerous to the developing criollo society. King Felipe's decision to deny the entry of Indios into holy orders was a fatal blow to Mexican education. When all social advance was to be denied the race for an indefinite period of tutelage, there was no reason for offering it higher education. The college at Tlatelolco, where students had orated in Latin and drawn up excellent Nahuatl and Spanish books and manuscripts, degenerated into a sort of elementary school, and soon disappeared. Discouragement went beyond denying higher education. Spanish guilds, Spanish doctors, artisans, shopkeepers, and smiths now establishing themselves in New Spain were successful in barring Indios from all professions and skilled trades. Guilds and professions were exclusionist in Spain and throughout all Europe, but in America the exclusion took on a definite racial connotation. By the last half of the century, the Spanish recognized only one form of hierarchy among Amerindians. They permitted selected caciques to act as local village headmen, whose purpose was to transmit Spanish orders. Such men inevitably became toadies and tyrants. Meanwhile, the indigenous nobility, many of whom had loyally served the Spanish, denied both the old education and the new. It could not maintain itself and sank into the oppressed mass of Indios. By 1600 it had disappeared. The Spanish official rationale was always one of protecting the Indio. He was made a ward of the state and suffered the fate of all such wards. Powerless, he became a stranger in his own country. The laws required Indios to live separately from the Spanish, forbade them to acquire any debt greater than 40 reales or 5 pesos, and denied them European dress, horses, and firearms. All these laws were protective in theory. They were to keep the Indio from being corrupted. In effect, they kept him in slavery, with no chance to better himself. The law did make it difficult for an Amerindian to be executed for anything except a return to heathenism, and Indios were not normally subject to investigation by the Inquisition. However, the laws allowed Indios to be whipped for an enormous assortment of crimes and misdemeanors, and many encomenderos and corregidores had Indians beaten to death. Thus the laws of New Spain destroyed and justified the destruction by making the Indio into exactly what he was claimed to be, an incapable, childlike, irresponsible, uncooperative human being, a cerrado who failed to grasp European reasoning. The Amerindian spirit was strong, but it broke. The hard-working masses who once cheerfully supported a vast, surrealistic but impressive civilization, and who had eagerly cooperated with the early friars, changed drastically over the years. All early Spanish accounts described the Indio as curious, energetic, good-humored, and cooperative. Now, Spanish writings showed them as withdrawn, sullen, and sometimes vicious, with a deep hatred veiled by a pose of apathy and stupidity. The Indio increasingly showed an inability to understand commands and to carry them out intelligently, exasperating the masters and driving them to more restrictive codes. According to all indigenous records, the excessive use of alcohol was unknown or forbidden in the old culture. In his unhappy New World, the Mexican Indio retreated into drug use. He began to stupefy himself with pulque, an unsanitary fermentation of the juice of the maguey plant. Normally sad and passive, the drunken Indio often exploded into violence and murder. Alcohol abuse became endemic among many Amerindians and completed their destruction. The Spanish came to believe that Indios could not handle alcohol, and modern studies, showing certain physiological differences between Europeans and Amerindians, have confirmed a physical basis for this belief. The conquered Indio had been carefully, if not entirely consciously, made into what he was. The Spanish rebuked and penalized the Indio for not being a European, while at the same time making it impossible for him to become a true European. Nothing in this was unusual in master-slave relationships between two races. It had happened before in many parts of the world. The hardening of racial lines made the status and situation of a growing population of mixed bloods increasingly anomalous. The first generation of the blended race entered freely into Criollo society, even though they might bear a slight stigma in peninsular eyes. But as the whole Amerindian mass degenerated and legal marriage between Spanish and Indios grew unthinkable, the mixed bloods, who had not been adopted as legal Spaniards, found their position even more uneasy than that of the Amerindians. From the first gift of girls to Cortés's soldiers in Tabasco, Spaniards had been making babies indiscriminately in Mexico. The children of casual unions far outnumbered those legitimized. As in all such situations, the miserable offspring were caught in tensions between two races and cultures. They were accepted neither by Europeans nor Amerindians, and while it is true that thousands of native women in New Spain deliberately sought to bear Spanish children, in the hope that such children would be relieved of slavery or serfdom, an aura of rape hung over all such liaisons. The mothers had no power to protect themselves or their mixed-blood children, and the Spanish fathers often abandoned them. The end of legal intermarriage did not stop the production of mixed bloods. If he could not fill his house with nubile India servants, the Spaniards came to maintain a casita, or little house, where he maintained an illegitimate family. The position of such families was anomalous. The bastard child not only had the stain of illegitimacy before the society and church, but they carried a supposed blood taint, which they believed themselves. However, the bastardized population grew rapidly proportionally to the surviving Amerindians, because its members inherited greater immunity to European diseases. By 1650, there were at least 160,000 mixed bloods in New Spain. In a society where the races had become sharply delineated, mixed bloods had to be officially recognized. Therefore, a person with mixed parentage could not be regarded as wholly European or Indio, and systems had to be devised to classify him. These systems, which the Spanish pioneered in the New World, had many shadings. The Spanish did not create a single brutal racial bar, but rather a system that had many hurdles and doors. They believed in the theory of dominant blood. The Spanish broke people of mixed blood down into many different categories and gave them a certain hierarchy of status according to predominant white, Amerindian, and African genes. This led some observers to believe that the Spanish had no acute sensibilities to racial matters in America, a notion refuted by the enormous attention they gave to the system of classification. Spanish bureaucracy and training in Roman law, which tended toward exact definitions, created a socio-racial structure of marvelous complexity in the New World. All mixed bloods were called castas, or breeds. There were castas, or castes, of the European or white, the Amerindian, and the Negro races. Castes of the white race: Criollo or peninsular. European father and negra mother equals mulatto. European father and India mother equals mestizo. European father and mulatta mother, cuarterón. European father and mestiza mother, criollo. European father and China mother, chino blanco. European father and cuarterona mother, quintero. European father and quinterona mother, blanco, white. Castes of the Indian races: all. Indio father and negra mother equals chino. Indio father and mulatta mother equals chino oscuro. Indio father and mestiza mother equals mestizo claro. Indio father and China mother equals chino cholo. Indio father and Zamba mother equals Zambo claro. Indio father and China chola mother equals Indio. Indio father and Quintera or Cuarterona mother equals Mestizo pardo. Castes of the Negro race: Negro father and mulatta mother equals Sambo. Negro father and mestiza mother equals Oscuro. Negro father and China mother equals Sambo. Negro father and Samba mother equals Negro. Negro father and Cuarterona or Quintera mother equals Mulatto Oscuro. Corruptions: Mulatto father and Samba mother equals Sambo Miserable. Mulatto father and Mestizo mother equals Chino Claro. Mulatto father and China mother equals Chino Oscuro. The tables, which in some respect influenced all European racial attitudes in the New World, show the enormous Spanish interest in ancestry. The definitions actually were hardly scientific, but arbitrary and inexact. They varied in different times and places, and more than anything else, the classifications were descriptive. Some castes were considered highly attractive, especially where the bloodlines bred beautiful women, while others were regarded so pejoratively that in time the very names became deadly insults. The dark-skinned Spanish, many of whom possessed some Asian blood, paid little attention to skin color in determining castes. Race was determined officially, in case of question or doubt concerning parentage, by examinations of hair shades and structures. Short, woolly hair marked the African, straight, coarse locks or an inability to grow body hair the Amerindian. The caste system did allow castas to breed themselves back into the white race. The children of whites and quinteronas were white, but it did not allow for castes springing from European mothers and non-white males. Apparently this was unthinkable. The authorities also gave up any attempt to classify castes of the bewildering mix of East Indians, Malays, Chinese, Japanese, and Filipinos, which entered through Acapulco after 1600. All Asians were lumped together as Chinos, or Chinese. All non-white castas were more or less equally excluded under the law. However, castes of the white race had legal status that distinguished them from African or Indian castes. Castes of the white race enjoyed a limited citizenship. They were subject to taxes, fines, prison, and the death penalty, and fair game for the Inquisition. They could be conscripted, and therefore they had none of the special privileges of Indios. On the other hand, they could not legally enter the professions or hold office, carry lances or knives, or live in certain European neighborhoods. In many ways, the mestizos and such white castas were worse off than the Indios. They were subject to all Spanish punitive laws and burdens, but without any of the theoretical protections of the Amerindians. The great majority were outcasts, accepted and tolerated by neither society. Thousands of them were vagabonds, slum dwellers on the fringes of the towns. Many were a sort of street people, without homes or steady occupations. These street people, who huddled, starved, and begged on every corner of the towns of New Spain, were known as léperos. Social lepers, they begged, did odd jobs, and robbed. By the 17th century, mobs of léperos thronged the capital and constituted a growing threat to public order. They could be wantonly destructive, even murderous, when sparked by some incident. Out in the countryside, léperos formed a bandit class. They were the first Mexican bandits, and by 1700, mixed-breed brigands infested the roads between Veracruz and the city of Mexico. According to Spanish records, almost all the violent crime in New Spain came from castas or léperos. Indios never seem to have engaged in banditry, though they sometimes murdered when drunk or enraged. The lépero was forced to survive by his wits in a society that gave him no place. Cold, hungry, miserable, and worst of all, despised, the lépero lived as he could. Descriptions show the léperos, men, women, and children, as ragged and diseased, existing day to day, obsequious, whining, ready to cut either a throat or purse, begging for food or work, screaming under the whips of the town authorities who frequently ordered them chastised. The léperos appalled the criollo upper class, which believed that the half-breeds inherited no virtues but magnified the vices of both races. To the dominant society, the léperos were sly, lazy, untrustworthy, lacking the manly courage of the Spaniards and the stoicism and patience of the Amerindian. The leaders of the bandit gangs were almost always criollos, and this fact reinforced the racial myths of the dominant classes. Yet thousands of léperos survived. They formed families, they made their devotions, and dropped their obolos in the offering boxes. Ironically, the léperos were to survive, grow, and finally inherit modern Mexico. They proved not the degeneracy of man, but mankind's tenacity in the face of hideous adversity. Meanwhile, they suffered hideous damage as a people, which would take centuries to undo. History has shown that the relationships of conquering and conquered peoples have always devolved either into a form of slavery or serfdom, a caste system, or miscegenation, the last necessary to reform into a reasonably homogeneous people. The Spanish Empire in America invented nothing new and solved no unsolvable problems. Uniquely, the Spanish employed all three methods, serfdom, castes, and interbreeding, in the building of the emerging Mexican society. Felipe II decided that New Spain was ready for both the alcabala, the peculiarly regressive Castilian sales tax, and the Inquisition. Before, Spanish taxes and the Holy Office had not been applied to Mexico. The encomenderos paid a light tribute, and the Bishop of Mexico acted as chief inquisitor, and attention had been paid only to heathenism among the Indians. Now, some 60 special taxes and assessments, collected through the Church and the viceregal government, were fastened on New Spain, and in 1570 a branch of the Holy Office was assigned to Mexico to ferret out possibly dangerous aberrations and eccentricities among the criollos and castas. The entry of the Holy Inquisition was enormously unpopular in New Spain, where a sizable number of the population had actually fled Spain to escape it, but no serious voices protested the digging of a prison and the start of special investigations at the capital. The inquisitors began to assemble files on suspected conversos, or converts, from Judaism or Islam, and also on suspected Protestants, sorcerers, witches, warlocks, blasphemers, and a few flagrant eccentrics. The Holy Office decided that Bernardino de Sahagún's superb history of the Amerindians should not be published, though fortunately the book was not lost to posterity. It destroyed the indigenous efforts to preserve written Nahuatl, either in the original or in its Latinized alphabet. Sahagún himself came close to treason as it was then defined. Although the inquisitors actually investigated or seized only a few people out of the whole population, no Spaniard could write, speak, or probably even dare to think without taking into consideration the public humiliations, fines, torture racks, and fires of the Holy Office. The Crown never interfered with its operations, even when the Inquisition arrested people close to the king. The most celebrated victims of the Mexican office was the family of the Carvajales, who were of Portuguese Jewish origin. The Carvajales were prominent in New Spain. One became governor of the province of Nuevo León. Don Luis Rodriguez de Carvajal, nephew of the governor, was a secret Judaizer who could not refrain from proselytizing. He, his mother, and his sisters, after repeated investigations and hideous tortures, were finally burned in 1596 in the plaza of San Hipólito before a brilliant gathering of all the notables of the most loyal city of Mexico. Each was strangled at the stake before burning, however, because of last-minute recantations. Very few persons were actually burned in New Spain, but lesser punishments were very common. Even if eventually exonerated, few suspected persons escaped with their reputations and fortunes. No law was ever enacted that distinguished between colonists and native-born Spaniards, but the suspicions of the Crown and the natural interests of the Peninsulares ensured that born Spaniards would always be favored with all the important posts and offices in New Spain. The few exceptions, ironically, as with two viceroys, were the sons of men who had the misfortune to be born in the Indies while their peninsular fathers governed. In effect, the Criollo civic councils had no jurisdiction over a true Spaniard who could appeal to his compatriots on the audiencia. The Criol regidores ruled only over the miserable léperos, since they did not even rule themselves. One viceroy summed up the real situation truthfully, if tactlessly, by saying that so long as a single mule remained in La Mancha, a backward province of Spain, that animal possessed the right to govern everything in the Indies. The criollos were confirmed in their landholdings, and for all their irritations and resentments, this held them to the crown and scheme of things. However, native Spanish secured almost all the various economic favors and privileges the government could impart. All profitable monopolies and franchises went to them. Peninsulares made up the small merchant classes and professional bodies of New Spain. When the flood of American silver and gold began to destroy homeland industries by pricing them out of European markets through inflation, the merchants and guilds of Sevilla seized upon the Indies as a privileged marketplace. Royal ukases forbade the colonials to trade through any port except Sevilla, and at the same time, Spanish firms were granted monopolies to trade in the Americas. Far worse than this, restrictions were placed on the kinds of goods New Spain might produce, so that there could be no local competition with the homeland. New Spain thus became a dumping ground for shoddy Spanish merchandise sold at exorbitant prices, while native industries and enterprises were destroyed. One such victim was a burgeoning silk industry, which had been built up by the Dominicans for the Indians with worms and mulberry trees brought out from Spain. paper, chocolate, and alcoholic beverages, all of which were easily produced in Mexico, had to be imported through Seville. Chocolate, once drunk freely by the poorest Amerindians, became an enormous luxury, available only to the richest landowners, officials, and churchmen. Other ordinances stopped the manufacture of finished textiles in Mexico. The Indios were restricted to making the roughest cotton cloth, soap, and a crude pottery, thus destroying a once flourishing indigenous craftsmanship. The natives lost all such skills, and the criollos were not allowed to replace them. Economic barbarism was imposed on Mexico, hardly more than a generation after the friars had begun to find such promise among the indigenes. By the close of the century, proud, haughty, dark-cloaked Castilians passed in and out of the Indies, dominating the halls of power, gathering the riches of the country. The crown now deliberately made their tenure short so that they might acquire no interest in the Americas. This also made them more rapacious, since they had only a brief time in which to get rich. The impression created in all Mexican minds by this horde of mostly middle-class letrados and bureaucrats was that a natural prerequisite of officialdom was to make money from office on the side. This was, in fact, the only social mobility Hispanic society allowed. The supposedly sallow and enervated criollos, with their silver-mounted saddles, flashy clothing, India concubines, and a bitter, though not quite resolute pride, lived in their townhouses or rode out to their country places surrounded by servile entourages. They were masters only in their own houses. They swallowed their resentment or expressed it in sly verses or jokes. Their manhood began more and more to express itself in sexuality, a natural manifestation for men who were otherwise restricted, humiliated, or deprived. No criollo could engage in public affairs, go to war, or stand up against the government. They developed a peculiar cult of machismo that centered primarily on male domination of the female sex. The status and education of criollo women was even more stultified and very similar to that of Mexica ladies. They were confined to the home and restricted to affairs of religion and the heart. They were passive but terribly important sex objects in the criollo culture. Criollo life at best was splendidly luxurious, at worst comfortable. It was isolated from work or care. Every criollo was consciously a member of an elite, respected even if he had wasted his patrimony, spared the hard knocks of the European upper classes which suffered constant wars. But disquiet and discontent lay over the Mexican elite and deeply shadowed its collective mind. Despite the piety of its women and the reckless, feckless ardor of its gallants, the class had no destiny, and seemed to know it. Another form of destruction was working within the missionary church in Mexico. The Inquisition, symbol of the polarizing minds in Europe, paralyzed all the promising Catholic humanism. The friars, whose numbers increased as the Indios declined, lost most of their former optimism and moral righteousness and certainty. In old age, Sahagún believed his life had been devoted to cosmic tragedy. It would have been better to have left the Indios alone. The contact of European civilization had killed them. However, the mission system, sliding into apathy and failure, was institutionalized. The convents were fastened on the land, and the orders were now quarreling among themselves over the dwindling carcass of Amerindian Mexico, trying to exclude the newer Jesuits, defending their privileges against the encroachments of the viceroys or the crown. The criollos, churchmen, and even the peninsulares lived increasingly purposeless lives, while the Indios and léperos, intent on survival, endured. So the century closed. Far away, in the magnificent Escurial, erected by American revenues among a starving but impressed peasantry on the high, cold plains of Castile, Felipe II lay dying. The greatest monarch in all Christendom, owning half the world, the king was bankrupt. He had mortgaged the silver of the Americas, esos reinos, as his counselors called them, those kingdoms beyond the sea. He had done great damage to Castile and Aragon. Worse, he had mortgaged the future of New Spain. Chapter 18. Spain, the World, and Mexico. Then everything includes itself in power. Power into will, will into appetite, and appetite a universal wolf, so doubly seconded with will and power, must make perforce a universal prey, and last eat up himself. Shakespeare, Troilus and Cressida, Act 1, Scene 3. The history of every nation is bounded, and the power and glory of Spain was ephemeral. The power system that carried Spain to greatness also carried the seeds of its own destruction. The mystique of monarchy that allowed Fernando and Isabel to rule effectively and reform the church and state permitted their grandson Carlos I to extirpate the last liberties of the Castilian towns, and their great-grandson Felipe II to reign as a complete despot. The same modern bureaucracy that the Catholic kings erected to articulate their government burgeoned, until at last, directed by inbred, inept monarchs more concerned with pleasure than a sense of purpose, it regulated the nation into bankrupt stagnation. The confusion of Spanish nationalism with ideological fervor for the medieval church involved the country in endless, feudal wars. The Spanish mistook the interests of the House of Habsburg for the interests of their faith. The drive that freed Spain from Islam turned her on terrible, useless, impossible crusades against distant Protestants. That same faith and drive made Spaniards destroy two valuable minorities, the Moriscos, who worked the southern fields, and the Sephardim, who had administered the kingdom. The forces that raised great cathedrals also dug dank torture pits. The long struggle to preserve the Castilian vision of truth that gave the conquistadores such utter confidence almost destroyed the Spanish soul in a changing world. In the end, the defense of Castilian Catholicism paralyzed Spanish liberalism, humanism, and independent thought. The Spanish tragedy was that for a century Spain did not lose her dynastic ideological wars of the Habsburgs, but destroyed herself trying to win them. Victory was always just beyond reach, and the ideological nature of the struggle and the dead grip of the Inquisition did not allow Spaniards to admit tragedy. The Holy Office had reduced Spaniards intellectually to the point where they could not decide, Hamlet-like, to be or not to be. They could no longer pose the question. The self-destruction was far gone long before the Armada sailed, and complete before the Tercios myth of invincibility was finally shattered at Rocroi in 1643. The Spanish economy, always primitive at best, fell apart under the strains of unprecedented royal expenditures and the great inflationary stream of bullion from America. By the 1550s, Mexican silver had fueled a serious inflation in Castile, pricing Spanish products out of European markets. Meanwhile, money flowed out of Spain to support the foreign wars. The towns decayed, and the roads filled with ragged vagabonds in the same era that King Felipe enjoyed the greatest revenues of any European prince. The bureaucracy countered by debasing the coinage and forbidding the export of specie. They could not attack the root problem. Carlos I, for the maintenance of the court alone, spent 10 times the sums expended annually by the Catholic kings. His successors were even more extravagant. By the reign of Felipe III, the nation was bankrupt. The promise of the silver fleets from Mexico permitted Felipe II unlimited credit. He borrowed wildly against American revenues. His military and political expenses caused a royal bankruptcy and default in the 1590s, the decade in which New World shipments of specie reached their highest total. None of this wealth was spent on the Spanish state or people. All of it flowed through to foreign bankers. Little of it reached the army, which lived by begging door to door at home and by looting abroad. When after 1600 the supply of bullion from America fell radically, dropping to approximately what it had been before the great silver strikes of the 1540s, the crown found it impossible to admit error or readjust. In the same century that the Spanish-American silver peso, or piece of 8 reales, became the trading currency of half the world, the Spanish government was forced to replace good money at home with a copper maravedí. This base coin, part cause, part symptom, created more inflation and misery. The Spaniards, according to a contemporary joke, had become the northern bankers' Indians. The crown used desperate means to raise revenue. It sold offices, titles, and privileges. For a price one could now ennoble a dead grandfather. It taxed every use and function, controlled most prices through monopolies, and sold religious bulls or privileges. The crown put any title from a dukedom to the privilege of putting don before one's name up for sale, along with certificates of limpieza de sangre, or clean blood. While constantly increasing taxes stifled the economy, the constant additions to the nobility dried up the tax rolls because nobles were exempt from taxes. In Spain, the hidalguía or gentry were classified as noble, and the passion for titles proliferated its numbers beyond those of any Western nation. The clergy was also excused from taxation. In 1541, there were 100,000 nobles against only 800,000 tax-paying free subjects in Castile. In the next century, 1 Spaniard in 7 was officially noble. In all, a full quarter of the male population had the privileges of the nobility, the clergy, the military, or office by the 18th century. Thus 1/4 the population was removed from taxation and productive labor. In the Hispanic world, all forms of enterprise were penalized, and it was no accident that sensible persons got out of enterprise as quickly as they could. Merchants bought land, which they did not work, and entailed it. They sent their sons into the bureaucracy or church. By the 1600s, except for a few large, royally favored monopolies, most Spanish business was in foreign hands. Foreigners dominated the commerce of Seville. The image and the reality of Spain as an economically backward, socially stagnant, and overly bureaucratized country was made while the Spanish Habsburgs remained Western Europe's major military power. Unlike the English and French, the Spaniard emerging from the Middle Ages was unable to bring forth a new world view. The French were beginning to create their modern mind in the concept of the honnête homme, the person honest with himself and the external world, socially virtuous, his intellect in control. The French ruled passion with reason. The English were formulating the Elizabethan worldview, that loosely ordered realm in which common sense ruled both passion and intellect. The English were making a cool assessment of the real world, allowing neither passion nor intellect to dominate, and thus attempting to dominate that world. The Spaniard showed no ability to compromise or change. He remained the hombre de honor, the man of honor, and honor as he held it brooked no accommodation with the external world. The Spaniard could not study or adjust. He had found truth. He was right. If the world differed, then the world was wrong. Here the Hispanic culture began to separate emotionally and intellectually from the dominant forces in modern Europe. In the early 16th century, the man of honor was Hernán Cortés, daring Montecuzuma's hordes, translating attitudes into action. The friars were also hombres de honor, changing an entire civilization by acts of faith and will. But when the invincible armadas, battered survivors, returned to Spain, and the tercios in the Netherlands were held off by Maurice of Orange's new tactics with firearms, action was becoming impossible. By the time French regiments destroyed the Spanish armies at Rocroi, the Spaniard had become utterly disillusioned with the world. It no longer responded to his acts and will. The terrible tension between faith and reality produced a brilliant art in Spain. The age of Spanish self-destruction was Spain's cultural golden century, the Siglo de Oro, the age of Cervantes and Lope de Vega, Alarcón and Calderón and Quevedo, El Greco and Velázquez. The great thrust of Spanish art and literature was a reaffirmation against fears and doubts. Lope de Vega's comedias, which were part of a genuine national theater, extolled the qualities of faith, fealty, love, and honor, embodied in changeless characters dominated by will. While Lope held forth against the night, doubts produced another kind of art from the pens of Cervantes and the Mexican-born humpback Alarcón. Cervantes wrote one of the world's great novels, a tale of delusions and dreams and tilting at windmills by men mired in brutal reality, and subtly posed the question whether dreamers or the world was mad. Cervantes's genius was not blunted by the Inquisition's thought police, which now had gone beyond ferreting out heretics and infidels to exercising thought control, but like Alarcón, he had to write carefully. Alarcón, perhaps because of his American birth, had a clear vision of the whole Spanish concept of this century as a lie, a monstrous illusion fostered by society and state. Ingeniously, when the characters in his comedias are known to be telling lies, they assume the forms and cadences of Lope's verse. These artists wrote when there was still hope and made Hispanic literature predominant in their age, but as the nation proceeded to final disaster in the 30 Years' War, art increasingly showed the Spanish exhaustion and disillusionment. The age became barroco or baroque, not only in the embellished styles of Churriguera, but in its lifestyles and the shadows on its mind. It was an age of people too aware of death and destruction, unable to find alternatives, and no longer assured of their souls or their soul's salvation. The fear of death grew, with the knowledge that for all of society's collective will and glory, every man dies alone. Such fears and doubts could not be voiced in Inquisition-ridden Spain, but heroes of the Spanish stage and in the Flemish trenches joked about death, not because they were fearless, but because they were desperately tired. Faith was becoming more and more an external thing, and so was sin. Both sin and the regular autos da fe, performed for cheering audiences, had become meaningless acts. God was real, but he had deserted Spaniards. The world still had form, but it had lost all meaning. Now, on the stage, in life, in war, at court or church, form and style was all there was. No hay realidades, solo hay palabras, wrote Quevedo. There is no reality, only words. Still holding fanatically to all her forms, Spain sank into a morass without true moral codes or meaning, disillusioned but still hungering for a worm-eaten glory. The authorities debated endlessly what was wrong. Some blamed the times, some foreign influences. As Spain turned from aggressor to the besieged, she succumbed to a siege mentality. Foreign knowledge was banned, students forbidden to study abroad. The great universities of Salamanca and Alcalá, once brilliant in law, medicine, and botany, became backwaters where pedants squabbled over form. The damage was profound. In the last stages of decay between 1580 and 1680, Spanish life began to have an unreal quality reflected in the arts. The world was now seen as an engaño, a snare and delusion. La vida es sueño y los sueños, sueños son, Calderón wrote. Life is a dream, and the dreams themselves dreams. His sophisticated audiences of desengañados, cultivated men and women undeceived with the world, appreciated the futility of action and rejected the notion that man, half brute, half angel, might raise himself by his own bootstraps. This was the final failure of will, verging on anarchy of the soul. Fatalism grew. In this new world where everything he believed in went wrong, the Spaniard degenerated intellectually. The cultos, the educated, followed sterile styles colored with cynicism. The vulgos, or ignorant, retreated into gross superstitions. The first hero of the century had been the Cid, the man of action, loyalty, and honor, changing the world with his sword. The final hero was the burlador, the joker, the deceiver of women. Tirso de Molina's Don Juan was a rebel, desperate for something real to rebel against. He could only assert his manhood by deceiving as many women as possible, and by defying the laws of man and God. His anarchy of soul was followed inevitably in Spain by an anarchy of politics and culture. Everything collapsed in stupor. ending the Spain that Fernando and Isabel had wrought. At the end of the 17th century, Spain existed in stasis, the final loss of will to act. Carlos II, El Hechizado, or the Bewitched, was human and king, but not a man, taking decades to die. Meanwhile, his country had become the sick man of Europe, a pawn among the other powers. The English eyed the empire greedily. The French desired the Spanish throne. The Austrians waited to seize Spanish provinces in the Netherlands and Italy. By being, as they thought, true to themselves, the Spaniards had turned power into dust and glory into despair. At the last, Spain herself was like Don Quixote on his deathbed, sane, but drained and devoid of dreams. Most of the destruction visited upon 17th-century Spain did not occur in Mexico. After the Muñoz visitation, an almost idyllic peace held throughout the civilized parts of New Spain. Mexico was undisturbed by the great designs of Felipe II and the Baroque madness of the 30 Years' War. The natives of the fruitful regions had been conquered and pacified, and the rebellious spirit of the criollos broken. The war of religion affected Spanish America only in the occasional thunderclap of English, Dutch, or French raids along the coasts. However, the Spanish had embedded themselves in the American highlands and built cities instead of trading posts. Unlike the Portuguese, their empire could not really be threatened by the maritime powers. The nature of the Spanish did not let them use Mexico's strategic position between Europe and the Orient to make the colony a great entrepot. The Spaniards were not oriented to the sea, but their land empire was almost invulnerable. Sea raiders could seize ships and towns. They could not displace the Spanish. The enemies of Spain harassed commerce and forced the treasure ships to sail in convoy. They sacked some coastal cities, such as Veracruz, Acapulco, and Panama. They could not halt the flow of specie, hold outposts on the mainland, or threaten Spanish rule of the continents. The conflicts in Europe probably made the raids, which the Spanish considered piracy, inevitable, but Spanish policy in the New World also brought a certain retribution. The Spanish claimed the entire Western Hemisphere except for Brazil. Spanish law proclaimed the death penalty for trespassers. Also, most would-be trespassers were northern heretics to be burned, hanged, or mercifully sent to the galleys. Both policies made peripheral warfare endemic in America between the Spanish authorities and sometimes entirely peaceful foreign traders or would-be colonists. The Spanish in the 16th century hanged a colony of French Huguenots in Florida, not as Frenchmen but as heretics. Revenge was taken by other Frenchmen, not against Spaniards but against murderers. Various forms of Spanish treachery or mistreatment, entirely justifiable within the Spanish worldview, created hordes of vengeful buccaneers. There is considerable evidence that the Dutch and English particularly would have preferred to trade than raid or fight, and that piracy was often caused by Spain's intransigent insistence upon a closed-door policy. It was almost impossible to observe morality, laws, or niceties between heretics and papists. In 1568, John Hawkins arrived off Veracruz with 5 ships and a cargo of African slaves, contraband, but for which there was a ready market in New Spain. The new viceroy Almanza arrived with a fleet immediately afterward. A storm brewed, and Almanza, eager to reach port, made a truce with the English slave traders, but with the advantage, and after weighing his fealty to church and king against a promise made to a pirate, Almanza had his ships attack the unsuspecting English. Only 2 English ships escaped. One, Hawkins, the other captained by a young sailor, Francis Drake, who swore bitterly to make the Spanish pay for their treachery. Hawkins left 100 English sailors ashore, who were marched to the capital by Don Luis de Carvajal, a hero before his Judaizing relatives brought him into disgrace and prison. They were imprisoned and severely examined by the Inquisition. The survivors were paraded as heretics in the Great Square. 3 were burnt, 60 were whipped and sentenced to the galleys, others were made slaves. Hawkins had his revenge when his new ships and long-range culverins battered the Spanish Armada in 1588. Sir Francis Drake kept his promise in fire and blood from the Pacific to Cadiz. His name enraged the king and frightened viceroys, and El Draque, the bogeyman, for centuries frightened the children of New Spain. The coasts and commerce were never entirely safe. The Dutch landed and looted Acapulco in 1624. And Pete Hine captured the Plate Fleet, the great treasure convoy from New Spain off Florida, in 1628. Later, the English sacked Veracruz, collecting vast sums in loot and ransoms. But terrible as the appearance of pirates was to the coastal towns, these raids hardly disturbed the tenor of life inside Mexico. The older English historians seem to have willfully misrepresented the quality of life in New Spain because of their insurmountable biases against Spain. It was true that the vice-regal government was despotic, the Amerindians were oppressed, the Inquisition practiced terrorism, and society grew corrupt, but all this has to be weighed against conditions and events in the outside world, at a time when Europe was both making enormous cultural advances and trying to destroy itself. The Spanish Empire was spared many of Europe's horrors. 10 times as many persons were burned for heresy in 16th century England than during 300 years of inquisitorial history in America. Some petty Western German principalities destroyed more people for witchcraft than were brought before the Holy Office for any reason in all New Spain. The Inquisition was despised by most of the Spanish population and the clergy of Mexico, and it seems to have lost much of its Iberian virulence in the new climate. The whippings and burnings in the Alameda Park at Mexico, viewed by the Viceroy and the Audiencia, were never quite the semi-hysterical fetes they became in Spain. The fact was that the people were loyal to the Church. The state of religion then and later was much stronger and healthier in New Spain than in the Old, where religious faith and practice was almost a matter of form, though powerfully institutionalized. The Cortesian decision to entrust the conversion of Mexico to the orders rather than the secular clergy had lasting effects, even after the Mexican church was secularized in the 17th century. The friars provided a powerful element of humanism and social protest, which, though often submerged, ran through a portion of the Spanish clergy. There was, of course, immense superstition in New Spain. The Amerindians were illiterate and half-heathen, the léperos grossly ignorant, and the criollos intellectually lazy. Also, Mexico continued to suffer from the same kind of natural disasters that aroused religious fears and feelings among its earliest peoples. Thousands of men, women, and small children took the fever and died within days. Smallpox regularly broke out in the Spanish towns. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions shook central Mexico, toppling buildings and awing millions. In 1 year, both a violent earthquake and a snowstorm were recorded in the Valley of Mexico. In the face of such seemingly random, irrational acts of nature, in a society of declining population where death was constantly forced on the survivors' consciousnesses, intense religious feeling combined with the grossest superstitions. Mexico was honestly loyal to the concepts of Hispanic Catholicism, and a series of tolerant and quite capable viceroys kept the whole population loyal to the crown. The viceregal term of office was reduced to 3 to 5 years, though it was often extended at the pleasure of the Council of the Indies. This, and the enormous salary viceroys were paid, an annual sum equivalent to more than $1 million in modern purchasing power, were expected to keep the viceroys free of American interests and personal corruption. The policy was reasonably successful. It is evident that if the viceroys did little to improve New Spain, changing the social system was beyond their powers, just as it was beyond the powers of the friars, they did nothing to damage the country either. Some of the viceroys were genuine statesmen, and their job was easier because of the immense distance that separated them from the cesspool of jealousy, vice, and intrigue that swirled through 17th century Madrid. Don Luis de Velasco, Conde de Santiago, later Marqués de Salinas, son of the second viceroy and 8th viceroy of New Spain, was welcomed with great ceremony and rejoicing in 1590. He had grown up in Mexico, and held various posts before his accession and was considered a native by the criollos. Velasco wanted to develop the country and to halt the continuing abuses of the Indians. In 1601 and again in 1609, laws were passed that restricted the use of the repartimiento, especially in the mines of the grim northern frontier. The new codes forbade the requirement of long travel and required the mining contractors to pay portal-to-portal time, furnish meals, and to pay cash wages at a fair rate. Corporal punishment such as the use of whips and stocks were banned. Like most Spanish laws, these were easily evadable, but a combination of depopulation and a radical decline in the skills of the native masses made slave labor in the mines and in the towns where venal corregidores provided labor for private contractors, councils, and wheat farmers unprofitable. The mine operators and most towns had to institute a system of paid, free labor to attract sufficient workers. By the middle of the century, mining was still a dirty and dangerous occupation, but now trained, skilled, and willing Indios went into the dark holes for a reasonable wage. The city of Mexico, situated on a lake that had been gradually drying for 1,000 years, had begun to experience serious flooding as early as the administration of the first Velasco. The problem was that the Spanish had deforested the ocote and cypress-covered slopes of the three central lakes, Xaltocan, Texcoco, and Zumpango. Now water cascaded off the mountains, and soil erosion began to silt up the lakes. The lakes in Anahuac had never drained to any sea, and during seasons of unusually heavy rains, the water level lapping against the capital rose dangerously. After an inundation in the 1550s, the viceroy had rebuilt the old Mexica dikes. By 1604, no dams or levees could hold off the rising water. The second Velasco sent the engineer Enrico Martinez to solving the problem. Martinez dug a tunnel 4 miles through the encircling mountains to drain off the excess water. Many thousands of local Indios were dragooned into this task and driven harshly to complete the job within a year. The task was done in 11 months, at an enormous cost in Amerindian hardship and lives. Unfortunately, while the idea was sound, the construction was shaky. The tunnel tended to cave in, and it was not large enough to handle a serious flood. For some 20 years, huge numbers of Indios were kept laboring to clear the tunnel and shore it up. Then, in 1629, a simultaneous rise in all the lakes choked the tunnel. The destruction was enormous, and some parts of the city remained flooded for 4 years. The engineer Martinez was again called upon. Now he converted his disastrous tunnel into an open ditch about 13 miles long and about 200 feet deep. This ditch, called the Tajo de Nochistongo, required 10 years to put in operation, and work continued on it for more than a century. The draining of the valley occupied a whole series of viceroys, used up most of their revenues, and laid terrible burdens on the surviving Anahuac Indians. Nor was the drainage problem really solved, though the capital was kept out of the mire. Drainage, and the subsequent sinking and shifting of the porous lake-bottom soil, is still a monstrous engineering, architectural, and financial problem for Mexico. The abolishment of the repartimiento was accompanied by a phase-out of the encomienda. The encomienda was not officially ended until 1720, but by the 17th century it was dying out. As grantees died without legal heirs or went bankrupt and disappeared, their villages and territories escheated back to the crown. Such events made little or no real change in the Mexican social and economic system. A basic reality simply changed its legal forms. There were no longer enough Indians to support Spanish overlords under the old system, but the new one was still based entirely on the enduring concept of the inability and incapacity of the Amerindian, which by this time Spanish policies had made true. A new system of landholding and social organization made rapid advances. This was the hacienda, Spanish estate or wealth, derived from enterprise, which in Mexico came to mean a very large landed property. As the villages shrank or disappeared, much of the land in central New Spain became vacant, both within the encomiendas and the crown-supervised corregimiento. These lands began to be granted or sold to a newer class of landholders, the hacendados. The hacienda, or latifundio, could not have grown so rapidly without a radical depopulation. Although some tribal titles to land continued to be disputed into the 18th century, private landowners began to snap up large tracts to surround whole Amerindian villages and to encroach steadily on the smaller European wheat fields and orchards. Depression and depopulation aided the growth of huge estates. Also, successful criollo mine operators had large fortunes to invest in land. Haciendas expanded rapidly when the indigenous population dropped to about 1 million. Large acreage of former encomienda territories were converted into hacienda holdings, and private estates absorbed much of the communally worked crown lands which had belonged to the supposedly free vassal Indians. The crown sold much vacant land. Also, corruption was rife in the bribery of Spanish officials entrusted with the welfare of the Amerindians. Fields were declared vacant and sold, with money changing hands throughout the whole hierarchy, in a process that never really ended under one form or another until the Mexican Revolution. Contemporary studies had already shown that the natives fared better, usually, under the private encomienda than the theoretically superior corregimiento. Private holders tended to protect their indios from the roads, tunnels, and mines, and found it profitable to assure each man or family a plot of land, while the corregidores, officials who came and went, found it profitable to make their fortunes out of the indios' labor. They sold slave labor freely, and also, with a short time to make their office, which they usually purchased, they mulcted the Indians in every possible way. At best they left the indigenes neglected wards of the state, to be tyrannized by petty caciques and regidores. The hacienda should have provided a great advance over the encomienda. Its purpose was not to extract tribute or services, but to provide products for sale or export. The workers were now free men under the law, due money wages. The hacienda was basically plantation agriculture, and historically, whatever its social effects, plantation agriculture usually marked an economic advance because it produced or should have produced surpluses. But in Hispanic society, land ownership gave immense prestige, but neither the social system nor system of taxation provided any spur to its efficient use, or even use at all. It rarely occurred to an hacendado to try to increase his profits through development and experimentation. Mismanagement of all enterprise was inherent in the Hispanic worldview. The hacienda system developed in a country where landholder and worker were separated by enormous racial, social, and rational gulfs. In a very real sense, the hacienda was less designed to improve agriculture than to continue the subordination of the Amerindian. The peculiarly Mexican institution of debt peonage also began in the 16th century. The law required that free men be paid adequate wages. The Spanish invented minimum wage codes in the modern world, but the law also, ostensibly to protect the indio from acquiring large debts, did not allow him to borrow more than 40 reales or 5 pesos, and further, despite much protest from the clergy and Indians, prevented any employee from leaving his master while in debt to him. Debts were made hereditary. These rules assured the complete immobility of the indio. The codes that protected him from large debts prevented him from ever acquiring capital or buying land, and small debts which he could never pay off chained him to the soil. The peon, or farm worker, became a debt slave. Landholders easily kept ignorant workers eternally in debt by small advances of wages. The institution of peonage or debt slavery cannot be understood without understanding the continuing determination of the European society to remain masters of the land and people. The effect was that the indio did not live from wages, but rather from small wage advances, which kept him effectively enslaved. The practice became so ingrained that even in the 20th century, many Mexican laborers still expected to receive wage advances and considered being in debt to employers a natural condition, habits baffling to foreigners. The hacienda, efficiently run, might have made New Spain into an important exporter of agricultural products, as the North American British colonies became, Actually, the system deepened economic stagnation and social degradation. The rapid growth of vast estates meant that the land was soon closely held. A few families owned almost all cropland in every region. Since the laws barred the Amerindians from almost all occupations except primitive labor, the Indios remained tied to the soil. In one sense, the hacienda continued the old indigenous custom of land assignment with one great change. The Indians no longer had any collective or communal rights to the soil. They were not at the mercy of the tribe but of the hacendado. The hacendado assigned fields to work, rather than managing the whole estate with hired labor or tenants. Every family of peons scrabbled on its own plot, continuing a million inefficient little operations as before, with any surplus going to the landowner. The Indio remained completely at the hacendado's mercy. The greatest of all punishments was to be evicted from the land, because in this economy the Amerindian had nowhere to go. Conditions varied. Many hacendados were decent men and took a paternal interest in their Indios. Others regarded them as animals. Worst of all, some absentee hacendados hardly realized the Indio peons existed. But everywhere the system was inherently degrading. The hacendado was the master, now relieved of even government watching and regulation of the Indio. The peon, supposedly free, was always a humble supplicant, hat in hand, suffering any indignity to obtain his miserable security from the patron. The hacienda was not really an economic enterprise. It was a self-enclosed, self-sufficient, very limited socio-economic system. Most great haciendas, which contained their own churches, primitive factories, and company stores, were more a way of life than a business, and it was a way of life that peculiarly stifled economic gain or social change. The vice-regal government apparently did not approve the transformation of the encomienda into the hacienda because it had less control over landlords who held latifundia in fee, simple, and entail. However, in its preoccupation with extracting mineral wealth and getting silver to Spain, the government did nothing to aid or improve either society or agriculture. The hacienda spread over most of the older, long-settled regions of central New Spain. They tended to grow as small landholdings were brought up and more Amerindian community lands were alienated and enclosed. The hacendado became the most important man in his area. Although, like the encomendero, he had no real role in politics or government, on the estate he was a petty king ruling over hundreds or even thousands of people. The old outlooks and ethos of the encomendero class were continued almost unchanged. All the hacendado had accomplished, by securing free title to his lands, was to rid himself of certain annoying hindrances of the crown. He could sell, mortgage, or entail his hacienda, and although his workers were now paid hands, he actually had more power over them than before. Some hacendados erected great fortress-like mansions and commuted to the capital. Others hardly ever visited their estates, and some families even lived in Europe for generations, leaving operations to mayordomos or managers. The mayordomo usually operated in an atmosphere of owner disinterest or disdain, and this gave him tremendous opportunity for various grafts and cruelties. Although no hacendado had the right of justice, the whipping post became a feature of most haciendas. In the absence of governmental or owner concern, agriculture was not particularly profitable. Crops were produced either for markets in New Spain, such as the mines and towns, or for export. Sugar cane was important. Like wheat, it always had a European market. Corn, the major crop, was unpalatable to Europeans. In the 17th century, millions of acres of cornfields went out of production, and much of this land was replanted in maguey plants, which required less labor and produced the profitable, if socially damaging, intoxicant pulque. Through this kind of mismanagement, New Spain frequently failed to raise sufficient food, and in the absence of a communication system, thousands of Indios died in local famines. Bureaucratic regulation destroyed or prevented the production of many potentially profitable crops. The cotton cloth industry, like the making of silk, was ruined. Vanilla, chocolate, and tobacco were crown monopolies. Many products easily raised in Mexico had to be imported at great cost. Still, New Spain produced some 50 million pesos in crop value, which vastly exceeded that of all the silver mines, and which easily could have been doubled had anyone cared. All exported produce had to pass through the Spanish entrepôt, and all sailings were bound to the convoying of the Plate fleet. Ships sailed sometimes once every 4 years. Goods rotted in the meantime. New Spain did develop a thriving commerce with the Orient through Acapulco and Manila, but this trade was in Spanish hands, and it was largely an exchange of Mexican silver for various Asian finished goods. In both directions, New Spain suffered from heavy imbalances in trade. There was at best a 3-to-2 import-export ratio, which drained the country of its specie as fast as it was produced. Stock raising quickly became important, since cattle and sheep suited to a depopulated countryside. Many haciendas had thousands upon thousands of the tough, long-horned African breed cattle. But here again, bureaucracy and stupid legislation destroyed a possible meat industry. Butchering was strictly regulated and was a monopoly in every town, and meat was actually scarce and of poor quality in a country overrun with livestock. Meanwhile, the law provided 100 lashes for any Indio caught killing a cow, which, despite the law forbidding execution of Indians, was a death penalty, depending on how the whip was applied. Millions of cattle were raised and killed for their hides and tallow in the absence of a meat market, and this was a pattern that was to be lasting in Mexico. The religious orders soon entered into the hacienda system. The Jesuits, who arrived late in Mexico, bought lands and seem to have been especially efficient in management. However, the older orders, with their original mission largely completed, became sterile. The orders and the secular church, which entered Mexico in the 17th century, collecting the Indio tithes, rapidly became wealthy. In a pious, death-conscious, superstitious Mexico, all branches of the church were deluged with gifts and bequests. This was an old evil in the Mediterranean church. Now in Mexico, the immortal institution's wealth could not be alienated or taxed, and soon it became the largest landowner and landlord in New Spain. This was extremely unhealthy for both the economy and the church itself. Church property was not well managed on the whole, and clerics, presiding over ever-growing wealth, became tinged with avarice. The church, which itself had done so much to destroy the banking ethos in Spain, now lent plentiful money at extremely low rates and required principal to be repaid only at the debtor's death. In the profligate Criollo society, this policy produced more wealth for the church. By the 1630s, as Thomas Gage saw and recorded, the missionary orders had largely turned from serving and protecting the Indios to living extravagantly off them. The Franciscans, Dominicans, Augustinians, Carmelites, and Jesuits had erected 400 convents by 1600. These no longer served any real social or economic purpose, but they had to be supported by native sweat. Many of the friars had become pervasively lazy and corrupt. They spent nights drinking and gambling with cards and dice, finding various legalistic pretexts to evade their vows. Felipe IV, in effect, secularized the Mexican church by turning over the collection of Indio tithes. Every subject paid 10% of his income into the church. If the Indios had no money, they paid with portions of their crops, or goats or chickens, to the secular clergy. The established orders, however, remained ensconced in Mexico, very jealous of each other and of their privileges. Despite the fact that the church as a body was rich, and in that it collected tithes and retained 8/9 of these, 1/9 going to the crown, in Mexico high fees were demanded for every service. The clergy refused to perform marriages, baptisms, or burials, except at exorbitant cost. By 1616, 1 of 19 Europeans in New Spain was a cleric. The very thing Cortés had feared occurred. The secular clergy poured in from its impoverished benefices in Spain, bringing along its arrogance, ignorance, and sexual laxity. With the secularization of the church in the 1620s, the higher prelates no longer came exclusively from the more disciplined orders. The whole outlook of the hierarchy changed. Where once the bishops had battled for native Indios to be admitted to holy orders, now the prelates petitioned the crown to prevent even Spaniards born in the New World from entering the church, on the argument that the church would soon be dominated by an American clergy of doubtful loyalty. And while one Indian exceptionally became a bishop in the 17th century, and Creoles were ordained, it became almost impossible for Indios to take orders or for Criollos to advance in the hierarchy. Throughout the colonial era, 7 of 8 bishops, all canons, and the vast majority of curas or pastors were peninsulares. Despite popular misconceptions and the deep religious feelings in Mexico, there was no little controversy within and toward this Spanish church. In 1644, the Ayuntamiento of Mexico protested against the erection of more monasteries, of which there were already 12 in the capital, and petitioned the king to prevent the church from acquiring more real estate. These protests continued, but nothing was done despite the fact that the church came to own at least 1/3 of all the buildings at Mexico. The Mexican church was an integral and useful arm of government, just as in Spain. It supplied the crown with large revenues. These were not taxes on the church. They were collected from the people through the church in the form of bulas, certificates of dispensation, and tithes. The Archbishop of Mexico regularly collaborated with the viceroy on all affairs of state. The relationship was so close that the archbishop was frequently appointed an interim viceroy. 10 such prelates assumed the viceregal throne. The viceroy, as vice-patron, had the power of approval of all appointments, though as a matter of policy the viceroys usually approved candidates for bishop, canon, and curate in the order in which they were submitted. His power was the negative one of veto, like the Pope's. With offices, power, and money involved, there could not help but occur constant quarrels between the gospel and the sword, as they were termed. These were terribly bitter, but for all the anathemas hurled and the priests expelled, they were family fights that never disturbed the system. The church was an enormously stabilizing influence on society and state. Its effect on the Amerindians was profound, for it replaced the destroyed indigenous priesthood in dominating and regulating most aspects of native life. It had almost an equal effect on the European society, because the church taught that disloyalty to the crown was heresy. The church was integral and augmentative to a system that came to be seen as evil and oppressive. But the great marvel is not that the Catholic Church in Mexico grew corrupt and arrogant and shot through with avarice and superstition, since priests and bishops sprang from a common society with hacendados, corregidores, and bureaucrats, and shared a common ethos, but that the church retained any social consciousness at all. Lay society did nothing either to preserve the Amerindian heritage or the Indians, but a long line of clerics, whether enlightened humanists or narrow-minded but humane missionaries, did. The church in Mexico threw up some of the worst men who ever disgraced the Catholic calling, and some of the best. If arrogant, aristocratic prelates and lazy friars ground down the poor Indios with threats of hellfire, and sipped costly chocolate while they added up their revenues, the Quinos and Juniperos Serras devoted their lives to a burning faith, and the Torquemadas and Clavijeros continued the work of Sahagún and Benavente in preserving the memory of ancient Mexico. The Mexican church was never a monolithic organization. Part of the church was reactionary and oppressive. The other, usually but not always at the level of the lower clergy, held the love and loyalty of the people and remained a potential source of change and glory. The sourness with which the church is now regarded, both abroad and in Mexico, probably stems primarily from its enormous success as part of the system. It successfully taught that obedience to church and crown were supreme virtues, and that rebellion and free-thinking were the worst of vices. Clergy in other countries tried similar inculcations, but with far less historic effect. Spanish data is either suspect or non-existent. The Spanish kept poor records, and even many of these were destroyed, and the historian finds few reliable statistics. But Mexican society by 1650 had taken on the patterns it would hold for centuries. About 125,000 Europeans lived in New Spain by 1646. Most were native-born, and half of them lived in or near the capital. The city of Mexico, because of its population, its position as the capital, and its role as the center of Hispanic culture, always dominated. Beyond Mexico, the European population was very largely confined to the Spanish-built towns that sprang up through the Meseta during the 16th century. Puebla and Guadalajara were important centers, and there were smaller regional capitals from Valladolid to Monterrey. These towns had private palaces, great churches, convents, and municipal buildings, and seemed to have been unusually clean. They did not yet have ancient litter and raucous slums. These municipalities reigned over a somnolent but quite impressive countryside. Thomas Gage, who traveled mostly in the regions south of Mexico, was impressed mainly by the immense variety of the land and its peoples. He was impressed by the docility of the Indios, the richness of the churches, the color and courtesy of the criollos, and the excellence of their horses, things that have struck almost all Mexican travelers since his time. Compared to the Europe of the 30 Years' War, Gage found Mexico a rare and beautiful place. To his eyes, whatever tyranny there was rested lightly on all races. Gage reported no discontent, and as an Englishman who eventually disavowed his Catholicism and rejoined his anti-Roman people, he had no reason to be favorable to the dominions of the King of Spain. His accounts of real conditions show clearly, when compared to existing Spanish rules and regulations, that the colonials were blithely oblivious of them in many respects. Few, if any, Europeans of the 17th century, the era of violent intolerances and particularly cruel wars, would have seen anything reprehensible in the orderly beauty of colonial Mexico. In fact, at this time almost all Europeans envied the Spanish in their possession of America. The English would have changed places gladly and traded their icy forests and gloomy woodlands on the northern Atlantic slope for the dominion of Mexico, whereas Marlowe wrote, "Indian Moors do obey their Spanish lords, and silver poured out of the mountains." The rich society of the Creoles was becoming more complex. Spaniards, although they still arrived seeking fortune through office, and their competition with the criollos for white women, posts, and privileges was a constant irritant, could no longer expect to arrive in America as señores. A few tradesmen, merchants, professionals, and artisans had begun to arrive. As peninsulares, they had advantages over the colonials and also filled a void. The early Spanish masters, encomenderos, and friars have been able to erect a whole civilization out of redirected Amerindian efforts. Indio engineers and architects and carpenters built the ships and dikes and palaces and cathedrals of the 16th century. When the indigenous skilled classes had been wiped out by policy and neglect, someone had to replace them. This void was filled by immigrant Spaniards of the lower class, from carpenters to grocers. The criollos universally regarded these peaceful fortune-seekers as gloomy misers. They did what the criollos' ethos and outlook did not permit. They worked hard and tried to take advantage of the opportunities inherent in a new country. They opened shops, peddled wares, served as mayordomos, and kept the accounts for haciendas. They tended to be austere, clannish among themselves, and arrived with set prejudices against criollos, half-breeds, and indios. But they created an essential social infrastructure. They got ahead in the world, and many a poor Spanish rag-picker made money, married a local heiress, and bought a patent of nobility. Ex-peddlers and muleteers became counts, which exasperated the indolent criollos who forgot their own ancestry, who cordially detested the newcomers, and who looked on their industry with jealousy and fear. These poor Spaniards left a homeland that had no opportunity, and with their petit bourgeois mentality, they in some ways became as much the Spanish fathers of Mexico as the earlier conquistadores. Creole society still continued to be wealthy and elegant, but nothing in the arts or creativity compared with the contemporary activity and advances in Europe, even in Spain. Alarcón, significantly, though educated at the Royal and Pontifical University of Mexico, sought a career in the peninsula, He was a practical artist who wrote only to support himself while waiting appointment to a sinecure. Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz and Carlos de Sigüenza were prodigies alienated from their times and backgrounds. Sor Juana's beautiful lyric poetry survived, but her keen mind made the criolla beauty an anomaly in Mexico. She retreated to a Carmelite nunnery and died in an epidemic at 34. Sigüenza y Góngora, a polymath trained at a Jesuit college, the only rational academies in New Spain, might well have ranked with Leibniz or Newton if he had been born in another place. He was competent in poetry, astronomy, cosmography, and history, the first of a new generation of Jesuit-trained men regaining an interest in pre-Columbian Mexico. Most of Sigüenza's work was never published and was lost. Behind these two prodigies, there was unfortunately little intellectual infrastructure. Two mestizos descended from the indigenous nobility, Alvarado Tezosomoc and Fernando de Alba Ixtlilxochitl, wrote histories of the conquest from the viewpoint of the century, when the day Tenochtitlan fell was celebrated as a great national and religious holiday, and from the viewpoint of the Amerindian allies. Mendieta, Juan de Torquemada, and the Jesuit priest José de Acosta wrote Mexican histories which, though primarily concerned with the history of Catholicism in the country, revealed a deep interest in native things. This culture was of a tiny, largely clerical elite. The lifestyles of the criollo leisure class were the antithesis of intellectuality. Wealthy criollos cut fine figures in dress and manners. They were devoted to old friendships and family. But they were also colonials, terribly caught up in an emotional pride and insecurity. Hacendados insisted upon assuming the noble honorific don, to which few of them had any social right. The famous story of the two Mexican gentlemen whose coaches met in a narrow alley and who sat unbudging for days before a Solomon-like viceroy had them both back away at equal speed reveals more about criollo society than studies in depth. Men spent their days on horseback, and their nights at fetes and in the conquest of women. Ladies spoke in vapid pieties and dreamed sexual fantasies. The rich, like all classes, knelt in the dusty streets when the host passed. They lived extravagantly and endowed churches and convents on their deathbeds. This whole society, cachupines, criollos, and clerics alike, rested on a much diminished understructure of Amerindians. The Indio population seems to have bottomed out at about 1 million around 1650. Most now labored on haciendas or were clustered, like the few thousand remnants of the Tlatelolca and the Tenochca, near the towns. They were now largely Hispanicized in religion and language. Only a few friars among the Spanish ever bothered to learn Amerindian tongues. The conquered had to learn the master's speech, and meanwhile their own dialects lost their means of expressing higher concepts through a lack of education. Some Indians, certainly in the high Sierras or in remote valleys, rarely if ever saw a European other than a priest. These were tribes who had remained outside the Mexic civilization, and they would remain outside the Spanish, only to be slowly destroyed in the 20th century by culture in other forms. The Indio had no future. If he did not actually die in the shadow of the white man, his culture withered. In a society where European males still outnumbered white females 10 to 1, legal and illegitimate miscegenation went on. By 1650, New Spain already had some 160,000 half-castes of mestizos. They outnumbered the Spaniards. The castas bred faster than Europeans and survived better than Indios. Their population curve was rising sharply against those of the other races. Slowly, painfully, and almost unnoticed, the castas were growing, and while most of them remained little better off than the Indians and lived in insecurity and misery, many were filtering into bottom layers of Hispanic society. Castas could not hold office or enter professions, but they could be watchmen, semi-skilled workmen, day laborers, jailers, and the like in the Spanish towns. They filled a great infrastructure of undesirable occupations just above the Indios. In time, the differences between Hispanicized Indians and the half-castes or mestizos would blur, leaving only a sharp distinction between the propertied and professional white classes and the great mass of dispossessed. This heterogeneous country was remarkably tranquil throughout this century and the next. Although the Habsburgs kept no army in New Spain, there were no wars, rebellions, or conspiracies. The internecine quarrels between Gachupines and Criollos, and between the church and state, and between secular clergy and orders, drew more fulminations than blood. There was no such tranquility in Europe, where every nation fought internal wars, usually based on religion, as well as international conflicts, and in Spain, Catalunya rebelled. The Crown left the defense of America to the viceroys, but failed to provide them with military forces beyond whatever local levies they might raise. The Indian warfare on the northern frontier, campaigns in Guatemala, and similar excursions were entrusted to private commissions, much as they had always been. Centuries of subordination to their native lords and priests, the swords of the conquistadores, and the magic of the friars, together with the death and destruction caused by old-world pestilence, left the natives thoroughly broken. The Indios submitted meekly to Spanish whips. Indian rage and rebellion was usually self-directed. Indios murdered each other in fits of drunken rage. The enslaved could not even unite in opposition to the masters because they were separated into 150 different and even hostile tribes. In Oaxaca, Zapotecs and Mixtecs could not forget old hatreds. The Spaniards throughout the century were much more concerned with possible rebellions of the small body of African slaves who showed more spirit than Indios. Some slaves rebelled, but the Spanish handled slave protests cruelly. The authorities sometimes hanged Negro men and women and left corpses rotting on the gallows merely to allay public fears and assuage public opinion. The black, however, was a disappearing problem. Most slaves were imported in the 16th century, and their descendants were gradually absorbed into the general Indio and Casta population. The one flaw, and a dangerous if unseen portent, in the peace were occasional riots of the leperos. In times of recurrent famine, which never affected the Europeans, and during which the Indios stoically starved and died, the miserable, mixed-blood proletariat sometimes rose in rage. A great riot took place in 1624. Don Diego Carrillo Mendoza y Pimentel, Conde de Priego and Marqués de Gelbes, one of the few totally unscrupulous viceroys, through a Mexican agent Mexia, used his powers to engross the maize crop. Mexia went through New Spain, buying up the entire production at dictated low prices, which the law provided in case of famine so that the poor might be relieved. Hacendados and grain merchants sold, believing famine existed in some other region. With the whole crop in his warehouses, the viceroy then declared no famine existed, since the crop had been good. He and his agents stood to make enormous profits out of public misery. Alonso de la Serna, the Archbishop of Mexico, condemned the viceroy, and after much dispute, excommunicated him and Mexia. Gelbes's officers seized the archbishop and hustled him onto a ship at Veracruz. This act aroused rage and consternation among the criollos, though no pious colonial raised a hand for him. Certain criollos, however, played on the misery of the half-caste masses, inciting the poor people of the city. A huge mob gathered in front of the viceregal palace, shouting, "Viva el rey! Muera el mal gobierno! Muera el luterano!" The divine right of kings made it impossible to threaten the crown and risk hellfire, but the Hispanic world, like the English, made a separation between the crown and its administration. The cry, "Death to the bad government," was often raised in Spain. The viceroy was branded as a Lutheran or Protestant rather than comulgado, Spanish excommunicant, because this was the vilest epithet known to New Spain. Gelbes had loyal officers, but no army. The police conveniently vanished. The mob surged forward and sacked and burned the palace. The viceroy fled to a Franciscan monastery. But the leaderless leperos became frightened as their rage abated. They scattered with their loot, and the constables reappeared to track them down. The criollos laughed up their sleeves. The riot caused the king to relieve Gelbes and sent a visitador. The audiencia hanged those rioters who could be found. There were other disturbances. In an exceptionally wet year, the waters rose and grain mildewed, and famine again struck the poor. In 1692, a great mob again descended on the palace of the viceroy. The Conde de Galve, then viceroy, who had done all he could to alleviate the suffering, barely escaped with his life while the palace burned. The Casa de Cabildo also went up in flames. It contained the archives of New Spain. Sigüenza himself rescued a few precious documents. The capital mob of 1692 contained many Indios and a few propertyless criollos, and it appeared briefly that a general massacre of Spaniards and the rich might ensue. But again, irresolution and fears prevailed. As the Casa de Cabildo collapsed, the mob dribbled back into its alleyways. 8 people were executed, and many more whipped publicly, as it was almost legally impossible to execute an Indian. The Conde de Galve tried to disperse the hordes of wretched slum dwellers and homeless persons, and he tried to control the sale of pulque to the poor, but the society of New Spain had been gradually built by inexorable events, and only other inexorable events could undo it. Such thunderclaps could not bring change to the social and governmental system of Mexico. Riots, but not consuming revolutions, could be made by the dregs of society, whose valid protests turned into feudal criminality. Nor was there any hope that tumults in the cities would spread to the masses of subordinated Indians, or that criollos would join mestizos in a common hatred of the Gachupines. A small army of criollos could have driven out every peninsular, and by the 1640s it is extremely doubtful if the Spanish crown could have reconquered Mexico. Portugal had successfully rebelled, and the Dutch controlled the seas, but whether because of their Catholicism, a sense of loyalty to the remote king, a sense of Hispanic nationality, or the fear that criollo society could not stand by itself against the Indians, there was no desire. And if there was a lurking thought for independence, it was carefully hidden, because the flashy Creoles themselves had become irresolute in the face of haughty Castilians. Spanish government of the Indies had grown much more lax after the death of Felipe II. Viceroys and audiencias made less effort to enforce the myriad ukases and taxes as the century progressed. The dynasty radically decayed in Spain. The kings were weak or imbecilic. The ruling favorites, like the infamous Conde Duque de Olivares Sanlúcar, had little interest in America beyond the arrival of quadrennial plate fleets. No bureaucracy could be effective without discipline and a sense of national or some higher purpose. The whole Spanish nation had lost its sense of purpose, if not its pride, and the corruption of the bureaucracy destroyed effective despotism. Less and less was now collected out of America, and less of that reached the coffers of the crown. Corruption of Spanish officialdom was widespread, beginning at the top. The Marqués de Gelbes, who cornered corn, never suffered for it. He was eventually vindicated and honored by Felipe IV, while Archbishop de la Serna was banished to an obscure see. Gelbes' successor, Pacheco Osorio, Marqués de Serralvo, made a fortune by monopolizing salt while viceroy. The Duque de Escalona, grandee of the first degree, sold concessions and grafted grandly. He made his Spanish stableman commissioner of pulque sales and collected 50,000 pesos in kickbacks. By the 1640s, most offices were being sold both in Old and New Spain. The post of alguacil to the audiencia, or high sheriff, went for 120,000 pesos. Men would invest such enormous sums not for the honor, but because they could expect to retire rich from any high office in a few years. Justice was venal. Judges purchased their robes and split imposed fines with accusers. The Holy Inquisition burned few persons, about 50, 41 evaded arrest, and 99 were burned in effigy because they had sensibly removed themselves from Mexico. But in a single auto da fe in 1649, the Crown and Inquisitors divided some 3 million pesos in fines and penalties. Money could abrogate almost any law. Corruption in the highest places inevitably spread down to the lowest clerk and constable. The time came when no legitimate business could be done, no permit secured, no certificate honored, without a payoff. Corruption made the system work. Without bribes, the jails would have been overflowing and administration halted, because no society could operate under the fantastic burden of regulation the well-intentioned letrados ground out. The 17th century Spanish politicized everything with their totalitarianism and tried to regulate every aspect of existence in order to protect or improve it, and corruption allowed the individual his only escape. What was wrought in this century in Hispanic Mexico would not soon disappear. The burden of corrupt government fell mainly on the poor, who could neither bribe nor evade taxation. The hacendados and Spanish merchants could usually avoid full payment of taxes or duties by paying officials mordidas, Spanish bites, or bribes, except in the carefully controlled mining industry. Much troublesome regulation could also be obviated by judicious payoffs. The great irritation of the criollos, except their exclusion from office, was the restrictions placed on Mexican commerce by the peninsular regime, which resulted in drastically inflated prices for imported goods. Nonetheless, New Spain carried on a thriving illicit trade, smuggling silver to the English and Dutch and Chinese in exchange for contraband. The smugglers and corrupt officials allowed the rich Creoles to live well, though the growth of healthy homegrown industry or commerce was blighted. The poor stayed poor and enjoyed few comforts. Mexican historians, enraged by the treatment of colonial Mexico, however, have not always understood that the same burdens of extortion and taxation fell even more heavily on the middle classes and free peasantry of Castile. The inefficiency of Spanish administration allowed men to survive. Indios gave up their corn and ducks and goats and eggs in taxes, but the imposts were levied inefficiently by the corregidores and monasteries. The taxes in kind also rarely went beyond the collector, almost never into the coffers of the government. Few Mexicans of any rank were driven into the vagabondage or outlawry that was common in Spain, and few rich criollos ever faced extortion by the Inquisition as in Spain, where a failure to grant the government a loan might bring on an investigation. In Mexico, crown officers never had much success collecting the wonderful king's alms, donations taken by priests going door to door for the support of the monarch's palaces and mistresses. While criollos screamed to high heaven about taxes and duties, the evidence is clear that the colonial society was not really bled dry. If the poor stayed poor, the rich remained rich. The great damage done was more institutional and moral than economic. In this age, official corruption became a way of life. As long as the law was one thing, enforcement another, conditions were actually quite bearable. Throughout the last half of the 17th century, Mexico was the superior of Spain in peace, piety, and prosperity. For all its flaws, the society in America appears more appealing in these years than the degraded, disillusioned Spanish nation. But Mexico was inextricably part of a greater Hispanic world, and as the core decayed, so all the branches were affected. The Spanish vigor that made an empire sank into stasis, and the stasis seeped into the New World. The Peninsulares were utter arbiters of New Spain. Year after year, they brought out their styles, notions, and aura of decay. While criollos cursed grasping officials and laughed at comic opera vanities of letrados raised to high office, they were also absorbing Hispanic corruption, obscurantism, and ennui. What happened in Spain eventually crossed the ocean sea to Mexico. The Mexican church fell into obscurantism and ignorance and mindless intransigence, for 7 of 8 American bishops were always Spaniards. The once promising colleges decayed, with one exception, the Jesuit institutions. The Spanish hierarchy, invariably more Catholic than the Pope, blighted education. The royal and pontifical university sank into pedantry and sterile rehashings of Thomist philosophy, and finally into obscurity. Education consisted of literacy and the catechism for the laity, and the wealthier laity at that. There were no free schools, and no education was provided for the castas and indios. The late Spanish philosophy of the masses, the emotional but sterile assertion of manhood in terms of sexual pleasure, and the defiant refusal to face consequences or a tomorrow that might never come, invaded and further enervated the upper classes of Mexico. Criollos stood on their honor while they exhausted their patrimonial estates. Like the Spaniard, the Criollo tended to become world-weary, past-oriented, and indifferent to the future. The Criollos were not oblivious in their decadence, and the knowledge of it sometimes even made them vicious. While the more powerful nations were humiliating Spain, all Hispanic Americans were trapped in a hierarchy of inferiority. The Criollos bowed to Peninsulares, the Castas begged from Criollos, and the Indios knelt before everyone. The constant reminders of the inferiority ground a deep sense of collective humiliation in the whole population, high to low. It was not to be easily erased. The splendid qualities of Hispanic life, the guarding of home and family, the warmth of blood relationships, the benevolence of old friendships, the respect for artistic ability, the personal piety of so many, remained more and more behind the walls of Mexican houses. They could not be carried out into daily society. The Hispanic person was thus often two men in one face to the world, another among people he knew and loved. It would be utterly wrong to say that the people of New Spain were corrupt, for there was warmth and love and morality behind countless private walls. The public stasis was the final self-inflicted wound. What happened to the Hispanic world was less a decline than a failure to keep pace with the world and civilization it had briefly led. The Hispanic world had failed to face or accept the trends and dislocations upon which France, England, and the Netherlands were making newer societies. Unfortunately for the entire Hispanic world, the power of faith and the sword, the arbiters of the medieval cosmos, had given way to the power of fact and reason and economics and industry. To see the decline in true perspective, it should be remembered that in 1500 all Castile had not produced so much woven cloth as one Flemish town, Bruges. The Spanish never bothered to learn to make good gunpowder. As time passed, the disparity grew and grew. Like China, Spain became disillusioned and stood still, trapped in ideals and forms she could not break, and she held Spanish America fast with her. New Spain, as the many travelers wrote, was a colorful, peaceful, almost brilliant society in the 17th century. Its social injustices were unremarkable in that age, for all Europe was filled with horrors as well as splendors, but fateful patterns had immutably begun to form. New Spain would fail to keep pace in a restless, constantly changing ecumene. Mexico was falling behind, as she had once fallen millennia behind in the era of the Amerindians. Ironically, Spain had destroyed the stasis of the Amerindian civilization of Mexico, only to impose a newer stagnation. Chapter 19. La Raza. The virtues of the Mexican people are to be found in the mixed race. José Luis Mora, 19th century Mexican intellectual. The complex and rigid class-caste system had become clearly delineated by the beginning of the 18th century in New Spain. The Hispanic superstructure consisted of a small, directing elite of landowners and clergy in the countryside, and a Spanish culture centered in a number of cities and towns. Spanish civilization, except for a patina of language and religion, had not penetrated much beyond the walls of the towns. The capital, Guadalajara, Puebla, Valladolid, and other cities were predominantly Spanish in population throughout the entire colonial era. The European population lived in the cities and made them deliberately exclusive. The Indios and mixed bloods who lived in Spanish cities comprised only the necessary supporting classes, and the considerable Hispanicization of Amerindian servants and laborers within the towns was more accidental than planned. For the whole Spanish civilization in Mexico had become deliberately exclusive in an almost complete reversal of Cortés's intentions and the visions of the early friars. To assure the Peninsulares' superiority over the Criollos and the Criollos' mastery over the Castas and Indios, the rulers prevented the ruled from sharing in the imported civilization in any meaningful way. Most striking was the change toward the Indians. The optimistic effort to re-educate and assimilate the Indio population as citizens had been abandoned, and the whole Indio mass had been cemented into a bottom caste. In an age where there was no secular education, Indios were effectively, if not completely legally, barred from holy orders, and the church discriminated sharply against criollos. There were no free schools in 18th century Mexico, therefore education was rationed to the rich, and for criollos it largely consisted of illiteracy. Education for Indios was limited to the catechism. Because the cities of New Spain, however, were centers of culture and civilization, set and supported amid a very primitive agrarian countryside, the rather splendid aspect of these towns contrasted sharply with the continuing barbarity of the Amerindian countryside. A peculiar and permanent dichotomy had begun in Mexico between urban areas that were genuinely part of European civilization and surrounding plantations and valleys teeming with Amerindians barely removed from tribal barbarism. Even without the racial and cultural bars that separated civilized urban Mexico from its hinterlands, the economic system buttressed the trends of society. The ownership of large landed estates was the pinnacle of prestige in the Spanish world. Every successful person tried to acquire land, and because land could be entailed and was taxed lightly according to use instead of value, the growth of haciendas continued inevitably. The severe depopulation hastened the trend, and deliberate marriage alliances put together larger and larger estates. By the 18th century, most of the land that had not fallen to church ownership was very closely held. In every region, there were a few great landowning families. Haciendas engulfed wheat farms and small private plots and drove them out. The constant urge of successful mine operators or men who made fortunes from office to buy land put steady pressure on the remaining small farms and the ejidos, or remaining Indio communal tracts. The growth of haciendas would not have been so pernicious had landowners developed or used their holdings. The haciendas could have produced great surpluses, creating great wealth. A great landowner, however, was perforce a gentleman, and Hispanic gentlemen did not concern themselves with agricultural profits or markets. Latifundia represented the social ideals of the most effective men in society, and therefore were irresistible, but the Spanish concept of land ownership did not extend to its fruitful or profitable use. The tax system reflected the dominant attitude toward enterprise, for land taxes were assessed against use, never inherent value. The hacienda system was self-sustaining. Merchants, miners, and successful bureaucrats left enterprise as quickly as they could, becoming idle landholders. Hacienda workers lived at a bare subsistence level, and they produced little for export, but the size of the average hacienda was so immense that its owner lived in considerable luxury. The growth of haciendas paralyzed the economy of the countryside. There was nothing to draw the European population beyond the towns. The Spanish were aware of certain successes of the English and French in settling large numbers of European farmers in America, and the government, particularly under the Bourbons, wanted to emulate this. Two things, however, made this impossible. The first was that Spain herself had a dwindling population throughout the 17th century, and French farm workers were imported to harvest the crops of Aragon. Few peasants could be spared for the New World. The second factor was the Spanish ethos and social system, which killed any pioneering spirit. Those Spaniards who were settled in America at crown expense in the 18th century refused to till the soil. A lack of people and this attitude made a successful Spanish colonization of North America impossible. The Spaniard in the New World invariably preferred to continue in poverty or seek office, or to go into the professions or small trading ventures in cities or towns, never to face the wilderness axe in hand. The friars braved the backwoods in search of souls, but they themselves could not found a continuing Spanish society. Thus, 300,000 Spaniards who emigrated to New Spain over 300 years congregated in the old cities and left the countryside to priests and a handful of great hacendados. Spanish intellectuals understood most of the disadvantages of latifundios, but the ethos of society made latifundios inevitable. In the absence of immigrants willing to work small freeholds and in the face of the persistent belief that the Indio was incapable and must be kept in permanent tutelage, there could be no change. The Crown did defend the remaining Amerindian tribal communities against further encroachment by the hacendado class until the close of the colonial era. Amerindian communities could and did win suits at law in protection of their rights throughout the 18th century, but this again represented a freezing of the social and economic system. One possible alternative, the establishment of the native race as a viable peasantry or yeomanry with the help of the Crown, was destroyed by a total fanatic resistance by all criollos and Spanish officials in Mexico. It is also relevant that although this was proposed by Spanish theorists, there was no such class in Spain, and the concept of private freeholds was foreign to the Mexic Indians. Arguments in favor of a return to the old Amerindian communal land system, also made, broke against the Roman law and the urge of great men to hold land. In fact, the hacienda continued most of the features of Indian village life, except that the landlord, not the tribe, owned the land the villagers worked, and therefore dictated the life of the tribe. The large landowners, high Spanish officials, and the prelates formed the social and economic elite of colonial Mexico. Officials and bishops were overwhelmingly peninsular, while hacendados quickly became criollo, but together they formed a tiny upper class. The landowners did not have a public role, and the bishops played too much of one, laying a basis for enormous problems if the ruling officialdom were ever removed. However divided in some ways, this elite was united in one thing: defense of the status quo. The Mexican cities and towns were dominated by the office holders and professional men who formed the bureaucracy, a peculiarly Hispanic middle rank. Lawyers, jurists, minor officers, and petty magistrates enjoyed more power and prestige in a highly regulated society than they would have in either an egalitarian milieu like British America or an aristocratic society like England. Such professionals did not legislate, but they regulated and directed ferociously. The first-generation Spanish immigrants held the offices or acted as tradesmen. As they married and their children became criollos, new Spaniards took their places. The great majority of the criollo population were professional men or property holders, while a great many sank, almost unnoticed, into genteel poverty through improvidence. The class caste system permitted all criollos to maintain themselves as a distinct, privileged group vis-à-vis castes and Indians. Because of the dominant ethos, there was no entrepreneurism among such townspeople. Those who could afford education preferred to seek a minor office or a place in the church, or to become a lawyer or other professional man. There were a few great merchant enterprises in New Spain, but these were anything but entrepreneurial. They were monopolies granted to favored houses by the Crown. Such businesses were managed themselves like bureaucracies, and they were closer in spirit and practice to tax farming than to private business. The majority of genuine businessmen in Mexico probably were engaged with English or other smugglers, and thus outside the law. Caste laws delineating status and permissible occupations trapped the mixed bloods and Indios into social immobility. Economics forced those Indios outside the ejidos or communes into the peonage of the haciendas, while the law froze the ejido Indian in place. In rural areas, castas tended to become peons exactly like Indios. On the haciendas, it was difficult to tell a pure Indio from a quarter breed, and in fact, under the class system of the hacienda, an Indio or mestizo peon was treated the same and had the same prospects. However, for generations, the law and social prejudices of Indios as well as whites kept most castas in the towns, where most of them lived as léperos, confined to lowly occupations. The caste system was well defined, but even without it, the society and economy of the country provided little opportunity in cities like Valladolid or Mexico for a casta to improve himself or gain a better life. There was no free education, no free lands, no free enterprise, no private sector in the cities through which a capable casta might rise. Barred from official posts and favor by his supposed blood taint, the casta still faced a class situation not always recognized. He was a member of a proletariat completely constricted by a lack of class opportunities. And historically, the Hispanic class system was to prove far more troublesome to the casta and the indio than the peculiarly colonial restrictions placed on them because of ancestry. The gulfs between the silver-buttoned hacendado on his blooded horse, the lace-collared lawyer in the towns, and the humble, horny-handed peon in straw hat and cotton pants, or the cringing casta, were too great to be overcome by any simple evolution. And there was no evolution, since the system had solidified and was self-perpetuating, nor could it be changed by law, even if such laws could have been imposed. There had to be some new ingredient, for without it the society of New Spain was freezing as solidly as Han China or ancient Egypt. Fortunately for the evolution of Mexico, it had a frontier. The full meaning of the Mexican frontier was long overlooked. It was not brought home, even to Mexicans, until the 20th century. New Spain was no more impressed with the raw lands to the north of the city of Mexico than Old Spain was with her American possessions, except as a source of wealth. The great mass of the population and the center of gravity of New Spain always remained within the old Cortesian kingdom. Most Mexicans were always to be oblivious of the northern frontier, a remote region which did not seem important to their lives. Yet here, in a very real sense, the later Mexican nation was to be made. Although New Spain extended from southern Guatemala through Yucatan into North America with no defined limits short of the Arctic Circle, to the Spanish, New Spain meant the Mexica Empire, with scattered additions along the Cordilleras from Guadalajara to Monterrey. For the criollos, nothing much existed beyond the town walls or their estate boundaries. The tribal Indios for centuries rarely thought beyond their valleys. Despite this, New Spain developed a frontier that was to play at least as great a role in Mexican history as the western frontier of the United States. The Spanish treasure-seekers found the country extending beyond Michoacán and the present state of Hidalgo, for 1,000 leagues into Texas, Arizona, and Colorado, to be mostly desert, inhabited by scattered, nomadic, mostly savage Amerindian tribes. They termed this country Tierra Despoblada, or unpopulated lands, and considered most of it worthless. The memory of the Pueblo dwellers Coronado discovered along the upper Rio Grande, however, led them to colonize the province of New Mexico in 1598. In the same decade that saw Monterrey established in the eastern Cordillera, the governor and captain general Don Juan de Oñate led a large party of priests and settler soldiers through El Paso del Norte and upward along the Rio Grande, which the Spanish in Mexico came to call the Rio Bravo. He reduced the sedentary Zuni and other Amerindians of the Puebloan culture, and soon subordinated them to Spanish landowners and mission priests, but the Puebloans resisted the loss of their old religion and sacred rites more than many Indians. The Spanish were unable to provide the reduced Indios full protection from ancient enemies like the fierce Apaches. The Puebloans revolted in 1680, driving all the Europeans south after a general massacre. The Spanish returned 10 years afterward, suppressing resistance in fire and blood, powerfully aided by the smallpox. However, the missionaries now pragmatically permitted the northern Indios to keep many of their ancient practices alongside the mass. The result was that these indigenes, who had felt only pale emanations of the Mesoamerican culture, were never fully Christianized or Hispanicized. The new Mexican outpost failed to grow. It had a thin, isolated population scattered along the river. When Anglo-Saxon explorers and traders found it early in the 19th century, New Mexico was still living in the 17th century, following lifestyles as primitive as the lances and shields still carried by its horsemen. On the other hand, this colony inadvertently had a decisive effect on the Spanish North American frontier by dispersing horses among the Amerindians. Oñate had brought thousands of cattle, sheep, and horses north. The tough Spanish Mustang came into the hands of Apaches and the even deadlier Comanches, who exploded the horse culture on the North American plains, changing the Indians' whole way of life and enormously increasing their war-making power. The fierce Comanches, who never numbered more than a few thousands, were now to be instrumental in halting the final Spanish advance along the Rio Bravo. But New Mexico and other scattered settlements from Texas to California that developed in the 18th century were never, as the Marqués de Rubí reported to Carlos III, the true frontier of New Spain. Set down imposingly on maps, they delineated a mythical frontier that gave Spain a claim to the country that was more apparent than real. The real Mexican frontier was much farther south. It began in the 16th century, a few miles north of the Valley of Mexico. This semi-arid expanse, inhabited by barbarous cousins of the settled Nahua tribes, had no more appeal to the conquistadores than the empty leagues of Texas or the wonders of the Grand Canyon. They might have left it alone for centuries but for the silver deposits there. Silver was the major basis of all the currencies of the world until the 19th century, and it pulled the Spaniards north. Raw, roaring mining camps coalesced into important towns at Potosí and Guanajuato. Querétaro and San Miguel grew up as way stations between the capital and the mines. The hundreds of miners and thousands of repartimiento Indians who went up into the arid, inhospitable central bowl between the Sierras did not so much carry the culture of New Spain with them as create a newer one. The socio-economic effects were immediate. Settlement was sucked into the Bajío. There were large stretches of fertile lands around Guanajuato, and the broad valley surrounding Querétaro was suitable for grazing stock. Farms and cattle ranches sprouted to support the distant mining camps, which were hundreds of miles from the old sources of supply. In time, the Guanajuato region was to become the richest and most fruitful agricultural district in Mexico, and the plains around Querétaro gave birth to the remarkable cattle culture that would one day reach as far as Canada. Here, New Spain found her frontier with all that a true frontier implies. The most adventurous, energetic, and least tractable Spanish and criollos were drawn to the new available lands. Here there were no Indios who could be reduced to slaves. This required new patterns, new arrangements. One was the birth of the rancho, which in Mexico, unlike its North American derivative, always meant a small ranch or farm worked by its owner, with no more than a few hired hands. The ranchos provided meat and vegetables and pulque, leather goods, burros, and horse gear to the mining camps and new mining towns. They had markets. They were economic enterprises rather than exercises in social prestige and señoría. Here there was action and interaction, beginning in the 16th century and carrying on for 200 years. The subordinated society of the South was caught up in custom and bound by rigid laws and traditions. Spaniards were Spaniards, hoarding the best offices, monopolies, and shops. Criollos were criollos, propertied people sharply distinguished from castas and indios by class and blood. Mestizos were mostly léperos, unable to find dignity or a decent life. The indio remained an indio even when he spoke Spanish, went to mass, and donned a straw hat and cotton pantaloons. The casta could not enter business. The indio could not own land, ride a horse, or carry arms. But in the Bajío country, as on any frontier, where conditions are hard and men are scarce, men had to be accepted and valued for what they could do, more than for what society said they were. While the Cachupines and Criollos were dominant, the Bajío country became the mestizos' land of opportunity. Here it was possible for a miserable lépero, if he had the will and energy, to become a ranchero, lord of his own acres, a cattleman on his fine horse, with his broad sombrero and braided jacket, his silver buttons and spurs. The almost white mestizo was accepted as a man in ranching or business, and soon he became accepted as a criollo. Most mestizos, of course, did not become rancheros, those proud, independent souls of northern Mexico. The less able or less fortunate, however, could find steady work as vaqueros or cowmen, wage earners separated from their employers more by class than caste. Vaqueros were poor, but equally proud, because it took a good, valiant man to ride the dangerous stretches of Chichimeca country, warding off skulking Indians and chousing the near-wild long-horned cattle. They became fine horsemen on great wooden Mexican saddles, in deer-hide jackets and rough work trousers and goatskin chaps, quick and skilled with rope and knife. These men developed a new society, the camaraderie of the cow camp. Some of them were bandits in the rough country, but most acquired a new loyalty to their patron, their rancho, and its symbol or brand. There was enormous opportunity for the Indio who could enter this frontier country too. Here, where other Indios were naked savages speaking unintelligible dialects, and where they considered a Spanish-speaking Mexica or Tlaxcalteca a Spaniard, to be robbed, tortured, and killed like a white man, the Indio could not quite stay an Indian. His lot was cast with the criollos and mestizos. Nor could an Indian herdsman be bound up in all the restrictive laws of New Spain. When he began to work in the region around Querétaro, he had to ride a horse to herd wild range cattle. He had to go armed with lance and knife. He had to ride independently and use his own native intelligence on lonely patrols. The laws were waived or ignored. The Hispanicized Indio, like the casta or mestizo, became a splendid horseman, skilled with lance and rope. Like the mestizo, he could find a man's pride in his work, something forever denied him in the hacienda or corregimiento of New Spain. Quickly, little distinguished the Spanish-speaking Indio from the mestizo in this country, except perhaps a darker skin. Wearing European clothing and following the same lifestyles, these Indios tended to merge into the caste population. They were considered mestizos. The Bajío had become a genuine melting pot, where Indios merged into mestizos, and mestizos tended to be accepted slowly into the white race. Class, as on almost all human frontiers, was more important than ancestry, and men became white, mixed, or Indian more according to their social rank than their actual race. This was important because in the Bajío, society was vastly more flexible along class lines than farther south. While the South remained overwhelmingly Indio in racial complexion, dominated by a tiny, distinct white elite or master class, the whole North Country, reaching out from Querétaro to Sonora, through Chihuahua to the Rio Bravo, was becoming neither distinctly Spanish nor Indian. History proceeded differently in the north of Mexico. The native populations of the south-central regions won their long struggle against extinction by 1650. The fate of the Indios of northern Mexico was different. The original Chichimeca close to the Valley of Mexico quit fighting at the turn of the 16th century, but when they were congregated behind missions and towns, they were almost completely exterminated by demoralization and disease. The same pattern was to continue as the Mexicans slowly pushed north. The very warlike nomadic tribes that held much of these regions could not be reduced by the mission system, although the Franciscans stubbornly erected missions until almost the close of the 18th century. The frontiersmen of New Spain warred continually with these savage peoples, while the fort and mission system that was carried north virtually exterminated the more peaceful tribes, from the miserable Coahuiltecans to the Caddoans of East Texas. The missions were a failure in the north. They destroyed far more Indians than they reduced. The Church never accepted this failure, however, and left behind its contemporary arguments against the military policy as an enduring Spanish Catholic myth. A few tribes, very tough or ensconced in inaccessible country, such as the Yaquis, who were uncivilized cousins of the Nahuas, and the Indios of Nayarit, survived all efforts to destroy or displace them into present times. Most northern Amerindians, however, suffered the fate of the once numerous and powerful Tarahumares of Chihuahua and Sinaloa. Following the silver, the Spanish pushed into Tarahumare country with forts and missions in the early 17th century, but soon either the intolerant discipline of the friars or the arrogant abuses of the Spanish officers alienated the tribe. Both Spanish missionaries and soldiers in the north never learned that they were not dealing with the cowed, obedient, and long subordinated peoples of south-central Mexico. This led to frightful Indio uprisings, both in the Tarahumare country and in New Mexico. In 1649, the Tarahumares rose in fury, burning Spanish barracks and churches and missions, and the padres in them. The governor of Nueva Vizcaya, as the Spanish called this region, did his best to quell the revolt from Parral, but the Indians held the Sierra Passes and maintained their freedom for 20 years. The Tarahumare War was finally ended in 1670 by betrayal and massacre, when an India girl led a vice-regal army into the mountain valley where most of the Tarahumare warriors were encamped. After this, the Tarahumares sank gradually into the present degenerate skulkers in the remotest canyons of Chihuahua, a once proud barbaric people reduced to miserable savagery, facing mortal enmity from the Mexicans and no future except eventual extinction. In the north, few Indians were conquered or Hispanicized. The empty spaces were filled with mestizos. The Amerindians who seized horses, the predatory Apaches of Arizona, New Mexico, and Sonora, and the terrible, hard-riding Comanches of the Texas plains presented the northern frontier with a problem the Spanish never solved. By the 18th century, New Spain and these tribes were locked in a savage struggle. There was really a war of extermination on each side. Thousands of Mexican frontier settlers and soldiers were killed in raids, while official and unofficial campaigns of extermination were waged in retaliation. Spanish cavalry made punitive raids, bounties were paid for Indio heads and hair, massacres and mass poisonings were tried. The 18th century vice-regal government erected a vast, expensive chain of forts across the northern deserts from Sonora to San Antonio. It maintained more soldiers on this frontier than Cortés had used to conquer Moctezuma's Mexico. But the horse Indians were neither conquered nor pacified. They defeated Spanish arms severely in Texas in the 1750s. They destroyed Spanish settlements everywhere on the frontier. They did worse. Comanches and Apaches raided hundreds of leagues beyond their territory into New Spain. The terror continued until the second half of the 19th century, when at last civilization in the form of cooperating military campaigns between Mexico and the United States destroyed the wild Amerindians. There were three basic reasons why the Spanish Empire could not advance against these few, scattered, but highly warlike Amerindians, a fact that severely bounded its territory and history. In the arid regions and vast distances involved, Spanish-Mexican soldiery simply could not mount successful campaigns against mobile enemies who were expert at guerrilla warfare. It was estimated that at least 5,000 troops were needed for the Texas frontier alone, and the Crown would never support such efforts, although it jealously wanted to retain its North American territories. There was also a paralyzing jurisdictional struggle between the secular military authorities and the missionary church over how the problem should be handled. The church wanted generations to try to reduce and pacify the Indians, while the military was determined to exterminate them. Considering the nature of the enemy and the Spanish means, both concepts were futile. Finally, and most decisive, the Spanish Empire put no real population pressure against these hostile Indians. Spain, unlike Great Britain, did not hurl streams of colonists against her North American frontier, men and women who could destroy the Amerindians by destroying their native wilderness. New Spain, like Old Spain, threw out too few pioneers. The Bajío region developed the only true pioneering people in New Spain. In the 18th century, thousands of settlers, taking their livestock with them, marched north into the present Coahuila, Tamaulipas, and Nuevo León. Significantly, these pioneers marshaled at Querétaro for the Rio Bravo. They were criollo and mestizo. Again, significantly, the viceroyalty began to issue land grants to castas who were willing to go to the far frontier as early as 1690. Such families were considered Spanish officially, and mestizo families received thousands of crown grants that reached beyond the Bajío into the present United States. Just as the Hispanicized Indio blurred with the predominantly Indian-blooded castas in the north, the white and almost white rancheros merged. But the thinly populated old frontier north of Mexico had exhausted its energies and its human resources By the time in the 1750s, it had pushed permanent settlement up along the Rio Grande. The Bajío pushed out a hardy, stubborn culture which clung along the Bravo but could go no farther. Here a few thousand Indios on horseback halted the course of empire. The great struggle, and, in effect, the destiny of Mexico, was left primarily to ambitious people who wanted new lands, new freedoms, and whose social position in the civilized regions was at best suspect. Few of these pioneers found their dreams. Even in the new country, only a handful of rancheros rose above their station and class, but the struggle had enduring effects on the whole emerging population. The norteños, or northerners, grew into a much more active, independent, and self-reliant people, vastly more belligerent than the cowed masses of subordinated southern Indians and enervated criollos. Indian wars made Chihuahua a breeding ground for Mexican soldiers. The northerners were bred in New Spain, and not quite Spanish, however the whitest of them might assert their Hispanidad, but the enormous differences between them and the Yaqui, Apache, and other savage tribes, the cruelties exchanged, and the smoldering hatreds and blood feuds between these Indios and the Mexicans, kept the mixed race of the North, whatever its ultimate ancestry, from ever considering itself Indian. By the 1700s, the people north of the city of Mexico were a population beginning to search unconsciously for a nationality. The empty, arid spaces and savage horsemen did not stop the advance of culture. Moving into the ecology of the Sonoran Plain that reached across much of northern Mexico up into south-central Texas, the Spanish Mexicans developed new economies, new outlooks, and new lifestyles. This country was splendidly suited to the grazing of the tough, African-blooded cattle and horses. Thousands of animals were turned loose to graze. Loosely herded and supervised, they grew into millions. The men who eked a poor but exhilarating existence from horses, hides, and tallow, in a country where men were valued for their hardihood and bravery, and not their hair and skins, infused new attitudes into New Spain. This was an outlook and a value system that came to be called charro. The charro was more than a horseman or a cowboy. He represented an evolving, if limited, culture. The vaquero on the frontier was soon subtly different from the humble homan and the whining, servile lepero. Most vaqueros were socially and even legally peons, for class systems and debt slavery went everywhere, but they worked on horseback, they were elevated over other men. They fought nature and wild Indians. They ranged independently over wide estancias de ganado and ranchos or haciendas where the lean, long-horned cattle ran free. The country, the cattle, the dangers, the horses, and the evolving ranch economy built new traditions and myths. The qualities of the good vaquero or charro, the ability to ride any horse that lived, to face wild men and wild beasts, to be brave and skilled with knife, lance, and rope, were social and economic necessities that quickly solidified into genuine folk culture. The charro was valiant and loyal, as in any frontier society, to his patron and his peers. He was both a bullfighter and a lover, since he was an extension of the culture of Spain. He had the mystic camaraderie of the lonely camp and an aristocratic disdain for any work that could not be performed on horseback. The vaquero became a hero. The values, styles, and even the clothing of this horse and cow culture had become standardized before the 18th century, though their great impact would come much later. The wide sombreros with pointed tops, the broad leather belts with silver buckles, the buckskin jackets and tough, canvas-like horsemen's pants, the half-boots and goatskin chaparreras, and the casual sarape thrown over the shoulder marked the emergence of a native costume. This was working dress, not the effete, stylized black charro costume later worn by fat street musicians who never mounted a horse. It was a mixture of native and Spanish styles, just as the charro was a mixture of Hispanic and native blood, and his food was a mixture too. Chiles and beans, tortillas and beef, chorizo or sausage, and the roasted suckling kid or cabrito. The language was Spanish, but with a developing working jargon: corral, bronco, loco, arroyo, lazo, la reata, rodear, adobe, pinto, mesteño, caballado, rancho, that would one day, either in pure or adulterated form, be recognized around half the world. Deep in the Bajío, the cattle culture, and what North Americans would someday call the Old West, began. Both would be carried to the Rio Bravo and beyond, following the trails from Texas to Calgary. This was a stultified society and culture for all its wild freedom and exhilaration, lacking art and intellectuality. It was shot through with deep class cleavages between owners and ranch hands. It was poor, barely existing from rangy cattle in an arid land. But here men had found a certain valor, and they looked forward. The people who went north forgot Aztec glories and their Spanish grandfathers, two things the South could never put behind. They were forming La Raza, a new bronze race, and becoming Mexicans. Chapter 20. The Indian Summer of New Spain. The population of New Spain is composed of three classes of men, to wit, whites or Spaniards, Indians, and castes. All property and wealth is in Spanish hands. The Indians and the castes till the soil. They serve the upper class and live only by the labor of their arms. This puts, between Spanish and Indians, contrary interests and mutual hate, which easily arises between those who have everything and those who have nothing, between masters and slaves. From a letter to His Majesty King Carlos IV, from the Bishop of Valladolid, third richest man in Mexico. The transfer of the Spanish crown from the extinct Habsburg line to the Bourbons created the War of the Spanish Succession in Europe and cost Spain the last of her European empire. Spain had become a prize to be fought over, rather than a prime mover among the European powers. When the French dynasty was confirmed on the Spanish throne, and began, as the other nations had feared, to act in conjunction with France, this did not create a new Bourbon ascendancy in Europe. Spain did not possess such power. By 1700, the empire was sunk into apathy and backwardness. The Bourbons did bring new vigor to government, and after 1760, Carlos III instituted a great reform of Spanish administration. But the Bourbons could not reinvigorate the nation. Their changes were more changes of style, and no reform of government could cure the sicknesses of Spanish society, for they were malaises of the soul. The Bourbon dynasty merely papered over the deep chasms of Hispanic society for a century. Its progress and power were far more apparent than real. The turmoil of the succession of Europe caused hardly a ripple in New Spain. The empire accepted the dynasty unquestioningly. In 1700, Mexico was neither politically alive nor much aware of the outside world, but Spain no longer had any sort of monopoly in the New World. The French were in Louisiana defying the Spanish crown's ukase against all foreigners in the Gulf of Mexico. The British were expanding in North America, and their sails outnumbered the Spanish 6-1 in the Caribbean. The Russians were exploring the North Pacific coast. The great age of competition for empire had begun, and New Spain became caught up in it. The first Bourbon, Felipe V, was a weak ruler, dominated by his Italian wife. However, the new dynasty at Madrid effected a slow but pervasive change. Although Felipe V made no incisive reforms, the Bourbons had a knack for selecting good officials, level-headed and honest men who reflected much of the consciousness of the 18th century Enlightenment, and who were a new breed of European aristocrat, forming a social class rather than a feudal order. They were devoted not only to class privileges, but to the state, and the Bourbons saw themselves as first gentlemen of the realm, rather than suspicious liege lords ruling over a rebellious hodgepodge of kingdoms. What slowly came about was a sort of aristocratic revolution that ended the crown's old alliance with middle-class bureaucrats and provided the phenomenon of the times, enlightened despotism. The Bourbons, their ministers, and high officers were secure men who understood each other and operated free of the mystical aura that had formerly surrounded the Spanish crown. The Bourbons did not create a new liberty in the Hispanic world, but they let in a little French clarity. The new viceroys who arrived in Mexico reflected these changes. Their stately portraits, set one by one in the viceregal palace, were those of 18th-century men of the world rather than somber Castilian grandees. They brought color and a certain gaiety to the capital, and a newer attitude toward religion. They were decidedly, though secretly, anti-clerical. The Bourbons brought the Masonic order to Spain, and thus to the American Empire. Freemasonry was then in Latin countries an aristocratic club. The king and his officers could not abolish the Holy Inquisition, for not even theoretically absolute monarchs could break up the bureaucratic and institutional mazes of the Ancien Regime, but they could and did denigrate the Holy Office and make it less terrible. The new viceroys no longer trembled at the anathemas of the Spanish Church. The Marqués de Casafuerte, whom Felipe V kept in New Spain for many years, revitalized the government with his energy and personality. Wholesale corruption and Spanish bureaucratic laxity were assaulted by Gallic notions of uniformity, rationality, and centralization. Government became more effective. However, this vigor and enlightenment was strictly at the top and had great difficulty seeping down. Most of the patterns and attitudes frozen in the Hispanic world did not change, and in fact, they were hardly to change through the 20th century. The Bourbons made a slow administrative revolution, but whatever spiritual revolution they fostered was confined to a few. Felipe V and Fernando VI presided over very little pervasive change in New Spain. The only real vigor was shown on the northern frontier. Back in the 1680s, the concern of the viceregal government had been drawn north by activities of the French in Louisiana and Texas. First, this led to the founding of Monclova in Coahuila, as the viceroys tried to extend the frontier. In the early 1700s, as the French tightened their grip on the Louisiana coast and furnished firearms to the Texas Amerindians, the Spanish began to extend their forts and missions into Texas, which, as later officers pointed out, lay far beyond the true frontier of New Spain. Generally, all the efforts beyond the Rio Grande were failures, but the reigns of Felipe V and Fernando VI did accomplish an extension of the real frontier several hundred miles across northern Mexico, from Sonora to the Gulf. These efforts rounded out the lands that came to comprise modern Mexico. The royal agent, Colonel Don José de Escondón, brought hundreds of Criollo mestizo families out of the Querétaro area and settled them in new towns, ranches, and haciendas south of the Rio Grande from Nuevo León to the Gulf of Mexico. Escandón seeded Mexican-Spanish civilization permanently because he brought colonizing families to this high frontier. The settlement stopped along the Great River for two reasons: the hostility of warlike Amerindians in Texas and the lack of sufficient Hispanic pioneers. There was no lack of royal will to push the Spanish settlement of Texas, for the crown spent millions maintaining forts and feudal missions in the northern deserts. Flags and forts with cannon, however, could not substitute for thousands of Spanish-speaking people on the land. If the crown had been able to settle a sizable Hispanic population into Texas, Arizona, California, and the Louisiana and Florida territories it claimed, the entire course of Hispanic culture in North America would have been unalterably changed. But the Spanish Empire in North America, despite the efforts and expenses of the government, remained a mythical empire, imposing on maps underneath a hollow shell. The Spanish misunderstood this historic reality, for after they acquired the Louisiana Territory from France in 1762, they relaxed the efforts to colonize Texas. That Spanish cannon controlled the Mississippi seemed sufficient. Russian penetrations drew the Spanish into California in the service of both majesties, God and King, as the missionary Junípero Serra and the visitador José de Galvez agreed. San Diego was founded in 1769, San Francisco a decade later, but lacking pioneers, the Northern Empire had to depend on scattered forts and the frail hope that the thinly scattered North American aborigines could be Hispanicized. The fortress mission system from San Antonio, Texas to San Diego, California was more the result of imperial policy than a religious exercise, but suitable Indios did not exist to be reduced, as in the Cortesian kingdom, and these missions failed utterly on the far frontier. The Spanish penetrations left a patina of place names, but few people. The two dominant concerns of the Bourbon dynasty in America were the military defense of the empire against other European powers and the increase of American revenues through better administration. To accomplish the first, the crown tended to make military men viceroys. They devoted their attention to the northern frontier and to strengthening the defenses of the Mexican coasts. They paid less attention to civil administration, from which they were gradually relieved. The soldier viceroys, who in retrospect are among the greatest who ever came out from Spain, built new forts in the north, supported the missions reluctantly, and mounted cannon from Merida to the Mississippi. The final effort, which most historians have agreed was self-defeating for the crown and disastrous for Mexico, was the raising and training of a colonial army in New Spain. This defense effort was logical in its time and place. It should not be denigrated for all its lack of success against either Anglo-Saxons or wild Indios on the northern frontier, because it may very well have preserved the integrity of the southern continent and Middle America. In the expanded worldwide struggles that became a feature of the 18th century, the confident British took hard knocks from Cartagena to Buenos Aires. While sweeping the French from India and seizing colonies from the Dutch, British naval power failed to seize a foothold in Spanish America. In fact, the British were driven from the Gulf and Florida in the 1770s. In the era of the vice-regal lieutenant generals, the empire reached its greatest extent. The lions and castles flew over San Francisco, and Spanish guns guarded St. Louis in the Missouri Territory. In this brief age, Spain again was taken seriously, and the final failure of the empire was beyond the powers of the 18th century Bourbons. The second major concern of the Bourbons, making the empire pay, was carried out by reforms in administration. New World revenues had fallen to almost nothing in the 17th century. Incisive changes came only with Carlos III, the greatest of the Spanish Bourbons. He was eccentric but effective, and he surrounded himself and filled his offices with similar men. The high officials of his reign stand out in Spanish history. The Bourbons were active despots who ruled the colonies less as distant kingdoms than as dependent provinces. The screws that Felipe II had forged, and which had been allowed to rust under his successors of the Habsburg line, were oiled and turned. The new pressure was rational, for the 18th century state was neither paranoid nor fanatic as a century earlier, but it came as a great shock to the criollos in the New World. During a century of decadent government, the Europeans in America had almost forgotten that they were ruled from Spain. The new men who arrived as royal agents not only reminded them of their status, but made them feel even more like provincials. Criollos, whose great resentment had been exclusion from power and office, now found that old laws were being enforced, taxes were collected, and smuggling was becoming more difficult under officers who brooked no argument. The greatest change in administration under Carlos III was the restructuring of the colonial government on the model of contemporary France. The visitador José de Galvez, whose family produced 2 viceroys, made a thorough study while serving as Secretary of State for the Indies. He cut through the complex maze of audiencias, corregidores, governors, and alcaldes mayores, feudal trappings which splintered government and revamped administration under 12 new regional intendancies. The intendancies were provincial governments, whose borders generally followed the lines of the major modern Mexican states. The intendants, who under Carlos III were career soldier statesmen, were directly responsible and responsive to the vice-regal chair. They assumed almost all of the civil and financial administration. Again, because of social pressure and the office mania of the society, few of the older posts were abolished. They remained as useless ceremonial offices. Power, however, flowed around them. In one thing, there was no change. The intendants were always peninsulares. This further angered the criollos, who had been allowed to buy offices as alcaldes and corregidores, for the titles they came to hold were meaningless in terms of power. The new administrators, while cutting through bureaucratic mess and corruption, did not improve the economy or the lot of the Indios, though this was claimed. The society was too rigid to be reformed by better administration. The intendants did uphold the rights of the tribal Indios against criollo claims, and they scandalized the great landowners because they could not be bribed easily and collected due taxes. But this infuriated the rich without really changing the condition of the poor, who in the end bore all taxes. No change could have been made in their condition without a radical change in land tenure or an industrialization, as the Bishop of Valladolid, Abad y Queipo, informed Carlos IV. The defense of the ejidos and the enforcement of laws protecting the Indios merely continued their alienation and subordination. Bishop Abad y Queipo was one of the numerous Spaniards who argued for an agrarian law to redistribute millions of varas on idle hacienda lands among the poor. With land reform, he believed that the castas and Indios would be able to acquire property and become true citizens. He argued the abolition of the humiliating tributes and head taxes every Indio was required to pay, and he also wanted the crown to permit the establishment of cotton and woolen industries. These ideas were logical, but psychologically and politically impossible. The criollos would not hear of any kind of land reform. The textile industries of Spain had become utterly dependent on their monopolies of the captive American market. The undisputed result of Bourbon reform was that the intendants extracted 6 times as much money in taxes as the Habsburgs. By European standards of the time, this taxation was not devastating, but all of it was money that left New Spain. It was a drain. The Bourbons spent much on local defense, but the vast majority of the monies they extracted went to support Spaniards and Spanish administration. Nothing was used for capital investments in Mexico. Therefore, increased revenues hurt rather than help the economy and the poorer classes, while the criollo establishment, accustomed to a century of successful tax avoidance, was outraged. The cost of administration rose steadily to meet increased revenues. In the second half of the century, a succession of viceroys began many public works and projects, which were more for ostentation or sanitation than genuine capital improvements. Some of these projects were deliberate make-work by government, designed to relieve the misery of the poor by providing employment. Bernardo de Galvez laid out gardens in the capital and added new towers to the still unfinished cathedral. Since the cutting of the Nochistongo, the sediment-filled lakes around the city had dried. The water was retreating south, where eventually the only remnants of the great lakes of Anahuac would be the muddy canals of Xochimilco. Galvez put thousands of workers to clearing and filling the slime and refuse-choked canals in the city. His monument, however, was the fortress palace of Chapultepec. This lovely, larch-covered hill just beyond the capital had become a vice-regal retreat. At a cost of more than 100,000 pesos, Galvez erected a splendid seat. He justified the expense, immense in an era where 1 peso purchased 100 pounds of corn or 200 of beans, as a project to create work for the poor. Other projects made work for the léperos and also modernized the cities. Viceroy Revillagigedo cleaned and whitened the streets of the capital and installed turpentine-burning lamps. He created the first botanical garden since Moctezuma, built new public buildings and aqueducts in several towns. A few roads were laid out, the first in 200 years. Revillagigedo and similar-minded viceroys also patronized the Mexican arts in the Academy of San Carlos with the active encouragement of Carlos III. In this era, most of the surviving architecture of colonial Mexico was built. Exquisite churches, palaces, and public halls threw a patina of magnificence over New Spain. The Alameda, no longer used for burnings, became a splendid promenade, where Spanish and Criollo notables displayed fine horses and coaches on the paseo before retiring to their gaming tables, mistresses, or private balls. The changing face of Mexico represented progress, but it was superficial progress. The new public magnificence was paid for by mining fortunes or revenues, and such expenditures were not investments that improved the stunted economy. The Spanish loved monuments and ornamentation at the expense of utilitarianism. The Hispanic mind, educated or ignorant, had a fine contempt for utility. The viceroys did improve sanitation and import German hydraulic and metallurgical engineers for the new school of mines, but much of the new European knowledge and techniques could not be applied to the primitive Mexican economy and society. Although the Condes de Galvez and de Revillagigedo were fine examples of the Enlightenment, a handful of aristocrats at the top could not drag all Mexico into the 18th century. The Viceroy's Lieutenant General Don Antonio Maria de Bucareli and Teodoro de Croix, and officers like Hugo O'Connor and de Anza and Ugalde, who commanded on the northern frontier, were hard-minded pragmatists who understood basic problems. They recognized the failures of the mission system in the north, where raiding Indians were devastating Sonora, Chihuahua, Texas, and Nuevo León. De Croix finally won reluctant approval from the ecclesiastics for a war of extermination against the Apaches, although the requisite troops were never found. The rulers of New Spain were men of great vision, ability, and even good humor than has usually been recognized. Although most of them were soldiers, most had wide interests. Bucareli founded the Monte de Piedad, or National Pawn Shop, which still operates beside the National Palace. Revillagigedo poked into everything, inspecting his realm like a British naval captain ruling his warship. With the full power of the Bourbon kings behind them, the viceroys had immense authority. In fact, greater power than Carlos III in Spain, where the royal prerogative was opposed by a maze of ancient local charters, privileges, and rights. The king's officers were a terror to the lax bureaucracy, but they neither deeply reformed the government nor changed the country and society. The viceroys and their intendants threw a finish of efficient regulation and enlightenment and good intentions over a sterile social situation. The Bourbon officers only papered over the yawning chasms left by previous centuries. The pastel colors of their despotically enforced enlightenment hid the dark barbarism of rural Mexico but did not dispel it. Neither Spain nor Mexico really entered the world of Galileo and Descartes, or understood the findings of Locke or Newton. The Bourbons and their officers ruled over an empire that appeared again to be a great world power, whose cannon controlled vast coastlines and whose flag waved over whole continents. But this was an empire in which the dry rot of the past still spread under a modernistic veneer of fashion. The population was still mired in superstition, and the cultivated people caught up in barren conceptismo, confusing thought and style with action. Spanish society was still organized as if there had never been a commercial revolution. Spanish thought, which never quite fully emerged from the Middle Ages, ossified. The Royal and Pontifical University of Mexico was as stagnant as Salamanca. Both took scholasticism seriously. The Church had lost all sense of mission. Its dominant mood was blackness, portrayed over every altar by stark images of bleeding Christs and tortured saints. Its ambience was mind-numbing ritual, bells, processions, robes, and candles. Thousands upon thousands of hooded penitents marched through the streets of Mexico on holy days. Flagellants beat themselves until the blood ran. The missions had failed, but idle friars walked the plazas with their whores and seduced virgins through the confessional. Spanish Catholicism had lost all ethic, retreated into ritual and mysticism. Whores wore crucifixes, and murderous bandits carried images of the Virgin around their necks. Nothing was demanded of the Christian except observance, but that ferociously. Nothing was unpardonable, but free thought or heresy. Just as Spanish architecture in Mexico remained Baroque far into the century, the whole culture, under a veneer of fashion, lagged at least a century behind developments in Western nations. Technology and organization and design were out of date. The common people of the empire, and the church as an institution, never accepted the modernizations of the Bourbons, and a cultural gulf yawned between the church and people and the rational, directing aristocrats. It is obvious that the 18th century Spanish elite that Carlos III brought to power despaired of both church and people, their customs and superstitions. There was no high bourgeoisie in the Hispanic world to seize on the rights of man. Ironically, the Spanish Enlightenment, so far as it went, was an enlightenment forced by aristocratic despots. There was, in fact, an intense aristocratic reaction among Bourbon officialdom, sick to death of obfuscating churchmen who were institutionally part of government, and a population of all degrees they considered mired in ignorance. The Bourbons' men were authoritarian to the bone. Teodoro de Croix said, "The folk of New Spain are born to be silent and obey, and not meddle in affairs." Ironically, this remark was occasioned by public protests in Michoacán over Carlos III's suppression of the Jesuits and their schools, and on this occasion the people were right and the crown wrong. The expulsion of the Jesuits from Mexico in 1767 destroyed the only element in the Mexican church that was free of medievalism. The Bourbon officials meant to erase a competing institution, but the true effect was the destruction of all educational standards in New Spain. In any event, the Bourbon reforms came too late. They did not begin to bite incisively until the administration of the second Conde Revillagigedo, when the capable Carlos III was already dead. For all the fact that every reform was designed to benefit Spain and the Crown, not Mexico, they laid a basis for profound change. The Viceroy Flores created a new colonial army with 3 regiments of native militia, the Puebla, Mexico, and Nueva España. The commands went to prominent criollos, the officers were native whites, and the ranks were largely mestizo. Theoretically, this force was to fight the northern Indios, but Creole militia was useless on the frontier. Revillagigedo put 8 companies at San Antonio without solving the Indian problem, and after 1790, the frontier situation deteriorated even more. The colonial army was not intended to forge colonial pride and self-reliance, but to reduce the Crown's expense of keeping regulars, just as the reduction in the controlled price of mercury for the mines, and the royal 5th to a 10th, was intended to increase revenues, but colonials organized into armed regiments created a new kind of Mexican. In the same way, the new laws that made Indios citizens and opened the ports of Spanish America to the world at last opened immense opportunities. The commerce of New Spain quadrupled in a few years, though citizenship of Indios meant less since the debt peonage laws were retained. The reforms were unsettling for 2 reasons. They raised expectations, as reforms always do, and they also reminded the criollos and mestizos of the inequities that remained, and, enacted arbitrarily and in an authoritarian manner, they made the colonials acutely aware of the fact of Spanish tyranny over their lives. Carlos III certainly intended to go farther. Before his death he approved a grand design for an Hispanic commonwealth, in which the viceroyalties would be ruled as virtually independent countries. This could only have been implemented over violent protests by various interests in Spain, and the idea died with the ablest of the Bourbons. New Spain, however, had been managed as a bankrupt's estate for too long. What centuries had made could not be undone by a few royal cédulas and good intentions out of Madrid. The fresh air of the reforms, entering a fossilized structure, tended to weaken it without really changing it. As history was to prove, what had been wrought in Mexico could not be quickly or painlessly changed, even by the Mexicans themselves. Yet this age was still a sort of Indian summer of the Spanish Empire and of New Spain. It was the best of times since the 16th century. Conditions were improving, although irritations were soaring. Mexico was not turbulent. The Indios were passive except in Yucatan. Here, in 1761, the Maya rebelled against excessive tributes to absentee landlords and the bloody floggings which had become a grim feature on the haciendas. The Maya rejected use of Spanish, and all of the tribes had not been completely subjected until the 18th century. The rebellion was crushed. 8 leaders were disemboweled as examples. While there were troubles with miners at Tepic and some Indios at Tehuantepec, there was nothing that could be called an Indian revolt. The hacienda and ejido workers were silent throughout the century. Life was neither better nor worse for the Indios, whose numbers were now increasing. The Bourbons protected the rights of each Indio village to its square league of land, and in some cases forced hacendados to disgorge lands they had sequestered illegally. However, the survival and growth of the ejidos was no longer a triumph of justice. It marked a failure to Europeanize the Indians. The Indio villages were trapped on marginal lands, continuing a primitive agriculture and social structure. They were partially Hispanicized in religion and language. If their Catholicism was half pagan, the Amerindians still often showed more genuine faith than white men, and the one Hispanic institution they were loyal to was the Church, which had consistently cared for them. While some Indios remained totally outside the Church, in Chiapas, Nayarit, Tehuantepec, and of course the wild tribes of the north, most looked to the priests for help and leadership. In some places they got it, in others the Church merely lived off them. The emerging mass of villagers had become an insoluble element in the midst of a supposedly Spanish Mexico. There were 2.5 million Amerindians in late 18th century New Spain, comprising some 40% of the total population. They were, through no fault of their own, a laggard mass within a stagnating civilization. The direct burdens placed on the Amerindians were no longer disastrous. The crown taxed them lightly, and all tributes had been commuted to cash payments. However, the head tax was an instituted humiliation, and the Indio was still restricted as a member of a conquered race. Criollos did not pay tributes or head taxes, and the taxes they paid were not collected like the Indian duties, tribute rendered to the corregidores by humble Amerindians. The growing number of ejido Amerindians comprised 60% of the indigenous population, but 40% were employed on haciendas. Here, these peons were merging with the castas, who by now were more and more simply classified as mestizos, or mixed bloods, without further subclassification. There were at least 2 million mestizos by 1800, far outnumbering the Europeans, and now rapidly overtaking the Indios. Castas and mestizos also had begun to take the Indios' place as laborers. The vast majority were either hacienda peons or braceros, manual laborers in or around the cities. Although the caste distinctions continued, the casta and the Indian in Mexico were becoming indistinguishable, especially in the north. Once an Indio had learned Spanish and put on European-style dress, he became mestizo. The process was easy but slow, because the Amerindians showed a reluctance to be deracinated and detribalized. Almost all true mestizos were propertyless. They were barred from professions still, and rarely could achieve an education, except for a handful who were able to enter holy orders. They were entirely a supporting class and caste, much closer to the Indios than to the Spanish criollo upper class. Further, since they were by nature deracinated, their whole condition was insecurity. Unlike Indios, whose humble place was secure, mestizos inhabited ghettos and roamed aimlessly from place to place seeking employment. There were at least 30,000 indigent léperos in the capital alone. They provoked official distaste and distrust. Otherwise rational officials like the Marqués de Croix believed that floggings had a salutary effect on this human flotsam, and above all, kept it in its place. In rural areas, the lepero bandits, who had come to infest the country, sometimes became heroes to the Indians. Under the prevailing social system, the bandit could often appear as Robin Hood, and banditry had become a serious problem. A special police force, the Acordada, was set loose on brigands and road agents, empowered with the right of summary executions. This was a harsh age for criminals everywhere, but the Acordada behaved in ways that revealed the deep class and racial hatreds beneath the surface in Mexico and gave a hint of future horrors. This constabulary took to crucifying captured thieves and robbers in prominent places along the roads. The executed took days to die in public agony, and their tarred corpses, held to the crosses by nails, warned passers-by for months. Significantly, the mestizos, even in banditry, were beginning to show certain traits, especially more individualism, energy, and rebellion than the indio. Against almost impossible odds, the mestizo had to make his own new world. Scarred with illegitimacy, naturally emotionally unstable, given to great mercies and greater cruelties, but increasingly resourceful, the mestizo was proving the enormous powers of endurance of men under frightful conditions. Universally disdained or abhorred, the swarthy mestizo were slowly but inevitably inheriting Mexico biologically, a fact few criollos noticed, even while they added to the mestizo population. Despite a multiplicity of caste and racial bars, which tended to grow stronger before the 18th century, the term white was seldom used to distinguish Europeans, but now the criollos were increasingly conscious of a role as white men. Thousands of mestizos were also passing into Creole ranks. The caste system always allowed this through the principle of dominant blood. The process was easiest on the northern frontier beginning at the Bajío. The census taken by Revillagigedo in 1793, the first and last under the crown, certified more than 1 million Europeans, about 20% of the population. This percentage was patently impossible because criollos had not increased so fast, and there were only 70,000 Spanish-born. By 1770, mestizos were beginning to pass for Europeans in growing numbers. The contemporary authorities revealed this in their writings by indicating that of the Europeans, no more than 8 to 10% were pure-blood criollos. In this era, the criollos resented furiously any implication they had Indian blood, since no one had any pride in it. The law certified many families. Whiteness could be bought like offices and titles, but there were also many cases of acute embarrassment when marriage alliances produced suspiciously dark or hairless children, and many criollo families had relatives with whom they preferred not to associate. What was created was a small but very important infrastructure of mestizos, who as certified criollos were becoming a sort of middle rank. Because they could go nowhere as mestizos, the ablest mestizos got themselves classified as white. This trend was obvious on the northern frontier. These near Spaniards of course identified with criollos, and now began appearing as priests, lawyers, rancheros, merchants, and minor bureaucrats. But though they were part of an elite, it was not a rich or highly privileged elite. Such men rarely acquired substantial property or social position. They were working criollos, far beneath the mine operators and magnates. They appeared an upper class simply because the chasm between them and the supporting classes was so wide and difficult to cross. The new criollos, by the nature of their emergence and existence, had to be among the shrewdest and most ambitious people in New Spain. Their attitudes resembled those of the poor Spanish still arriving in Mexico to be bookkeepers, managers, and traders, but they lacked the born Spaniards' assurance and arrogance. The new criollo's position in society was anomalous, and he knew it. He was made to feel insecure with subtle slurs against his ancestry. The combination of ability, ambition, and handicaps they could not overcome made certified criollos, angry, irresolute, and often vicious in their attitudes. They were volatile, corrosive souls, at the same time socially promising and socially dangerous. Bandits and rebels of all kinds were more apt to rise from these so-called Spaniards than from the propertied 8% of the upper class. The rich criollos hated the arrogant gachupines, but they were completely locked into a defense of the whole social system. The crown sent officers to rule them and tax them, but the crown also secured their property and status and ease. Thus the hacendado class, like the indios but for different reasons, formed a great obstacle to any pervasive social or political change in Mexico. The wealthy could buy minor offices and impressive titles under the Bourbons. The viceroys apparently deliberately created scores of ceremonial offices for this purpose. Criollos became colonels, alcaldes, and corregidores, though the centralization of administration under the intendants took the last shreds of power from such offices. The rich found their exclusion an irritant, but not nearly so great an irritant as was put on. The hacendado class did not want the burden of real power because it had no sense of responsibility. This had been destroyed by centuries of Spanish despotism. It was that part of the elite who had neither silver mines nor sitios, and whose minds were insecure, who found the inequities of the colonial system intolerable. The 12% or so of criollos who still had fortunes to make were infuriated by the snubs and the advantages of peninsulares. The new criollos found it almost unbearable when at last they achieved privileges and offices, only to find these devoid of power. As a class, the new criollos were growing richer, but at the same time acutely more aware of the injustices and stupidities of the colonial system. To understand the mind of this class, it must be understood that life under the Bourbons for the criollos was not onerous, but it was flagrantly inequitable. Doors opened for the meanest clerk out of Sevilla that remained closed to families that had been 200 years in Mexico. The Spanish taxes did not hurt the elite. Criollos paid about 18 pesos per capita annually under the alcabala, which actually was levied less heavily than in Spain. The transactions tax really damaged the poor by adding to the price of goods. The Spanish monopolies, however, were flagrantly inequitable. All license and commercial contracts were given to born Spaniards. Mexico was a dumping ground for cheap Spanish wines and shoddy manufactures, which were sold at exorbitant prices. The manufacturing picture in Mexico was dismal. The few textile mills were primitive sweatshops operated by debt slaves. Local industries tooled leather and turned out crude pottery for a local market. Beyond this, there was nothing. Even food was imported from Spain or from the Orient. Chinese silks and porcelains arrived in quantity, but through monopolies in the hands of a few favored Spaniards or the government. The government controlled mercury, chocolate, alcoholic beverages, and tobacco through royal monopolies, virtually all the extremely profitable commodities. After the Bourbons tightened administration, the crown drew huge revenues from these sales. For example, the revenues from the sale of pulque, the universal drink of the working classes, amounted to 4 million pesos in 1746 from a population of 3 million. In 1800, they came to 20 million pesos out of a population that had merely doubled. The tobacco monopoly produced 4.5 million pesos, which exceeded the royal revenues from the mining industry. However, even Bourbon efficiency was efficient only on a Spanish scale. Administrative costs were ridiculously high in every government enterprise due to the bureaucratic proliferation of offices and processes. The tobacco monopoly spent more money, for example, on administration than it did for both labor and raw materials. The Spanish monopolies and colonial restrictions on trade were seriously aggravated by an almost incredibly inefficient shipping system. The Spanish merchant marine was not sufficient to supply the empire to begin with, and continual wars made Spanish shipping vulnerable to English sea power. Only one vessel sailed annually from Manila to Acapulco, and while only one of these was lost to the English, The restriction of trade to a singly yearly galleon kept prices exorbitant, and trade restrictions, the monopolies, and the shipping system paralyzed trade, making smuggling a profitable business. When Revillagigedo opened Mexican ports to world shipping in 1789, the legal trade increased fourfold, but whether this marked a real increase in true volume is hard to tell. The reform came too late in any case, because the Spanish Empire was soon caught up in the wars of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic era. The Spanish colonial mercantile system had destroyed Mexican economic development even more thoroughly than the land tenure system or the social system. Throughout the century, the production of silver and gold rose. The mining income was no longer crucial to the government, but New Spain could never shake its addiction to a mining camp psychology, and mining did provide most of the spendable wealth, and what stimulation of the economy there was in Mexico. Mexican silver, which was coined into milled pillar dollars after Felipe V installed mint machinery in 1732 at Mexico, flooded the world. The Mexican dollar circulated in Europe, was the basis of currency throughout most of the other European colonial empires, and was to become the unit of account of much of the British Commonwealth, because most of this silver ended up in British hands. The English had now established a maritime and commercial ascendancy, and while Mexico poured out millions of dollars every year, most Mexicans remained outside a money economy, and the currency of Spain herself was still the miserable copper maravedí. In the late 18th century, there were more silver dollars in the British American colonies than in Spain. In 1790, 55% of all Spanish colonial revenues came out of Mexico, and New Spain paid far more taxes into the royal treasury than the kingdoms of Old Spain. This inequity, piled upon all the other inequities and stupidities of an archaic colonial economic system, created a smoldering discontent among all educated criollos. The knowledge that the Spaniards, both the Crown and the Gachupines in New Spain, were milking Mexico, fomented anger among the poor criollos more than any intellectual notions. In any case, ideas like the rights of man, ascendant in France and colonial North America, provided no rationales for the continued superiority of the white elites over the mixed bloods and the Indians. Between 1775 and 1794, therefore, neither the American nor French revolutions stirred any real emotion in criollo minds or breasts. Carlos III clearly saw that the successful revolt of the British American colonies posed two dangers to the empire: one, from the example, and second, from a vigorous, independent Anglo-Saxon state on the northern frontier. He chose to side with the American colonies only because England was considered the greater danger, and this decision apparently allowed Spain to strengthen her position in America vis-à-vis the British, as the traditional enemy was swept from Florida and the Gulf. Most Creoles in New Spain rejoiced in the English humiliations between 1775 and 1783. Over centuries they had become conditioned to think of England as both the national and ideological foe. Through the close of the century, despite enormous underlying grievances and irritations, there is no evidence of revolutionary sentiment in New Spain, nothing like that which already was fermenting further south. Protests were limited to radical chit-chat in drawing rooms. The huge reservoir of Indio and Casta discontent, of which the criollos themselves were not really aware, was growing, but invisibly. Most of what is known about New Spain in this era comes from the Prussian traveler and geographer Alexander von Humboldt. Apparently he loved Mexico, but he tried to record everything about the country with fine impartiality. He painted no paradise. However, he found conditions better in Mexico than in many other countries. He saw the absurdities of the colonial system as no worse than the absurdities prevalent in Europe under the Ancien Regime, and his careful analysis indicates that after 1789, conditions had improved rapidly. However, Humboldt's comparisons were drawn against the Eastern Europe with which he was most familiar, and where most of the people still lived in serfdom. White serfs beyond the Elbe were probably no better off than Mexican peons. Prussian peasants lived under a rigid class system, paying 40% of their incomes to landlords and government. New Spain was hardly unusual in the worldwide societies of the old regime, where small, sometimes brilliant elites, culturally and often ethnically separated from the masses, showed cultural vigor amid social and economic stasis. Mexico was a greater capital than Berlin, and the Mexican upper class on the surface no more lazy or corrupt than the upper classes of the Austrian or Russian empires. Gastas were as well treated as Christian peasants in the Balkans under Turkish rule. Humboldt saw the miserable leperos of the urban ghettos, but considered these no more unsanitary nor murderous than the Paris or London mobs. He could not judge Mexico because the Prussian baron lacked insight into dominant world trends, into the vital role of a bourgeoisie in the Western world, and into the differences that the democratic revolutions would make in the Prussian and Hispanic milieus. Prussia had a disciplined population and an energetic, patriotic, and authoritarian upper class, devoted both to its own interests and the state. Together these elements could build armies and bureaucracies in the 19th century that would bring Prussia perilously close to world domination. Humboldt's lack of understanding of the differences between New Spain and his own part of the world was to be reflected often in the 19th century Hispanic world, where men greatly admired the Prussian experience and wondered why they could not emulate it. But the Hispanic elites were very different and were to lead the Hispanic nations to a different kind of destruction. Humboldt and most criollos felt that if the more ridiculous restrictions of the Spaniards were removed, and the Spanish stopped from their eternal milking of Mexico, the country had enormous promise. But this view failed to take into account the true nature of the criollos, their lack of aristocracy, and their centuries of psychic subordination and sense of ingrained humiliation. The Indian summer of Spanish-American society was an age of certain splendor in the visual arts, but the sterility of thought and education stifled intellectual creation. If Mexicans had an active life of the mind, they left little evidence. The country produced tinkers and journalists, and writers who rehashed worn-out styles, no Sigüenzas or Sor Juanas, but minor figures impressed with personal conceits. The Enlightenment did have one strong effect, however, in creating a growing interest in things native to Mexico. Carlos III, through his viceroys, encouraged the sciences and practical arts. By the 1770s, several men were carrying on studies of Mexican antiquities and mineralogy, geology, and geography. The expulsion of the Jesuits hampered these, but had another unexpected effect. Some of the Jesuit exiles were criollos who in Italy found themselves longing for and finding a new identity with the country of their birth. The new perspectives of these men made them aware that they were not really Spaniards. Out of nostalgia for his homeland, Padre Francisco Javier Clavijero wrote the ancient history of Mexico, drawing upon Sigüenza and new codex sources he found at Rome. Clavijero, whose researches revealed to him the extent of the Amerindian civilization, strongly rejected the notion that the ancient Indios could have been gente sin razón. Other priests made earth studies, showing an expanding consciousness of identification with Mexican soil. Significantly, these men, all criollos, began to identify with Mexico, and therefore in some manner with the Indians. They found inspiration in the forgotten ruins of Amerindian greatness. The brilliance of a people who were generally unintellectual and who had been forbidden free inquiry, however, had to lie in the visual arts. These were channeled into religious themes because all expression was still dominated by the Church. It should be seen that the exquisite religious art and architecture of colonial Mexico did not always represent feverish faith. There simply was no other outlet for artistic expression. The Church destroyed the possibility of individual responsibility or independence among the people, but it continually patronized native arts that were devoted to the glorification of religion, and the skills that died out in the 16th century were in fact revived in the 18th by religious patronage, both among Indios and Spaniards. Sigüenza had indicated that thousands of paintings were produced in the 17th century, but little of this Baroque art was valuable or survived. Miguel Cabrera, the greatest of Mexican colonial painters, appeared in the next century. He was a Zapotec Indian, but his inspiration was entirely Hispanic. He decorated dozens of churches with canvases and painted portraits of viceroys and other famous men. Some of these show a crude, New World vitality, somewhat similar to North American primitives, but they show nothing of the indigenous or the Amerindian. The 18th century was the great age of church building. Stately edifices rose everywhere in south-central Mexico, and especially in the Bajío. The early churches, even the great cathedrals, had a certain air of grossness and medievalism, still seen in the cathedral at Mexico, and certain enormous shrines and convents. The artwork on the old buildings was a weird blend, Judeo-Christian themes carried out by Nahua minds. On the newer buildings, which soon had a universal form, 2 imposing towers fronting a great dome, an art style evolved that in some ways was a fusion of Western Christianity and indigenous Oriental exuberance. It was basically Baroque. The form was Hispanic, the intricacy of the ornamentation went back to Palenque and Teotihuacan. The splendor and detail of this ornamentation, the carved facades and burnished woodwork, the Baroque mass of delicate curvatures, are indescribable. They created joy for the anonymous builders and carvers, and wonder for all succeeding generations. Next to ancient Amerindian monuments, these 18th century churches are the most important architectural attractions in Mexico. Like the ancient Amerindian cities and temples and pyramids, this burst of creativity must be seen as much a spontaneous manifestation of native energy and art as the Gothic period in Europe. It produced magnificent and hardly less spectacular monuments. This outburst, however, ended before the close of the century. Nativism, the blending of Spanish Baroque and indigenous imagination, withered before the French importations of Manuel Tolsá. Tolsá was a Spanish-born classicist who logically found favor with the viceroys. Tolsá's palaces, public buildings, churches, and equestrian statues reflected the neoclassicism of Europe that began with Versailles and seeped with the Bourbons into Spain. New Spain also produced some excellent medallists in this century who struck or cast thousands of portraits, mostly in praise of or on the proclamations of the Bourbon kings. These monuments of 18th century New Spain reveal clearly the distortions and terrible inequities of society. Silver mine operators who made millions of pesos overnight, and an enormously wealthy church, expressed their thanks to God by endowing altars covered with silver and gold at which a ragged population prayed and received the host. José de la Borda paid for the exquisite church in remote Taxco, where he became a millionaire. God gave to Borda, and Borda returned to God, as he said. There was a new, rich ostentation behind most of the Bajío churches. Antonio Obregón erected a marvelous church on a steep mountainside overlooking Guanajuato, known popularly as La Valenciana, from the name of his glory hole. Some of these men were muleteers, like the Conde de Regla before he struck it rich, and most of them, like Regla, purchased titles with their silver. Men who grew rich from lucky strikes or oppressed labor built monuments to themselves and God in remote places, adding architectural glory to Mexico. The church in these years, now without a mission and with more revenues than it could use, lavished huge sums on similar projects. The notion of spending for social benefit was foreign to clerics as well as the whole society. The church raised its own monuments. By 1790, it held 1/3 of all the houses in the capital, along with many haciendas everywhere in Mexico. The rents from this property were unnecessary to religious operations, for the church was amply supported by enforced tithes and taxes, and on top of this, priests charged high fees for every service, every dedicated mass, marriage, christening, or funeral. The clergy also charged handsomely for the meager learning it imparted through convent schools. The money created surpluses, which went into architecture, and high salaries for the ruling hierarchy. A measure of the wealth of the 8 Mexican dioceses is shown by the annual incomes allotted to the bishops. The archbishop at the capital drew 130,000 pesos, twice the salary of the viceroy. This provided a purchasing power of at least 2 million modern dollars in terms of services and labor. The bishop at Puebla was paid 110,000 pesos, of Valladolid 100,000 pesos, and of Guadalajara 90,000 pesos. And these emoluments must be measured against relative pay scales in an economy where a skilled workman might earn 3 pesos per week, and hacienda peons rarely saw any money. It must stand to the eternal credit of some of these prelates, who, like the bishop of Valladolid, Abad Iqueipo, that they could protest to the king the continuing misery of the poor and demand reform. But the majority, sipping expensive chocolate in their splendid refectories and receiving reports of mounting revenues, were completely trammelled up in managing a business. Even Abad could not quite bring himself to propose giving church property back to the people. The thought was sacrilege, because the Hispanic Church had long confused giving to the Church with giving to God. Tithes, bulls, fees, and bequests from the faithful covered altars and railings with gold and choked chapter houses with bags of pesos. All of this wealth was withdrawn from circulation. Finally, it was distributed very unevenly within the church. A few miles from the episcopal palace, a dedicated parish priest might be allowed to retain only 100 pesos annually in support, less than earned by a common soldier. The parish clergy among the poor was itself very poor. This property ruined the church more insidiously than its position as an arm of government. A great bishop was now a great builder, administrator, or patron, rarely a great theologian or pastoral leader. Property drained the hierarchy of spirituality. It remained only on those levels where vows of poverty were enforced by miserable salaries, and only on those levels did the clergy retain influence among the people. The Spaniards in purple knew this, but the bishops were more inclined to obstruct efforts of the priests among the people than the supposedly anti-clerical government. The Church had not wasted all its power and influence. The question was how that wealth and power would be used, if it were used at all. The Mexican landscape, except in the harsh deserts of the north, was complex and colorful and peaceful as the century ended. The things unbearable to Western minds about colonial Mexico, the arbitrariness and corruption of government, the economic stagnation and naivete, the rigid class and caste systems, did not weigh all that heavily on the Mexican consciousness. Hispanic society and Hispanic colonial society were never utilitarian in concept like the English or the Dutch. Life was not ceaseless action. Its goals were being and feeling as much as doing. If on the practical plane Mexico had become stagnant and inefficient, if nothing got done on time or never got done at all, the Mexican spirit soared and excelled in other things. Every house, however poor, had flowers. The streets and even the fields were filled with music. Almost everyone could play some instrument and sing, and even compose songs. Everyone took sheer delight in color, from the hues of the dashing costumes of the caballeros to paint smeared on village walls. Mexico was a dazzling mélange of whites and reds and greens under a brilliant sun, and if life were directionless, there was always time to feel, to absorb and enjoy. If government and society were bad, family life was close and warm. The Indios, Criollos, and Mestizos had great extended families that were a bulwark against the world. Latin temperaments and Amerindian consciousnesses had combined to reinforce a different sense of reality. Finery, manners, rhetoric, generosity were admired immensely more than capabilities. Sheer courage counted for more than demonstrated results. To fail gracefully was as important to the Hispanic mind of the post-16th century world as to win. Men were prepared to accept all consequences with a calm and melancholy dignity. The Hispanic-Mexican consciousness, in fact, had somehow taken the Castilian and Amerindian vices and cloaked them with charm and dignity and grace. It found solace in a sense of destiny and a philosophy that respected death as much as life. Such concepts, feelings, and qualities, of course, made and reinforced a world that was intolerable in many ways, but the same qualities helped Mexicans endure it. Hispanic Mexico was more like the Orient than England or even Spain, and to live gracefully, the Mexican had to find an almost oriental sense of time, matter, and the mind. The Hispanic world lived badly, but it knew how to live. Alexander von Humboldt never forgot the wonderful spectacle of white-capped mountains rising up over green tropical foliage on the road to Mexico City, and a blonde criolla, a belle who was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. New Spain was a land of contrasts, an ancient country and an aging colony in a new world, with enlightened despots reordering everything and changing nothing, a gay, high society living as though tomorrow would never come, a growing mass of outcasts beginning to search for tomorrow, at least in their secret hearts, a church trammelled up in the things of this world in the midst of death and living faith, millions of primitive Amerindians determined to endure whatever tomorrow might bring. It was a country of rare natural beauty and marvelous monuments, of sunny splendor and lavish hospitality and deep antagonisms, hauteur and cruelty, where men piously rendered up their obolos to their god, and just as piously applied the whip and nails to their fellow men. There was beauty as well as misery to this age, and it left its glories behind in vast structures and ornamented walls. But the spirit that had created this Mexico was almost dead, and New Spain was an empire held together only by a small, imperious band of enlightened aristocrats, holding wearily against the coming night. Part 3. The Tyranny of the Past. The Mexicans. Chapter 21. The Conspirators. Those who liked to use the language of Rousseau talked of interpreting the sovereign will of Mexican people. What they really desired was the rule of a native white minority, released from the trammels of Spanish legalists and bureaucrats. If the Creoles had been more resolute and better organized, this is what they might easily have achieved. But the men of birth and property, who formed the most powerful element among them, were too hesitant to move quickly or decisively. Sir Nicholas Cheetham, Mexico, A Short History. At the beginning of the 19th century, Spain collapsed as a world power, and the Hispanic Empire dissolved. The failure of the Spanish Empire was far more than an inevitable evolution of the American dominions into independent states. For example, the British colonies in North America south of Canada separated from the mother country and reformed into a new, vigorous nation without doing any essential damage either to the homeland or themselves. The new United States soon restored old commercial ties with England under more favorable terms, and in the long run, the English-speaking world was immensely strengthened. The disintegration of the Spanish-American Empire, however, was profoundly different. The successor states in America emerged primarily because of a general disintegration of the cement of Hispanic civilization, at the beginning of an era in which neither the old country nor the emerging independent states could maintain any stable internal order. The British colonies characteristically united, the Spanish dominions dissolved, not only into almost a score of nations, but into societies within nations that were fundamentally divided. The Hispanic world was one which simply could not cope successfully with either the democratic or the industrial revolution, the two major sources of power in the modern world. Under the impact of Anglo-Saxon and French ideas, ideals, and demonstrated success, the old forms of the Hispanic world became intolerable to large numbers of its people. Hispanic society everywhere tended to become deeply divided between continuistas, who believed in building a better society upon existing roots through adopting Western techniques, and those who were reformistas, who believed society was already made and merely needed to be changed by radical social reforms. The terms conservative and liberal, which were and are conventionally used, do not fit exactly. In Mexico, for example, in the 19th century, the greatest and most influential conservatives desired radical changes in industrial and economic techniques, but without an abrupt change in the civilization or social order. In other words, a modernization on the order successfully carried out by the Germans and Japanese. The liberals, more ideological, fought to reform society, but were intensely hostile to technological and other progress. Both mainstreams were pulled and torn by true reactionaries on one side, people who resisted all change, and by pure radicals on the other, men who wanted to destroy everything. Both liberals and conservatives in the Hispanic world remained a small elite because the vast majority of the population was still outside a true money economy or modern politics. In the broadest perspective, with all the shadings of ideology and the tumults of personalities and prejudices laid aside, the great argument was whether to seize the utilitarian concepts and techniques of the Western world without first creating a Western society. In other words, whether to put into operation Western social and governmental forms while utterly ignoring the social basis from which those forms evolved. If the Bourbon dynasty had remained vigorous, such a revolution might possibly have been imposed gradually from the top. Carlos III had done much to modernize Spain, but his successors were totally unfit. They could neither lead nor surrender their prerogatives, and the same was generally true of the upper classes in almost every Hispanic country. When the traditional leadership patently could not cope with new ideas and techniques, as for example, the Spanish monarchy and nation could not cope with the French Revolution and Napoleon, great cracks and hideous struggles had to appear. The Hispanic anarchy of soul that existed from the 17th century was at last translated into an anarchy of society and government. Compared to the contemporary democratic and industrial revolutions, the Hispanic Revolution was abortive. There was too much struggle against problems of the mind and spirit as well as physical realities, as ideals and aspirations, now noble, now naive, ran far ahead of possibilities, and Hispanic revolutionaries, whether conservative or liberal, took too much of their aspiration and inspiration from outside Hispanic culture. Xenophobic and desperately desirous of dignity on one plane, they were abject on another. They tended to reject an essential nativism when they should have been creating a newer culture out of their own historic depths. The conservatives refused to face the fact that after the twin Western demons were released on the world, the old Hispanic order was intolerable to too many people who were prepared to die rather than accept a gradual transition. The reformers, however, invariably ignored the equally salient fact that the human and social material to make a democratic revolution on the French or North American order simply did not exist in the Hispanic world. The democratic revolution was a revolt not of the masses, but of the independent, propertied Western bourgeoisie. No such middle class had ever evolved in the Hispanic nations. Probably none would ever evolve, because the value system that created such people in other parts of Europe never existed in Spain. The Hispanic culture could not create either a modern democracy or a modern industrial commercial economy without first totally changing the very roots from which all Hispanic conservatives and reformers sprang. The French and English could reorder their societies relatively quickly to meet democratic and industrial trends without changing the essential nature of the state or of the inherent value systems. When Hispanic civilization destroyed the crown and church, legitimacy and religion, it had nothing to replace them. French and Anglo-Saxon ideas of society, technology, and government were exotic transplants that either were rejected, became insisted, or grew noxious, sickly weeds in Hispanic social soil. But the struggle was inevitable, and its very nature had to produce civil, social, and psychic horror. Once truth was repudiated and legitimacy fled in the general collapse at the beginning of the 19th century, no Hispanic culture was to find more than a generation of internal peace and order. Violent revolutionary periods were followed by disillusioned post-revolutionary eras, and in turn, by new disintegrations. This trend was universal throughout the Spanish-speaking world. The cycles of anarchy, civil war, Praetorianism, liberalism, gaudillaje, rampant reform, and crushing reaction were similar everywhere from Argentina to Mexico to Spain, with only local variations, but they did not occur at the same time. Mexico's dominant political problems were very little different from those in Spain because they grew from the same ethos. From decade to decade, each country found different solutions. Events were unsynchronized. The pattern was much the same. Mexico was and is uniquely part of a greater culture and civilization. All Mexican intellectuals have recognized and admitted the enormous problem of Mexican identity for almost 200 years, without recognizing or admitting the root of the problem itself. The Spanish Empire grafted its civilization onto many quite different human stocks, from Patagonia to the Rio Bravo, and onto many variant basic human societies. The graft was dominant everywhere, in the things that compose civilization: language, law, religion, organization, ethic. Far too much attention has been paid intellectually to the Amerindian trunk of Hispanic America, which has sometimes actually prevented Hispanic American intellectuals from seeing their problems for what they are: Hispanic problems. Strangely enough, in the present century, a tightly integrated intellectual Hispanic world continues to exist, from Madrid to Lima to Mexico. However, its members deny its survival in political terms. In the early 19th century, Hispanic civilization seemed determined to destroy itself, and in a real sense, the battle became one between civilization, however imperfect, and barbarism. The degradation and destruction in Santa Anna's Mexico was matched in Rosas's Argentina, in Spain, Bolivia, and Peru. Territorial integrity of the successor states of the old empire was preserved mainly because the British, and later the North Americans, guaranteed this, keeping Spanish America as their particular preserve for economic, if not imperial, penetration. The Hispanic world lost only a few fringe territories, mostly those North American regions it had never successfully populated. The currently dominant liberal Mexican view of national history, which forms the conventional wisdom and is taught in schools, tends to be anachronistic. That is, it begins with the present century and looks back. Mexicans have tried to take the 20th century social revolution as a culmination, and therefore they have consciously shaped their past to point toward 1910 and 1917. This does provide the theme, intellectual order and form, so important to some intellectuals. It connects the anarchic events of the Hispanic Revolution with a thread of purpose. Above all, such a view creates the myths and heroes new nations need. In the dominant Mexican view, all who work for racial or social equality and for economic reforms, whether failures, great men, or bandits, have become national heroes. Those who stood for tradition, even if patriots and nation-builders, are tarred with villainy. A few such villains, like Lucas Alamán and Lorenzo de Zavala, are grudgingly respected because they dealt with facts. Against this dominant view, there has been a minority report. The themes of traditionalist, rightist, writers, who easily point out the failures of the reformers, but finding little to be proud of, often indulge in national self-degradation. Neither viewpoint deals with the fact that Mexican history forms part of a worldwide Hispanic time of troubles, or admits that the Porfiriato was as essential to the emergence of a modern Mexico as Hidalgo's insurgency. And as Madariaga wrote, men can only be judged against the forces, necessities, and possibilities of their times, not by later standards. Ideological viewpoints make for intellectual order, but human history by nature is random and disorderly, like any organic growth. Its grandeur is made by its essential tragedy. The history of Mexico is not a story of heroes and villains, martyrs and oppressors, good against evil, or different rationales and interests pitted against each other, so much as the story of a struggle by very human men and women to make a livable present and future out of an intolerable past. Carlos III of Spain died in December 1788. His death marked the collapse of a culture and empire, and his ministers had waged a valiant, personal, and eccentric war against the fall of night. Briefly, they had made Spain and her empire a great power again, but they only delayed history. The great Viceroy Revillagigedo was actually an afterglow of this reign. He was appointed after the king died, but while his ministers still had control of the government. The reforms of the early 1790s, the opening of Hispanic ports, the curtailment of Spanish monopolies, the stimulation of arts and sciences and others, were thus doubly doomed. They not only came too late, but they were quickly obviated, reversed, or rescinded by the newer breed of men who came to power in Spain. Carlos IV was a handsome, amiable near-imbecile, and a cuckold whose queen's lover ruled the kingdom. He soon replaced the capable ministers with Spaniards who wiped out a century of rational reform. In 1792, a soldier of the royal guard, the pretty adventurer Manuel Godoy, who was the queen's lover, was elevated to chief minister of state. Godoy, who was made Duque de Alcudia and afterward a prince under various names, was 25 years old. Godoy had talent as well as ambition. He did work at the job, but he was not capable of managing an empire, and the very nature of his preferment, the pervasive, moral corruption of his coterie, and the inherent weakness of Spain doomed his ministry. Now, only the most capable, far-sighted, and powerful of men could have coped with the dangers ignited by the French Revolution and the Napoleonic era in Europe. Godoy's fate was first to disgrace the crown, then virtually destroy it through his actions. Carlos III's ministers had instinctively opposed the revolution that convulsed France in 1789. Godoy, however, honestly thought that Spain should continue the French alliance between the two major branches of Bourbons. As France became, in turn, a constitutional monarchy, a republic, and finally a dangerous imperial power running amok in Europe with revolutionary elan, Godoy's policies turned a weaker Spain into a French pawn, directed by changing regimes in Paris. Thus Godoy went into a disastrous war with England, out of which Spain could have gained nothing, and in which the Spanish fleet was destroyed. He allowed Napoleon's armies into Spain to operate against Portugal, a British ally, which led to Napoleon's occupation of the peninsula and the dispossession of the Bourbon dynasty. This event, by its very nature, destroyed the Spanish Empire. In the meantime, Godoy's administration created havoc across the Atlantic in New Spain. Revillagigedo was summarily dismissed in 1794. His replacement, the Marqués de Branciforte, a relation of Godoy, was uncaring, incompetent, and utterly corrupt. Branciforte began his regime by smuggling a large quantity of personal goods through Mexican customs, making a huge profit from their sale. He was so openly corrupt he held office only a year, which was enough, since he departed with some 5 million pesos and the curses of the entire populace. His successors were hardly better. They were a series of the worst viceroys who disgraced the baton. They broke their own laws and regulations for profit, and tacitly permitted their appointees and officers to do the same. The abrupt change from men like Bucareli and Revillagigedo to officials of this stripe, and the abrupt change of direction of Gachupin government from enlightened despotism to naked avarice, shook Mexican sensibilities and eroded unquestionable loyalties. Injury was added to insult as Godoy became involved in unfortunate continental wars, since the Crown increased American taxes to pay for these. The Church was pressured for money, which caused it to call some of its dormant mortgages. A capital levy was extracted from the endowed religious charities in Mexico. The poor bore most of these taxes, as always, but they aroused a deep sense of outrage and malaise among all colonials. The criollos of New Spain were in some important ways different from the Creoles of the other American viceroyalties. New Spain had always been more Spanish and under tighter control. Both its European and Amerindian populations had been more tamed than on the southern continent. Mexican criollos had not engaged in comunero movements or tried to depose viceroys. As one Spanish official said bitingly early in the 19th century, all that was needed was to show the criollos of New Spain an official seal for them to kiss the hand or fall on their knees, and the 500,000 or so of the pure European propertied class were almost impervious up to now to the ideals and concepts of the American and French revolutions. The pamphlets issued from these upheavals circulated quite freely, despite the opposition of the Church. The North American Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution were on the Inquisition's index of forbidden tracts, along with the writings of the French philosophers, but most educated people had seen them. The notions of independence for the Americas, expulsion of the blood-sucking gachupines, abolition of the Inquisition, and secular control of education had occurred to the criollo class without the revelation of French philosophies. The concurrent ideas of the Jacobins, free republics, racial and social equality, land reform, however, totally destroyed the appeal of revolutions for the true criollos. A rich hacendado queued up to kiss the viceroy's hand, flushing under Castilian arrogance, was still locked by interest to the crown and empire. Above all, the Creoles possessed a tremendous identity problem. They were European, and glad of it in a heavily Amerindian country, even if the Gachupines would not let them be truly Spanish. They had very little sense of American nationality. The one genuine oddity was the tendency of some pure-blood descendants of the conquistadores to try to identify with the ancient Mexica rulers of Mexico. Such men studied pre-Columbian artifacts and liked to think of themselves as heirs of the Aztecs. The contemporary Indios, meanwhile, had completely forgotten their mighty ancestors. In South America, criollo elites had already become small oligarchies, which could produce leaders like Bolívar and San Martín. The Mexican Creoles were much more emasculated by history, with profound effects for their country. In New Spain, the negative aspects of the democratic revolutions, that is, the things and institutions liberalism attacked, such as despotism and inequality, struck responsive chords mainly in a criollo minority at the bottom, the 500,000 criollos, lawyers, doctors, and petty officials who had some education but no mines or estates. They struck home even more deeply in the few of the 2 million mestizos who could read and write, mainly men who had gotten a clerical education. The Creole lower half and the upper ranks of the mestizos were privileged compared to léperos and indios, but they easily saw the contradictions and inequities of the empire. Many of these men were ripe for radicalization. The léperos and indios did not count, or seemed to count. They were apart from society and far too poor and apathetic to engage in political activity. They were good only for a riot now and then. The criollo mestizo lawyers and rancheros had allies in an unsuspected place, the church. The poorer parish clergy contained many mestizos because the church had always provided a means of social mobility, if not too far. Parish curates and assistants resented their poverty in a rich institution, and also the obolos ground out of their hungry flocks. They were men of some learning who could understand that arbitrary and actually ridiculous inequity was not ordained by God. The lower criollos and mestizos, who often could not really be distinguished from each other, as many mestizos were certified criollo, may have appeared to form an elite vis-a-vis the bottom castes, but they were both insecure and ambitious. There were hundreds of able priests who knew they would never be made canon, and hundreds of lawyers who knew they would never be favored with the kind of position they craved, simply because of their birth or circumstance. This class did not hate the rich hacendados, because its real enemies were the gachupines, who hoarded the civic and clerical posts it desired. Hidden underneath ambition, also, was the smoldering dissatisfaction of almost all men who had indigenous blood, whether they admitted it or not, against a system that made them anomalies, citizens, but still slightly less than human. This radicable class was not then, or a century later, a true middle class as the Western world defined a middle class, which never existed in the Hispanic world. This apparent middle rank in Mexico and other Hispanic areas had dreams and ambitions that began and ended with securing some form of public employment, an office that was the only road they knew to señoría and true dignity. This class of petty bureaucrats, priests, apothecaries, teachers and lawyers, and the ranchero stock from which much of it came, could, however, play the role of revolutionaries, and this class became the primary revolutionary force in the Hispanic world. But while the North American Revolution was waged against government, the Mexican revolutionaries always wanted to seize their government to exploit it. A successful revolution, thus, was a completed coup d'etat. An unsuccessful revolution, begun over a subterranean volcano of misery and humiliation, was likely to devolve into the horrors of class struggle and civil war. The class open to radicalization, unfortunately, could find little in its past to support revolutionary change. There was no concept of rule of law, sovereignty of the people, or local government or freedom of choice in the Hispanic heritage. The revolutionaries were hybrids who did not know who they were or even what they wanted to be. Hated institutions like the Crown and Inquisition could be erased, but the consciousness of the Spanish mind made such things as a free citizenry, a republic, or free choice as meaningless as the idea of a free market, which had never existed and in which no Hispanic mentality could quite believe. A tragedy of the so-called liberalism in New Spain was that its leadership, for all the splendid, idealistic, and honest men, never had a single creative genius. Therefore, all Hispanic revolutionaries were driven to borrow foreign concepts and ideologies. Tragic, because French and North American or English liberalism was alien to the Hispanic ethos. The concept of popular sovereignty proved fascinating to all Mexican revolutionaries who invariably identified the people with themselves. In New Spain, however, there was no people. There were only separate and unequal classes and castes arranged in rigid hierarchies. A still powerful religion denied the concept of the sovereignty of the people as heresy. Under the Church and Crown, Spaniards, criollos, léperos, and Indios lived in separate countries. There was no such thing as a Mexican, in the way that Frenchmen were already French. A certain Mexican consciousness had emerged out of the native studies encouraged by Carlos III. The thrust was scientific, but an emotional feeling for native soil proceeded from this in men like the mineralogist Manuel Mier and Terán. The academies, especially the Jesuit schools, helped forge this Mexican consciousness among certain intellectuals. These men could not be active politically under the existing church state, nor put any of their ideas into political form, but the very creation of a new Mexican consciousness could not help but have political implications. Men like Carlos María de Bustamante, who edited the periodical El Diario de México, and Fernández de Lizardi, the so-called Mexican Observer, who wrote perhaps the greatest Mexican novel, worked to create an indigenous literary medium early in the 19th century. Their language was Spanish, but their focus was on the things of Mexico. Significantly, these men secretly favored independence long before the notion could be broached, and they had come to think of the Spanish conquest as an usurpation of their native country, although they were Spanish by ancestry. The concept was more emotional than practical because there were no longer any Aztecs waiting to be liberated, but it was also to become the source of marvelous intellectual confusion in Mexico. The Mexican problem was political, the arbitrary, tyrannical rule of one Hispanic country by another. The Amerindian past was buried forever, but the search for identity, terribly important to insecure criollo intellectuals, led them to try to resurrect it. The identity crisis and search were more European than Amerindian, for the surviving Indios knew all too well who and what they were. Here, in the first years of the 19th century, began the interminable Mexican argument over whether Mexico was an Indian or a Spanish country. One of the ironies was that those people most intent on establishing the Indianness of Mexico were elitists far removed from the contemporary Indios. While Godoy's henchmen looted New Spain, there were minor but increasing signs of disaffection. French Jacobins, about half of all foreigners in Spanish America were French, circulated propaganda and sometimes nailed provocative placards on Mexico City walls. The only overt rebellions were comic opera. In 1798, some barbers, wig makers, and petty functionaries plotted a coup. Other conspirators planned to arm the Lepero mobs with machetes in 1799. Other dissidents met to discuss blowing up Chapultepec Palace, and once the viceroy had been miraculously disposed of, the equally miraculous erection of a new Mexica empire. All these plots were abortive. The Audiencia knew of them and made some arrests, but wisely refrained from making martyrs. The government understood that those Mexicans who talked of restoring the old Amerindian throne faced an insurmountable problem. The only survivors of Montecuzuma's line had become dukes and grandes of Spain. The idea of American liberty, engraved on the medals that were surreptitiously passed about, was only an idea until Napoleon undercut the whole order of things in the Spanish Empire. Napoleon, Emperor of France, had troops in Spain in 1808 ostensibly to fight the British ally Portugal. Godoy trusted Napoleon, although he had already betrayed the Spanish trust by selling the Louisiana Territory to the United States after these possessions had been returned to France by Carlos IV on the promise they would never be alienated. Napoleon planned to seize control of the peninsula. Godoy seems to have realized the emperor's duplicity too late, and in any case, both the minister and his royal fool were helpless because they had both lost the confidence of the entire Spanish population. The hopes of Spaniards had fastened on the Infante Fernando, who, although macho and a firm believer in the divine right of kings, was idle and faithless. When Napoleon put his armies in Spain, the Infante Fernando organized an opposition to Godoy and French influence, and finally forced his father Carlos IV to abdicate. He took the throne as Fernando VII. Napoleon refused to recognize the accession. His marshals had control of the peninsula, apparently because French battalions were everywhere. At Napoleon's orders, the entire royal family was hustled off to Bayonne. Here, in a disgraceful episode marked by both filial and paternal treachery and total cowardice before the French ruler, all the Bourbons surrendered their rights to the Spanish throne in favor of Napoleon, who then granted it to his brother, Joseph Bonaparte. These events aroused popular fury throughout Spain. In May 1808, there was a genuine spontaneous uprising against the French in Madrid. The French army easily crushed the Madrid mob and cowed the Spanish forces, but the Spanish countered with that most characteristic of all Hispanic actions, the guerrilla war. The French, superior in arms, training, and discipline, quickly overran the peninsula, but they were masters only of the actual spots on which they stood. Local leaders arose among the middle ranks and the peasantry to fight the invaders, and juntas sprang up at Oviedo and Seville, proclaiming themselves governments and trustees for Fernando VII, now in French captivity. These juntas were dominated by Spanish liberals, and they were intensely jealous of each other. Again, characteristically, every junta claimed supremacy. None could organize the country. What now happened was that Spain sank into a decentralized and quite horrible guerrilla warfare in which hideous atrocities were committed on all sides. The French held but could not pacify the country until they gained the aid of Wellington's British forces. The Spanish could not eject them from the fortresses and towns. These events crashed against the American empire like shockwaves. The Americas universally rejected the Bonapartist claim to the throne. Both the viceregal administrations and the criollos declared for Fernando VII. But these events damaged the mystique of an already tarnished crown and the prestige of the dominant Spaniards themselves. Besides this, the captivity of the recognized king left Spain without a truly legitimate government, causing utter confusion in the viceregal administrations. In South America, criollo juntas quickly sprang up as spontaneously as those in Spain and claimed the government in the name of the king. With this began a war with Spanish officialdom for jurisdiction. Armies of the juntas and the viceroys clashed in vast, decisive campaigns. In the end, the Spanish party was defeated, and the successful juntas broke up into a series of national states, despite the desires of Simón Bolívar and other Creole aristocrats to hold the regions together in one great Hispanic federation modeled on the pattern of the United States. In New Spain, the most influential criollos were strongly anti-French and far more conservative than their southern cousins, so much so that they were hostile to the peninsular juntas, considering them illegitimate, too liberal, and also tools of the English heretics. But while the criollos of the southern continent took advantage of events to throw off peninsular rule and soon proclaimed for independence, the Mexican upper class remained entirely too irresolute to do anything decisive. Many prominent criollos did agree that New Spain should ignore the authority of the peninsular juntas and elect its own junta to rule until the king was restored. This would mean the displacement of the Gachupin governmental hierarchy, which the Mexicans desired as much as the South Americans. The Peninsulares, meanwhile, found themselves in the uncomfortable position of having to uphold dubious Spanish liberal juntas, which they secretly despised, in order to legitimize their continuing authority. Don José de Iturrigaray, the viceroy, was caught in the middle. He was a Godoy appointee, distinguished mainly for his grafting, and he knew that if the juntas were able to extend their jurisdiction to New Spain, his career was finished. Therefore, in his own interest, he tried to curry favor with the most prominent Mexican Creoles. In this age in which obscure adventurers and soldiers were becoming ministers and kings in Europe, it occurred to him that he might even become the first monarch of an independent Mexico. In August 1808, he convened both the Audiencia and the Ayuntamiento of the capital, but the two bodies disagreed on everything. The Audiencia, made up of Spanish jurists and clergy, denounced the mere notion of an elected Mexican Congress or junta as heresy. The criollo-dominated council of the capital insisted upon an American junta. Iturrigaray was able to use the presence of competing delegates from both Oviedo and Sevilla, each claiming jurisdiction, to delay all action until September. The viceroy and his major criollo allies, however, were incompetent, irresolute, and more given to talk than action. At this time, the criollo leadership in Mexico could easily have seized the government, and against 1 million native Europeans, the 80,000 Gachupines could have done nothing. Any strong Creole leader might have aroused the whole country against the Spaniards and ejected them, but the emasculated rich men of the capital hesitated, beseeching the viceroy to assent to the election of a Congress, which at last he did. The smartest of the Peninsulares knew that they stood to lose everything if a criollo Congress assumed power. A few of them resolved to strike first. Yermo, a Spanish sugar planter of Cuernavaca, organized and paid several hundred volunteers for Fernando VII. He bribed the viceregal guard, and at midnight, September 15, 1808, these men invaded the palace and arrested the viceroy. Yermo confiscated Iturrigaray's personal fortune and hustled him onto a ship at Veracruz. 7 of the most active criollo leaders were also arrested, 2 of whom, the lawyer Verdad and the friar Talamantes, were to die in prison. Then, as part of a general Spanish conspiracy, the Audiencia met and appointed an elderly soldier, Don Pedro de Garibay, as viceroy. Garibay was only an interim choice. Yermo eventually pensioned him off, and he was replaced with the Archbishop Lizana, a stern defender of Gachupin rights. This 16th of September was a fateful day in Mexican history. 2 things had happened. The Spaniards had staged an illegal coup d'etat, badly damaging the prestige of the viceregal throne while creating a purely cynical Gachupin tyranny over Mexico, and the native leadership permitted it. In the face of outrages that would have sent Virginia planters and Boston merchants and the whole population of Buenos Aires to arms, the criollos of Mexico did nothing. The richest, most ancient, and prestigious families rushed to kiss the new viceregal hand. There were a few scurrilous corridos, the street ballads composed to satirize current events, and a few unhappy meetings of parlor secret societies. The 16th of September made it plain there were no Washingtons, Jeffersons, or Bolívars among the great families of New Spain. There was, however, a bit more outrage in the provinces, especially in the Bajío, now a rich area of great haciendas and numerous jewel-like Spanish towns, graced with elegant Baroque churches and filled with colonial treasures. It was also a region where the new Mexican mestizo race began, and where many small farmers still struggled against the encroaching latifundios, and where the mining camps still had something of their old, unruly character. The rich towns had attracted many gachupines, who were universally hated, but they also held thriving societies of criollos, and almost criollos who were becoming politically aware. The great estates and mines were worked by Hispanicized Indios and castas, people who were too low for politics or public affairs, but who formed a vast reservoir of human frustration and misery, unseen and unfelt by all except themselves and their parish priests. Nursing their resentments against the gachupines, the criollos of the Bajío began a conspiracy. It proceeded cautiously, since an open protest at Valladolid in 1809 was quickly suppressed with Spanish troops. At least a score of secret societies met and railed against the tyranny and cynicism of the newly illegitimate Gachupin regime by 1809. The most important nucleus formed at the crossroads city of Querétaro, disguised as a literary group. These men did read French and North American tracts, and they were impressed by the notions of liberty, fraternity, and equality, which they translated mainly as liberty and equality for themselves. They did discuss representative government and racial equality, but rarely thought them through. The Querétaro conspirators were neither Republicans nor anti-clericals. They were Royalist and Catholic, and what they really wanted was to get rid of the Spaniards who dominated them on Mexican ground and to take their places and jobs. These men were true cousins of the South American liberators. As events proved again, they were far less vigorous, courageous, and decisive. The organizer and original dominant personality of the Querétaro Literary Society was Capitan Don Ignacio Allende, a criollo landowner of the nearby town of San Miguel. Allende, like many of the elite, had secured a commission in the Bourbon-organized native army. Aside from parading in his handsome, yellow-tailed dragoon uniform, his major interest had been bullfights, until his fitness, and the fitness of any Creole to be a captain, had been sneeringly questioned by a Spanish superior at the capital. Don Ignacio was a gentleman, and his pride smarted under the implied inferiority of his race. He was one of the first Mexicans to show what the criollo militia of Buenos Aires had already proved, that the organization of an American army, the greatest of Bourbon successes in the defense of the empire, was also the Bourbon dynasty's greatest mistake. Allende's friends included many officers of this army, such as Juan de Aldama, and officials like Miguel Dominguez, the criollo corregidor of Querétaro. He found they shared his frustrations. He recruited them. Allende saw that the Gachupin regime was loved by no one and supported by only a handful of Spanish-born troops. He knew that any determined uprising by a Mexican leadership could unseat it. Allende did not ignore the mestizos and indios. He assumed that they would obey the orders of the native elite and march behind criollo generals. His great hope lay with the criollo-officered standing army. He thought these officers must support his concept of a rearrangement of the empire, still under Fernando VII and the Church, but in which New Spain achieved full equality as a kingdom with the old. Like Allende, most junior officers hated their Spanish commanders. He saw himself as the general who would lead his country and his class to dignity, equality, and glory in a bloodless coup. While his major plan was to subvert the officers of the army, he recruited criollos of all kinds. One man he found was the parish priest in the dusty little town of Dolores, a few miles from San Miguel. This was the curate, Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla. Miguel Hidalgo was a tall, gaunt man in his late 50s, whose family was second-generation Criollo. He was impressive in appearance, with a fringe of white hair and expressive green eyes in a dark face, and he had a dominant personality. Hidalgo had been trained at the Jesuit college at Valladolid and had later instructed seminarians. He was widely read in religion, Spanish, and foreign literature. In fact, he had a great fondness for French writings and ideas. This affection, and his lifelong sympathy for the downtrodden indios and castas, had kept him in bad odor with the Inquisition and the hierarchy. Despite his brilliance, he had been shunted off to the insignificant parish of Dolores, where his pay barely supported his sisters and his cousins who were dependent upon him. In a more rational system where merit or humanitarianism were recognized, Hidalgo might have been a great bishop. In New Spain, his birth and feelings condemned him either to be a rebel or to obscurity. At Dolores, his impetuosity continued to get him in trouble with the authorities. Appalled at the poverty and squalor of the poor indios and ranchero farmers in this arid district, Hidalgo tried to teach them to grow olives, vines, and mulberries for silkworms. This violated the law, and Hidalgo had to stand by in bitter frustration while constables came and chopped down his poor parishioners' trees and rooted out their vines. Hidalgo was a man of culture, imprisoned by irrationality, and a man of action bound up in tyranny. He joined Allende willingly, but he did not quite share all the young gentleman's notions. Hidalgo believed and said that the revolution would have to depend on the people rather than the army. By the middle of 1810, some 3,000 persons throughout the Bajío were included in the conspiracy, and now Allende decided to stage his coup in December at the great fair of San Juan de los Lagos. It would begin with a proclamation of Mexican independence under the crown of Fernando VII, which he felt would bring the whole country to his cause. So widespread a conspiracy, and the fact that Allende tried so vigorously to convert the army, made total secrecy impossible. Several Criollo officers who were approached, including Agustín de Iturbide at Valladolid and Joaquín Arias at Querétaro, reported everything to the government at Mexico. At least one Spanish priest also revealed secrets entrusted to him in the confessional. The Audiencia had a justified contempt for Criollo conspiracies, but the government was getting on firmer ground. The juntas at Oviedo and Sevilla, incapacitated by the French army, had been replaced by a board of regents operating from the Spanish island of León and acting for Fernando VII, who was in exile in France. This regency sent a new viceroy, Don Francisco Javier Venegas, to New Spain, who was accepted by the Gachupines and installed in office on September 14, 1810. Meanwhile, the Audiencia had already issued orders to arrest Allende, Hidalgo, and other leaders, and to seize an arms cache they were known to have had at Querétaro. The government did not know that the corregidor Dominguez was in on the plot. This fact would have meant very little, for Dominguez was seized by total irresolution in the crisis of receiving orders to arrest his friends and fellow conspirators. He locked his wife, Josefa Ortiz de Dominguez, in her room while he temporized, because she was a flaming liberal in her own right, and he was afraid she would do something stupid. Josefa, a remarkable woman, now became a heroine. She got word to Allende and Aldama, who were at San Miguel on the night of September 15, 1810. Panic-stricken, the officers rode to Dolores to alert Hidalgo. What happened from this moment forward is not only history, but the stuff of Mexican legend. There had always been a tendency either to admire the ideals of the Mexican insurgency and ignore its horrendous calamities and failures, or else to denigrate the persons and ideas of the insurgents in a brutal bath of cold reality. Neither view is entirely instructive. Mexican historians have always tried to judge their people less against what they actually accomplished than what they set out to do. Mexican history has made Mexicans love martyrs, and Hispanic culture has always had its love affairs with hopeless rebels, and these attitudes are rightly questioned by utilitarian societies. But the Mexican viewpoint that has made Hidalgo a national hero and the father of his country in the 20th century is far from wrong. Hidalgo, instinctively or intellectually, had a deep historical sense. He knew the colonial system was intolerable if a Mexican people ever were to emerge into a modern world. Sooner or later, it would have to be torn down. Hidalgo's great tragedy was that he was far ahead of his times. His ideals were impossible because of the very nature of the 300 years of history he wanted to obviate. The blame, as he himself came to see, did not fall entirely on Spaniards or reactionaries, but on a whole population struggling against circumstance. When Allende and Aldama pounded on Hidalgo's door at 2 o'clock on the morning of 16th of September, they and their class were surrendering the initial thrust of the Mexican Revolution. Allende wanted to go into hiding. Hidalgo, putting on his boots, said that the only remedy was to go hunting gachupines. He put a pistol in his belt and sent for relatives and trusted companions. When a few armed men assembled, he seized all Spaniards in Dolores and lodged them in the local jail, whose inmates he released. Hidalgo quite calmly relinquished Allende's dream for a bloodless coup, presided over by the elite, and prepared to implement his own dream, the declaration of a popular revolt and the arming of the people. Hidalgo and men like him were coming into the leadership of the Mexican nation by default, and with daylight Sunday morning, the 16th of September, 1810, he ordered the church bells rung to summon the people from the countryside. Chapter 22. The Cry of Hidalgo. A great expense of powder and shot was saved by the cutting of the throats of prisoners. Don Felix Maria Calleja, Lieutenant General and later Viceroy of New Spain. The nature of Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla, who is now enshrined in the pantheon of Mexican national heroes, is as difficult to assess as the nature of any true revolutionary. Like the country itself, Hidalgo was a mass of contradictions. He was steeped both in rational French Enlightenment and the older Hispanic tradition. He was both a 19th-century liberal and a Spanish Catholic zealot. He was a kindly man whose fanaticism forced him to be impersonally cruel. He had a great vision of a Mexico whose social inequities were removed, and against this vision, the ends outweighed the horrors of the means. Hidalgo was a priest with a pistol in his cassock, nothing unusual in the Hispanic world. He was part of that continuing paradox of the Spanish Church in Mexico, which put up the best and worst of priests, whose grossness contrasted with austerity, and whose humanism battled crushing authority. He was a man in the tradition of Las Casas and Zumárraga, forever on the side of the underdog, and of Fray Servando Teresa de Mier, who was exiled from New Spain for ridiculing the miraculous origin of the icon of the Virgin of Guadalupe. He was a rational enemy of tyranny and superstition, but just as passionate, obstinate, and, in his way, as arrogant as his foes. There was always a deep thread of austerity and anger running through the Spanish Church, which cracked the seeming monolith from time to time, and Hidalgo was a born rebel who also chafed against various disciplines of the Church, including chastity, though he had a genuine reverence for its ancient core belief. He was a peculiarly Hispanic rebel, passionate, anarchic, and emotional, despite his intellectual capacity. He was far from unique, as Morelos, Matamoros, and 100 other parish priests in Mexico proved. He no more caused the Mexican War for Independence than Luther caused the Reformation. What was peculiarly significant in Mexico, however, was that the European upper class consistently refused to lead in a power struggle that had to come, and when action and leadership fell to men like Hidalgo and Morelos, the Criollo caste class showed clearly that it could not control Mexican destiny. The Mexican struggle for independence immediately became a social revolution. What Hidalgo actually said to his massed parishioners from his church steps is not known. No definitive record was made. Almost all historians agree, however, that he spoke apocalyptically, surrounded himself with almost apostolic sanctity, and told a big lie whose very simplicity and whose source made it believable to the ignorant. Hidalgo did not mention independence, commonwealth, or any of the concepts at the core of the Querétaro conspiracy. He knew such ideas would be meaningless to his mestizo campesinos and Indians, who lacked even the concept of a nation. But Hidalgo knew what these people had suffered and what was in their souls. He knew what they loved and hated and what they would risk their lives for. He spoke to the ragged assembly at Dolores of the rich land of Mexico, of which they had been dispossessed by foreigners, gachupines. Then, with the crowd drinking deep of hatred and frustrations, he accused the arrogant Spaniards of the worst of treasons. He shouted that the gachupines were plotting to recognize José Bonaparte as the king and deliver the church into the hands of French unbelievers. He called upon all loyal Mexicans and Catholics to rally behind Fernando VII and to expel the traitors from America. Viva el Rey! Viva America! Muera el mal gobierno! Whether the parish believed all of this, or even understood it, did not matter. Hidalgo had touched their deepest feelings, and above all, the hatred of slaves for their masters, and given this hatred sudden respectability. The crowd screamed back, "Mueran los gachupines!" Death to the Spaniards. If Hidalgo had ignited a revolution in the name of a reactionary king and an inquisitorial church, he fed it from the only possible source, hatred of the oppressors, and if he flinched from the long, ferocious howl of hatred that went up, the grito de dolores, he gave no sign. Hidalgo had a revolutionary stomach. Like Lenin, he did not back away from violence or flinch from terror in the making of his vision. This spontaneous uprising suddenly exploded the passions, hatreds, and humiliations of 300 years. It can be explained in no other way. As word flashed through the surrounding jacales and huts there on the arid fringes of the rich Guanajuato hacienda lands, men and women streamed toward Dolores. The backbone of this assembling mob was the tough, bitter, mestizo ranchero class, the people who clung stubbornly to their small plots of ground, their few goats and maguey plants, who all their lives and their fathers' fathers' lives had been lorded over by arrogant, silver-spurred men on horseback, and who had been squeezed dry by grasping Spanish tax collectors and merchants. But these same frustrations were shared by all castas, Indians and mulattoes, whether they were campesinos or peasants, or held by peonage on the estates or in the towns. Hatred and history put an army in Hidalgo's hand in hours. Hidalgo knew that this cause had to move or die. The insurgents, as they came to call themselves, swarmed together, castas and indios, and led by Hidalgo, Allende, and Aldama, overran haciendas, smashed property, and looted cattle and corn. Recruits joined everywhere. The insurgents marched. This was not what Don Ignacio Allende, late captain of the Queen's Dragoons, had had in mind at all. Allende had seen himself as a Bolivar or San Martin, a criollo aristocrat leading a proper army in white and blue, a gallant general riding into the capital amid the cheers of his class, while gentlemen applauded and the lovely women threw roses and waved flags. His dream had never been impossible. It had simply proved impossible for his kind to carry it out. Now, Allende and his Creole friends were carried along, half frightened, half appalled, in a revolution they hardly understood and almost immediately disliked. At Atotonilco, a roadside shrine holy to the Indios of the Bajío, Hidalgo seized the icon of the Virgin of Guadalupe that hung there, and affixed the picture to a staff, while all around him the insurgents fell sobbing to their knees. Now the image of La Morenita, the most holy of all symbols to those who had native blood, went to the van of the army like a banner. There can be little doubt that the thousands who soon marched beneath the mystic and peculiarly Mexican banner of the Virgin of Guadalupe had little interest in the original concepts of the plotters of Querétaro. They were aflame with joy and fury and the sheer exaltation of such mass movements. Men, women, and children, wild with courage and hot with tears, marched to right old wrongs. Inevitably some joined them with nothing but opportunity and loot in mind. The insurgent host poured into San Miguel, Allende's birthplace. Here, Allende was able to subvert a battalion of his old regiment, but here also, as Spaniards and officials were put under arrest, the insurgency took an inevitable turn. Hidalgo's army began to sack the shops of Spanish merchants. Then, as the town léperos, loiterers, and proletariat joined the revolution, there was wild rioting in the streets. The rebels broke down doors and looted private homes, terrifying the wealthy families of San Miguel. In this riot, the insurgents hardly cared whether the victims were gachupines or criollos, for from their viewpoint there was no real difference between a Spaniard and a native-born Creole. Allende, however, was outraged, as shops were robbed and finery dragged into the streets. He flew at the mob with his sword, scattering the looters. In San Miguel, Allende lost a great deal of faith in the insurgency, and a little love between him and Hidalgo was also lost. The priest remonstrated with the angry young Criollo, arguing that some excesses had to be tolerated. After 3 centuries of humiliation and subordination, the lower classes could not absorb freedom calmly. Men who had gone hungry most of their lives must be expected to take things from the rich. After all, the upper classes had never taught them responsibility. Hidalgo stressed he did not condone robbery, but also that this was the only army the patriots possessed. The léperos and poor Indios must be catered to hold the army together to free Mexico from the Spaniards. This clash between Hidalgo and Allende, which was never quite reconciled, showed that there was going to be far greater problems in forging a Mexican nation out of a rich Criollo elite and a mass of ragged Indians and mestizos than either Allende and his conspirators or the priest dreamed of or bargained for. The insurgent mob, now strengthened to 4,000 by workers from the town sweatshops, servants, and tough-muscled miners with their picks and hammers, rushed toward Celaya, another small Bajío town. Here it sacked more townhouses and palaces of their treasures and art, dragging along terrified Spanish hostages in its wake. Laughing peasants tossed handfuls of silver pesos in the air. Others carried chests filled with gold, rich silks, and plate. And after this triumph, everywhere officials and Spaniards fled. Hidalgo's forces swelled to at least 12,000. Now the priest pointed his column of human ants toward Guanajuato, which with its silver mines was the jewel of the Bajío. Hidalgo was no soldier or organizer. He was merely leading a raucous mob, but he refused to let Allende exercise any sort of military command, whether from pride or distrust is not clear. Hidalgo named himself Captain General of America. He already had visions of this revolt spreading beyond the borders of New Spain. At Guanajuato, Intendante José Antonio Riaño had little warning. Riaño was a capable officer, but he had only a few soldiers in the provincial capital. He rightly feared that the miners and town proletariat would join the revolution. Therefore, there was no chance at all that he could defend the whole city. He ordered the local Spaniards to withdraw, with what treasure they could collect, into a huge stone building in the city called the Alhóndiga de Granaditas, or government granary. Some measure of the wealth of the Spaniards in Guanajuato was revealed by the fact that some 3 million pesos in coin and bullion was stored in the Alhóndiga within a few minutes' time. Riaño set cannon in the walls of the granary, and his troops dug trenches outside. As the insurgent thousands streamed into the town on September 28, 1810, Riaño refused Hidalgo's demand for surrender. Hidalgo attacked the stone warehouse with at least 12,000 men. Some of the local miners immediately joined him, but most of them gathered on the hillsides above the city to watch. Their feelings were clearly shown by the prints of the Virgin of Guadalupe, which most of them waved from poles. These workers knew very little about Frenchmen and kings, but they understood the differences between white men and dark, and poor people and millionaires. For the first time, the insurgents met fierce resistance. Riaño's cannon and muskets mowed down charge after charge of rebels, armed only with knives, picks, and slings. The outcome was uncertain until one of Allende's troopers shot Riaño in the head as he was directing the defense. While various officers quarreled over who should command, the soldiers withdrew into the granary. Again, massed gunfire from windows and rooftop slaughtered Hidalgo's men. But a young miner called El Pipila grabbed up a huge flagstone with his mine-hardened arms and used it as a shield as he put a torch to the granary's wooden doors. The woodwork caught fire, and when the door crumbled, the howling mob of insurgents pressed against it. The defenders stopped shooting and first tried to divert the mob by tossing out golden onzas from the roof, and then by running up a white flag. Too late. The Gatupines were butchered, their blood spilling over their hoarded silver. None survived. The granary was swept by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the insurgent horde ran wild far into the night, gutting the shops and houses of Guanajuato, burning down taverns, and, misunderstanding the nature of the new freedom, smashing the machinery of the mines. Massacre and pillage went on by torchlight, despite the efforts of insurgent leaders to stop it. Hidalgo was now as horrified as Allende, but the rebel host had been bloodied. They had met no opposition before, but after Riaño's men had piled rebel corpses up in front of the Alhóndiga, blood called for blood. One young criollo of Guanajuato, Lucas Alamán, never forgot this horror as he hid with his family behind locked doors, listening to the blood roar of the mob and the cries of the victims. Alamán, who was to grow up to become the greatest conservative spokesman of independent Mexico, never again believed in any concept of the Mexican people. The rape of Guanajuato haunted him all his life. Here Hidalgo won a great battle, but he lost his war. His shining vision of a free and just Mexican society was not emerging. It was crumbling before the imperatives of the past. Appalled by the massacre, the surviving criollos of Guanajuato refused to have anything to do with the government Hidalgo now tried to erect within the smoldering city, although the priest offered important posts to persons of distinguished family. Most Creole families were for freedom from the Gatupines, but they were horrified at anything that smacked of social revolution. Hidalgo forced some men to serve, and filled other posts with people from the poorer classes. He marched then toward Valladolid in Michoacán with 50,000 uncontrollable barefoot followers in ragged cotton pants. Now he could only hope that his revolt would succeed quickly to stop the bloodshed, and he still believed that the ends justified the means. Allende and the Criollo rebels had no choice but to go along, although Allende warned that Indian armies would never conquer all New Spain. At Valladolid, another splendid ancient provincial capital, where Hidalgo himself had studied and taught, Bishop Manuel Abad y Queipo placed the priest of Dolores under anathema and the ban of excommunication. Abad y Queipo had been Hidalgo's friend as a young man, and had often remonstrated earnestly to the authorities against the slavery of the poor, but the bishop was a Spaniard, a Gachupin. What Hidalgo was doing was heresy in his eyes. He ordered his cathedral bell melted down for cannon, but there were only a company or two of soldiers in the city, and these men went over to the insurgents, perhaps to save their lives. The bishop's cannons discreetly tore down his edict of excommunication and ordered a Te Deum celebrated when Hidalgo entered Valladolid. Abad y Queipo fled. The abject surrender, however, saved the city from the horrors of Guanajuato. There was no massacre or rape at Valladolid. The insurgents took the capital of Michoacán peacefully. New Spain was, in many parts, abruptly descending into anarchy. a phenomenon that was to be again and again peculiar to the Hispanic Revolution. The ossified society had not withstood the defeat and occupation of Spain and the humiliation of the Spanish crown. The Hispanic Empire had been held together almost solely by traditional loyalties. Godoy and Napoleon destroyed almost all royal mystique, and now, in the New World, the governing peninsulares were left to defend themselves. Their own morale and mystique had vanished, and Spanish rule was crumbling everywhere. This same year, the criollos of South America began the military campaigns that eventually drove the last Spaniards from their shores. In New Spain, the northern predominantly mestizo regions were ripest for the form of revolt that suddenly erupted with the Grito of Dolores. This region, stretching from the Bajío through the wastelands of distant Texas, had a greater, if almost unconscious, sense of nativism and of being Mexican, rather than criollo or Amerindian. In the north, without Hidalgo, though influenced by what he had begun in the Bajío, there was an almost completely spontaneous uprising against the Cachupines. After Guanajuato, the mining town of Zacatecas declared for the insurgency. In Jalisco, an illiterate campesino called Torres seized the great city of Guadalajara in the name of the revolution, and the Spanish fled. This sudden, spontaneous rise of an indigenous leadership was historically Hispanic. Such phenomena almost never occurred in the more disciplined, if more flexible societies. Their constant recurrence in the Hispanic world was not a sudden freeing of social chains, but more a measure of anarchy caused by the bankruptcy of the upper class. Herrera, a friar who had marched briefly with Hidalgo in the Bajío, rode to San Luis Potosí, which surrendered without a fight. Unfortunately, a local bandit, Iriarte, almost immediately looted the defenseless city. Some aspects of the Hispanic Revolution could not be separated from sheer banditry. Some outlaws became genuine heroes in a patriotic revolution, but hundreds reversed the pattern. As authority collapsed, mounted raiders rode through the northern Sierras, robbing pack trains of goods and silver. Mobs sacked haciendas. Anything was justified if the victims were Spanish or suspected of the wrong politics. A mine foreman, Jimenez, a lieutenant of Allende, seized Saltillo, and after this the provincial governments of Nuevo León and Texas proclaimed for the insurgents. Aside from harassment of Cachupines, there was less social turmoil in the north, which had neither the completely stratified society of the south nor its rigid racial distinctions. This northern uprising was proclaimed everywhere in the name of King Fernando VII. Men had to have some rationale, but a growing sense of nativism and a deepening determination to break the patterns of the past was emerging in the mixed society of the North. The reaction of the northern frontier, which did not affect the millions in the South and central intendancies, was extremely significant only for the future, because it showed the birth struggle of a Mexican nation. At Valladolid in October, Hidalgo held the rich Bajío and Michoacán. The north was liquidating Spanish rule, and his agents were penetrating as far south as Acapulco. 80,000 rancheros, braceros, peons, and indios had joined him in Michoacán, along with a nucleus of leaders such as the mestizo curate José María Morelos and Ignacio López Rayón. Hidalgo had an excellent chance of carrying everything before him with numbers and sheer momentum. The capital lay only a few leagues over the mountains, and if his ragged masses seized Mexico, the power of the viceroyalty would be fatally damaged. The Cachupines must be driven out. The new viceroy, Venegas, was weak and slow in responding to Hidalgo. Venegas had less than 30,000 troops of all kinds. It was a colonial army despite its Cachupin generals. The rank and file were almost all mestizos or Indians, though they were considered Spanish. The officers were mostly criollos, but the bulk, and above all the most active, were either propertyless adventurers or even, like the Teniente Agustín de Iturbide of Valladolid, mestizos who passed as Creoles. The ranks were trained to blind obedience to their officers, and the officers were generally loyal to their Spanish generals, despite their Mexican birth. Stemming from two warlike peoples, the Mexicans made superb soldiers, provided they were well led. The rot, however, in this colonial army lay in its officer corps, which was corrupt even by 18th century standards. The era of Godoy had ruined the generals. Most were much more concerned with privileges and graft than with war. They owed their posts either to purchase or favoritism, and they expected their commissions to pay. The malaise at the top filtered down, though there were many excellent professional mercenary officers in the junior ranks. Napoleon's battalions had brushed aside the Spanish army in the peninsula like dust, and with one exception, the Spanish generals were no better in New Spain. The Bourbon colonial army in Mexico was in no sense an elite force, except in the privileges of the fuero militar. The military, though having authority over civilians, did not come under the civil law and could be controlled only by a powerful central authority in the crown. Venegas in October 1810 compounded his precarious situation at Mexico by sending the larger part of his army north to San Luis Potosí under Félix María Calleja, his one capable Spanish commander. This act left only 7,000 troops under the General Trujillo to defend the capital. Hidalgo, meanwhile, for all his success, faced enormous problems at Valladolid. His greatest problem and greatest failure was to bring some order to his revolution. Hidalgo was no soldier, and he was a better orator than administrator, and for all the fire of his personality he had no staff to back him up. Allende, Aldama, and other criollo officers sulked in their tents, both over his abrupt seizure of the leadership and the direction of his revolt, which they still wanted to turn into a purely military coup by subverting the viceregal forces. Hidalgo, conversely, did not trust the military, because he did not really believe the criollo officers would support a genuine social revolution. Actually, the army was subvertible, but not for Hidalgo's social goals. Furthermore, no number of Indios would, in the long run, be able to defeat disciplined regiments. Hidalgo wanted the support of both the Creoles and the castes and Indians. It was unattainable. At Valladolid, he did try to win support among the Mexican-born upper classes by proclaiming the real object of his insurgency was to establish an elected Mexican Congress which would govern in the name of Fernando VII, and also by offering various influential criollos generalcies and high civil posts in his government. But at the same time he insisted upon catering to the Indios. His government abolished all tributes and returned various hacienda-possessed ejidos back to Amerindian villages. The fact that Hidalgo continued to arm Indios and to rely on the poor masses to fill his army, in the aftermath of the sack of Guanajuato, was too much for the privileged criollos. Hidalgo won favor for his Indian policy only among mestizos and a certain number of young intellectuals, such as the law clerk Andrés Quintana Roo. Almost all property owners and professional men and the church hierarchy believed he was fomenting a murderous revolt of the poor people that would end in the massacre of all the upper classes. Racial fears, as well as property interests, dominated the European mind. It was only a few years since the blacks of Haiti, inflamed by the opportunities of the French Revolution, had slaughtered their white masters, sending shockwaves throughout all colonial America. The Spanish-dominated Church also now formally excommunicated Hidalgo, and this undoubtedly had a profound influence on the criollos. Instead of coming over to his cause, the upper class now began to support the viceroy. Creoles raised money for the government to arm and pay troops, and many hacendados ordered their workers into the vice-regal army. By the end of October 1810, Hidalgo's insurgency was no longer a revolution waged against Cachupines. It had become a full-scale civil war. At the end of October, Hidalgo finally moved on the capital. The dry season had begun, suitable for large-scale military operations. The insurgents climbed over the high forested mountains between Valladolid and Toluca 80,000 men and women, some carrying babies, hauling carts with food, and driving small herds of sheep and cattle. Most of this horde was only primitively armed, and Hidalgo had been able to form it into only the sketchiest of organization. Trujillo, with his 7,000 soldiers and a few guns, chose to defend the Valley of Mexico at a pass called Monte de las Cruces. Allende sought to take command of the insurgents by leading the former government soldiers in the attack, while he ordered the mass of poorly armed Indios to the rear. The army would not obey him and swarmed forward into the face of Trujillo's guns. Some Amerindians who did still not understand the nature of cannon tried to stop their discharge with straw sombreros. Trujillo held the pass for some hours. At last the insurgents surrounded the viceregal army, and Trujillo retreated. Trujillo had been driven from the final line of defense. Although he claimed he had won a victory, the viceroy knew better, and so did the residents of the city. They panicked. Venegas led a procession to the cathedral and invoked the Virgin of Remedies in the European cause by laying his baton at the feet of her image. Remedios, unlike Guadalupe, was carved with blue eyes and a white face, and Venegas, more for the crowd than out of his own belief, proclaimed her captain general of the viceregal army in an effort to reinvoke Cortez's war against the Amerindians. The miracle happened. With nothing between the capital and his 80,000, Hidalgo, for some still unfathomable reason, paused. The fanatic priest may not have been able to face the moral responsibility for the rape of Mexico. There was also the worry over Calleja, who was known to be hastening back from Potosí. Hidalgo had some fear that the capital could prove a trap, that his Indios would be taken in the rear and massacred while they indulged in a sack of the city. Further, the insurgent force was disorganized, tired, and almost out of ammunition. Insurgent councils were divided. Allende pleaded to go forward, but Hidalgo hesitated. To have brought the insurgent host even this far was a great feat, but now Hidalgo waited for 3 days, and when he finally decided to move back toward Toluca in early November, half his followers had already melted away, cold, hungry, and disenchanted. Hidalgo's plan was now to move into Querétaro, avoiding Calleja on his march south, and to make it his base while Allende, Aldama, and the few soldiers among the insurgents transformed the army into viable regiments. But Calleja, with good intelligence and moving swiftly, crashed into the strung-out insurgent host at Aculco, a place not far from Toluca. Calleja, a cruel but excellent officer, threw his battalions forward with the bayonet, against which no untrained, undisciplined troops could hope to stand. The whole rebel army fled, losing its baggage, loot, arms, and even its Spanish prisoners. Allende was wild with fury over what he felt was an unnecessary disaster. He gathered his Creole followers and deserted Hidalgo, fleeing toward Guanajuato. Meanwhile, left with only 2 faithful friends, Hidalgo rode for Valladolid. To his own surprise, he was welcomed in Michoacán, and soon had 7,000 more recruits. But he now believed the only chance was to retreat to Guadalajara, where El Amo Torres still held that city in his name. Before he rode northwest, he replied to his condemnation as a heretic. "I am a true Catholic," he stated. "Our enemies are Catholics only out of politics. Their god is money." Hidalgo and his 7,000 followers were welcomed coolly but obsequiously at Guadalajara. Hidalgo now tried to formalize his revolution by organizing a rebel government and proclaiming its full ideals and goals. He ruled Guadalajara, a strong Creole city, as generalissimo, and the clergy did not dare oppose him. He sat through a Te Deum offered in his honor, under a canopy usually reserved for visits of the viceroy. Meanwhile, he issued propaganda with a captured newspaper and edicts to be enforced until an elected Congress could be assembled. Hidalgo abolished slavery and crown monopolies, intending to make better use of the resources the sovereign author of nature bestowed upon this vast continent. He appointed a minister of justice and secretary of state. It was all too late. Hidalgo's movement, almost virtually all propertied and educated men in New Spain, stood more for anarchy and bloody revolution than liberalism or liberty, as they understood those things. Thousands of liberals in the north who had proclaimed for the rebellion were trying to make amends with the viceroy. And Guadalajara, despite being in the north, was a disastrous base for Hidalgo. It was heavily criollo and conservative at heart. Guadalajara was not loyal to Hidalgo, and before long his dark-skinned followers had worn out their welcome in the provincial capital. With peculiar criollo quiescence, the influential people failed to oppose Hidalgo. They did offer some support to the Spaniards. Hidalgo, outraged, demanded in a broadside, "Americans, is it possible that you take arms against your brothers? This war would be won in a day if you would not help the Europeans in their battle." So it would. But Hidalgo's revolution had polarized light and dark skins, elite and disadvantaged, rich and poor. After 3 centuries, there was desperately little brotherhood in New Spain, and none at all based on a common Mexican birth. The revolution was also sinking into a bloody mess of reprisals and counter-reprisals. The nature of Hidalgo's insurgency inevitably aroused fright and viciousness among the upper classes. After the desperate battle for the capital, the viceroy ordered that every rebel then in arms should be summarily executed. Such orders and actions were perfectly legal, but the mercilessness and even relish with which General Calleja began to shoot prisoners showed that the government had decided upon a campaign of counter-terror, and murder inevitably begat murder. After Hidalgo abandoned Guanajuato, the leaderless proletarian rebels there massacred the remaining Spanish hostages in the Alhóndiga. When Calleja recaptured the city, he took vengeance upon the whole Indian and half-caste population by ordering a decimation, a procedure long established under Spanish military law. He erected gallows in the plaza, and after the soldiers had rounded up all the Indios and Mestizos that could be found, 1 man in every 10, chosen by lot, was hanged. The innocent died with the guilty. Guilt or innocence in this kind of conflict was beginning to be determined on either side less by deeds than by skin shade and social position. After this, Hidalgo's army at Guadalajara carried out its own decimations of Spaniards in that city. Scores were marched outside the town, garroted, and their bodies hurled into the barrancas. The crime of these men was that they were gachupines. Colonial Mexico had always had a horrendous mortality. From famines and epidemics, the natural death rate was higher than anywhere in the world outside the Orient. All Mexicans grew up with fatalistic attitudes toward suffering and death, as only 1 of every 2 children survived. Now, once the bloodshed started, casual executions and sadistic reprisals became a fact of the insurgency. The leaders of both sides indulged in dehumanizing barbarities, sowing a savagery that would not end with the war. Esquivel invented the practice of burying enemies alive in quicklime. Regules cut off men's ears. Bustamante shot all prisoners as a policy. Moctezuma enjoyed torturing women. Vicente Gomez, after earning fame as a castrator of Spaniards, joined the Royalists as a captain and gelded his old comrades. The final horror of all this cruelty was that there was nothing truly ideological behind it. It seemed to well up from some dark cavern of human despair. It stained the country and the war. Rosains, who was welcomed by Hidalgo, tortured liberals and conservatives with equal savagery, depending on his current loyalty. A perfect monster, he ended up as Senator of the Republic in 1824. Calleja put out in writing that he had the throats of bound and helpless captives cut in order to save powder and ball. Whatever the true reasons, they went deeper than problems with logistics. After decimating the castas and Indios of Guanajuato, Calleja marched toward Guadalajara with some 6,000 picked troops. Though Hidalgo had lost the upper classes in the church, his volunteer forces numbered again at least 80,000. Allende, realizing that the rebels must stay together or die separately, joined Hidalgo with a small force. He urged Hidalgo not to risk a battle with Calleja, despite his overwhelming numerical superiority. Allende, who had been a soldier, had no faith in numbers of Indios in the face of disciplined firepower. But again he was overruled. Hidalgo was determined to fight. The insurgent host defended at the bridge of Calderón on the Rio Lerma outside Guadalajara in January 1811. Calleja attacked, although he was outnumbered more than 10-1. The insurgent army fought extremely well, repelling the attack hour after hour. It might even have prevailed except for the fact that untrained, uncoordinated, and undisciplined fighters were always vulnerable to any sudden change of fortune or startling event. Calleja's guns set an ammunition wagon ablaze in the insurgent rear. This exploded and started a roaring grass fire. In the smoke and confusion, while the insurgents wavered, Calleja ordered a violent advance. The now panic-stricken insurgents were cut to pieces. Everything was lost: army, baggage, even the guns that Allende had placed to command the river. Hidalgo, Allende, and the group of Criollo officers from the original conspiracy, who all now held the rank of general in the insurgent army, barely escaped with their lives, fleeing toward Zacatecas. These surviving generals now demanded that Hidalgo give up the leadership and put Allende in charge. Hidalgo had no choice, for he was now their prisoner. Allende, desperate, decided to join his lieutenant Jimenez at Saltillo, but his real hope was to secure assistance in the United States. The Anglo-Saxon frontiersmen throughout the Mississippi Valley hated Spanish tyranny and also hungered for Spanish lands above the Bravo. Allende hoped that thousands of armed North Americans could be recruited for the insurgent cause, especially if the lure of Texas were dangled before them. Gutierrez de Lara went ahead to Kentucky and eventually did succeed in raising a North American filibuster against Texas, but Allende, Hidalgo, and the other failed insurgents never reached the Bravo. At Saltillo, with Calleja in rapid pursuit, the remaining revolutionaries, now almost all Criollos, decided to leave López Rayón in command, while the leadership went north to the United States. The party set out with 14 coaches and a large amount of money looted from various Spanish and royal treasuries, guarded by about 1,000 men. This money was to buy arms in Washington. Now the betrayals began. The provincial capitals of San Antonio, Texas, and Monclova in Coahuila had again changed sides. The insurgent commander in Coahuila, Elizondo, a Criollo captain, had been insulted by Allende's refusal to appoint him a lieutenant general. Elizondo saw a new way of achieving his generalcy and turned his coat once more back to the viceregal side. At the wells of Bajan, Elizondo ambushed Allende's straggling detachments one by one as they approached the wells around a curve in the road through the hills. Allende was seized in his coach after an exchange of gunfire that killed his young son. Hidalgo was taken and disarmed in the saddle. The four principal leaders, Hidalgo, Allende, Aldama, and José Mariano Jiménez, were taken to Monclova and put in irons, then sent to Chihuahua, a month's journey across the desert, for trial. The junior officers captured at the wells of Bajan were shot out of hand by firing squad. The common soldiers were condemned to hard labor and parceled out as slaves to local haciendas. At the remote town of Chihuahua, Hidalgo's revolution ended in whimpers and volleys. Allende asked for mercy, while Aldama tried to shift the blame from himself. They and Jiménez were soon condemned by a military court and shot. Hidalgo, because of the privilege of the clergy, had to be handled differently. The priest had to endure 3 months' imprisonment, while ecclesiastical authorities entered his examination, because no priest could be judged in a civil or military court. Hidalgo was jailed in a dark hole, but otherwise well treated, even by his gachupin warden. Hidalgo neither asked for pardon is for criminals, not for defenders of the country, nor tried to put the responsibility for what he had done on anyone but himself. He did suffer deep remorse for the futile suffering he had caused. He also wrote a retraction of his revolution, which some Mexican historians claim was written under pressure or else was forged. But Hidalgo surrendered none of his ideals. He had only come to understand from terrible experience that they could not be realized in the Mexico in which he lived. The only thing that hurt Hidalgo terribly was not remorse or his condemnation to death. He was haunted by his degradation by the Catholic Church. Hidalgo had believed in the charity of the Church and God toward the humble and oppressed, but he was convicted of heresy and shorn of his vestments, and the power of consecration was symbolically stripped from his fingers as he was turned over to the royal authority by his religious superiors for execution. He was shot by firing squad at first light, July 30th, 1811. And India was paid 20 pieces of silver to strike off his head. It was taken, with the skulls of Allende, Aldama, and Jimenez, to be hung in an iron cage outside the Alhóndiga de Granaditas at Guanajuato. Chapter 23. Morelos. Lord, if I have labored well, thou knowest it, and if badly, take refuge in thy mercy. From the last prayer of José María Morelos, December 22nd, 1815. The priest of Dolores had loosed something that would not die. The continuing tragedy of Mexico was that while Hidalgo's demands for a just society could not be achieved, the determination to break the chains of the past could not be totally destroyed by muskets and bayonets. Hidalgo had failed for two main reasons. No successful revolution could possibly be forged by the impoverished, illiterate lowest classes in New Spain, even had Hidalgo's Indios brushed aside the army, and the very nature of the insurgency alienated the great majority of the upper and middle ranks of society, and the priest had never been able to give his revolution organization. The Grito de Dolores merely caused an explosion, whose effects were quickly dissipated. The viceregal general Calleja re-established Spanish authority in the north as rapidly as Hidalgo's agents had destroyed it. The insurgency never overcame its two principal faults. Its anarchical nature could not appeal to the stable classes that had to form the nucleus of any civilized society, and it never gained a centralized leadership. Every upsurge of the Hispanic Revolution tended to sink into a struggle between an outmoded society and barbarism. The Hispanic Revolution gave most intelligent, civilized men, who were not overcome with grievances, emotionalism, or ambition, merely a choice between two destructive tigers. After the heads of Hidalgo and his fellow conspirators were rotting in a cage at Guanajuato, and Calleja was stamping out insurgency in the north, Ignacio López Rayón tried to give the revolution order and form. In some ways, López possessed more generalship than Hidalgo. He recognized that the regulars could not be overwhelmed with masses of poorly armed Indians, and that towns and cities could not be held by rabble. He avoided battle with Calleja and retreated south with the remnants of the insurgent army, from Saltillo and Coahuila to Zacatecas, and from there into Michoacán. This retreat required considerable strength and skill, because López Rayón commanded a ragged, heterogeneous, and usually mutinous force, and he was now operating in hostile country. The viceregal army had reoccupied Potosí, Guanajuato, Valladolid, and all the major centers. López Rayón ensconced himself and his followers at Zitácuaro in Michoacán, which lay in a remote, almost inaccessible valley, guarded by dense forests and towering mountains. He fortified the valley around Zitácuaro and tried to legitimize the insurgency by causing the local people to elect a junta. and form a provisional government in the name of Fernando VII. López Brayón still held to the original aims of the rebellion, to drive out the peninsulars, but to remain loyal to church and crown in a Spanish commonwealth. He established secret communications with dissident intellectual groups in the capital, and he acquired and operated an insurgent printing press. He carried out some of these classic guerrilla operations by instinct, some by plan. Whatever the peasantry of Zitácuaro thought of becoming the supreme junta of Mexico, López Brayón exerted great appeal for many intellectuals in Mexico City, who had organized themselves into clandestine groups, like the so-called Guadalupes. The Guadalupes were composed primarily of young criollos and mestizos, of professional or semi-professional rank, such as the doctors Cos and the law clerk and poet Andrés Quintana Roo, both of whom slipped away to join him in the mountains. Romantic revolutionaries like Quintana's bride-to-be, the lovely heiress Leona Vicario, smuggled letters and pistols to the insurgents, and Leona herself, discovered, was smuggled out of the capital by the Guadalupes. These revolutionaries carried on a propaganda war against the regime, often in opposition to their own parents, who were more conservative and some of whom actively supported the viceroy. López Brayón had to hold a privileged sanctuary in the mountains from which he could direct and coordinate the revolution. His great weakness was that he could not control or direct the men who were now actually carrying on the resistance in the south. After the Grito de Dolores, anarchy swept into the south-central intendancies just as it had the north, but here it took different form. The cities were Spanish and Creole, and much more resistant to the rebellion than places like Zacatecas and Saltillo on the frontier. The insurgency coalesced in the high Sierras and remote valleys under scores of local chieftains who sprang from the mixed race, though a few were pure Indian, and from the lower classes. They were tough countrymen who went heavily armed and rode hard with a few disciplined followers. Except for an almost universal anarchic tendency and mutual jealousy, these local chieftains followed no pattern. Some were patriots with some notion of a large view. The majority were rebels whose main thrust was sheer banditry. These héroes en bandidos made no effort to lead the Indios to freedom, nor did they worry overmuch about constitutions. They believed in independence mainly for themselves and in killing and robbing Cachupines and Creoles. As Albino Garcia, the petty guerrillero chieftain of Michoacán, told López Brayón, he recognized no highness but the hills, and no junta except the coming together of the rivers. These local rebel chiefs made a shambles of the southern provinces in 1811. They and their followers were hardy horsemen, skilled with the machete, rope, and musket. Garcia himself could whip regular officers from the saddle with his lariat, with which he was deadlier than any pistol. The guerrilleros raided haciendas and towns. They robbed pack trains and killed and burned. Osorno dominated the mountains overlooking Puebla. Fernández, a former law student from Durango, plundered the road leading up from Veracruz. A Huastec who called himself Emperor Julián I threatened to exterminate all Europeans around Tampico. There were in all more than a score of such leaders and bands ranging from Zacatecas to the Gulf and to the Pacific above the port of Acapulco. They lived in the mountains, frequently fighting among themselves over who controlled which territory while they murdered Europeans. This form of insurgency, unlike Hidalgo's and López Brayón's, was almost impossible for the regular army to fix, fight, and destroy. If a regiment were sent against them, they faded into the vast, tumbled countryside, or hid their weapons and pretended to be peaceful agrarians, only to reassemble and ride again when danger passed. These were the men who carried on the revolution. They also destroyed it. Their activities alienated virtually every civilized Mexican who may have wanted independence, but who also longed for law and order. López Rayón and the majority of the true liberals who desired a constitutional independence hated and feared these petty warlords as much as they did the Cachupines. López Rayón, significantly, had shot the bandit Iriarte at Saltillo, although Hidalgo had welcomed him to the revolution, partly because Iriarte's loyalty was suspect, and partly because he was a bandit. The Viceroy Venegas, more concerned with López than with bandits, ordered General Calleja to march to Michoacán. The general was prideful, cruel, and was feared by his own officers, but he was also coolly and thoroughly efficient. Calleja's reputation was so fearsome that López Rayón's forces did not even try to defend their fortified valley at Zitácuaro when the Spanish general attacked it in January 1812. All the insurgent artillery, which had been assembled with great effort, was abandoned. Although López Rayón escaped into the mountains while the unfortunate Tarasca village was burned, his own reputation was destroyed. Leadership in the kind of war that now emerged fell to Morelos, the greatest of all the insurgents. José María Morelos was a casta of mixed Spanish, Amerindian, and Negro origin. Born in obscurity in Michoacán, he had worked as a laborer and muleteer until he was 25. Then, starving himself to gain an education, he had entered holy orders through the College of San Nicolás, where he had studied under Hidalgo. This struggle foretold something of Morelos's quality, but in colonial Mexico he was only allowed to become the curate of Carácuaro, a Tarasca hamlet. When Hidalgo's revolution engulfed Michoacán, Morelos joined the insurgency, as did so many poor mestizo parish priests. He was a short, squat, dark man, taciturn and humble, barely 5 feet tall, and ravaged by malaria and constant headaches, against which he wore a tight bandana over his bald head. He was also a genius, by any standard. Hidalgo grandly commissioned him to raise the South in 1810, sending him out with 25 men and no weapons. The way Morelos went about this immediately revealed his genius. Back at his parish, he took only a few tough horsemen who could live on dried jerky and plunged into the horrendous wild country of the Pacific Sierra south of Michoacán, the region that is now the state of Guerrero. He found entire villages and towns where the Indios would have followed him en masse, but unlike Hidalgo, Morelos would accept no volunteers for whom he lacked weapons. As he captured muskets, swords, and lances from the Spanish, he enlisted and trained a tight, disciplined little army. Morelos also had what Hidalgo lacked, the ability to judge and command all sorts of men. He was able to secure excellent officers, mestizos like the blue-eyed ranchero Hermenegildo Galeana and the priest Mariano Matamoros, his good right arm, and the part African campesino Vicente Guerrero, whose father was a loyalist, and Don Leonardo Bravo and his brother, Criollo Hacendado Salchilpancingo, who were driven into insurgency by Spanish officials who would not respect their desire to remain neutral in this tragedy. By the end of 1811, Morelos commanded 9,000 well-armed, reasonably trained fighters under competent lieutenants, and his authority extended over a vast region, reaching from Acapulco, still held by Spanish forts and guns, almost to Anáhuac. He was moving to support López Rayón in Michoacán when Calleja took and burned Zitácuaro. His horsemen were raiding into the outskirts of the capital. When Calleja marched south against Morelos in February 1812, Morelos prepared to give battle at Cuautla, on the open plain below the volcanic strike. From here, Morelos had been exacting tribute from the sugar haciendas as far as Cuernavaca, while Leonardo Bravo, assisted by the poor, placed guns and fortified the thick stone buildings of the town. Calleja's force included heavy artillery and 2 regiments newly arrived from Spain. However, Morelos believed he could hold Cuautla against assault, and that with the rainy season the climate of the hot plain below the mountains would immobilize the Spanish guns and weaken Calleja's troops with sickness. Unlike the natives, Spaniards and criollos from the highlands found the tropics below the volcanic regions unhealthy and intolerable. Calleja tried to seize Cuautla by direct assault and was repulsed. Calleja still was not overly concerned. He thought that no guerrilla force could long withstand a siege and bombardment. Morelos's troops and the townspeople withstood siege and shelling for 72 days. They ate bark, lizards, and soap. In this defense many heroic legends were born, soldier and civilian. But the spring rains that were to immobilize and sicken Calleja's army failed to come. By May 1st, Morelos was desperate, although he refused offers of a pardon with surrender. 2 hours past midnight on May 2nd, Morelos led his forces in a breakout. The townspeople, knowing Calleja would show them no mercy, went with his column. The insurgents easily broke through the Spanish pickets, and most of the fighting men escaped into the open country by night. The women and children of the town, however, were caught and massacred by Calleja's troops, and Don Leonardo Bravo was captured. Calleja took over a ruined and deserted Cuautla. Calleja was worn down by the siege and had to move back to Anahuac. He claimed a victory, but his reputation had been damaged. Cuautla was a great moral victory for Morelos. Morelos's